Hello friends. How are you all? I hope you're doing great. So we are back with another amazing series on what if Naruto had power of vector control. Naruto has the power to control vectors after being taken from his parents by Orochimaru, and at home things aren't much better. His twin sisters are pushing away their younger sister Mito. Kushina and Minato are too busy with Naruto being an unstable Jinchuriki to help. Mito, with the help of her friends, will search the world for a sibling who cares, even if he's a little insane. But before we start, we always provide the best and interesting what if videos. So be sure to subscribe to our channel and also like this video. Also share this video with your friends. Now let's back to the video. It was over after a long battle. The Kyuubi was defeated. It was not without its costs, however. The third Hokage had to give his life to seal the demon. The fourth Hokage and his wife were alive but unconscious in the hospital and were predicted to stay unconscious for at least a week. No one could blame them, however, as fighting the Kyuubi and giving birth to triplets would take it out of anyone. There was a problem though. Someone had to take care of the triplets while the parents were recovering. It was decided that the Sannin would each take one and keep it safe until Minato or Kushina woke up. Jiraiya got the most important of the bunch. A little girl by the name of Naruto. Kushina had told Jiraiya the names of all her kids before she passed out, the least new Jinchuriki. Tsunade was given the other girl, Minima. She had the Kyuubi's leftover chakra sealed inside her. About one tael's worth. The last and only boy of the bunch, Naruto, was given to Orochimaru. This was a little strange because Orochimaru didn't seem like a person who would willing take care of a kid, but he seemed eager to get Naruto. Later Jiraiya and Tsunade would say he was too eager. Naruto didn't have anything from the Kyuubi, or if he did get any chakra from Kyuubi it was minimal. After the kids were given to each Sannin, Orochimaru took off to his lab with an evil grin on his face. When he got to his lab he set Naruto down on a table and started packing. Today he was going to leave Konoha. It was a little earlier than planned, but he wanted to take his new test subject with him and he wouldn't have him for long. Yes, he had special plans for the son of the Hokage. When Orochimaru finished he warped Naruto in a blanket to hide him from view and quickly escaped the village. It wasn't hard, everyone was still disorganized due to the Kyuubi. He escaped without anyone noticing. Kushina eyes opened slowly, still trying to adjust to the light. Once she was able to accomplish that, she looked around to see she was in a hospital room. Once she realized she was in a hospital room her mind went into overdrive trying to remember what had happened. Then she shot up. Minato, the kids, where are they? Kushina started to panic. She was going to get out of bed and leave the hospital when the door opened. Kushina, you're awake. Minato said as he ran into Kushina line of vision carrying two baby girls. Minato, thank goodness you're okay, and are those my babies? Kushina said holding her hands out. Let me hold them. Minato smiled as he gave them to Kushina who embraced them. They're so warm, but where's Naruto? She asked. That's when Minato's mood changed from happy to depressed. There's something I need to tell you. Minato told her how he had woken up 2 days earlier and how Orochimaru took Naruto. Don't worry Kushina, we'll find him. I have every Anbu team under me along with Jiraiya's spy network looking everywhere. We'll catch Orochimaru. None of Minato's words could calm Kushina, however, as she was crying and holding Naruto and Minima even closer. But why would he take him? What is he planning on doing with my baby boy? Kushina sobbed. Minato hesitated for a moment. He wasn't sure if he should tell Kushina what they had found so far. It would just make her depressed, but in the end Minato figured Kushina would force him to tell her anyways. We found a lab. It looks like it was being used for human experiments. Minato said, bracing himself for Kushina's reaction. The look on Kushina's face was pure horror. He took my son to be used for his sick experiments. Kushina said as her eyes darkened. Minato, when you find Orochimaru I want you to bring him to me so I can rip him limb from limb. She said, sounding angry and sad all at the same time. I'll make sure of it. Minato said, a little terrified. How about we head home? 3 years later. Kushina was sitting on the couch watching her two daughters play in the living room. They were both bundles of energy and Kushina couldn't be any more pleased. They were getting to live relatively normal lives despite being the daughters of the Hokage and Naruto being a Jinchuriki. Naruto Jinchuriki's status was revealed to the village. As to be expected, people were angry at first because the Kyuubi wasn't killed, but after Minato explained that a Jinchuriki was not the Kyuubi most people calmed down. For the ones who didn't, well, Kushina took care of that. All in all things were going well excepted for one thing. Orochimaru and Naruto had disappeared off the face of the earth, and while Jiraiya was still looking as hard as he could, most of the villagers and ninja believed Naruto was died. Kushina of course believed Naruto was alive, but it made Kushina so angry thinking about what that snake bastard was doing to him. Kushina had to calm down, though it wasn't good for her or the baby, Kushina thought as she rubbed her extruded stomach. Kushina was pregnant again. She knew that she might have wanted another kid to fill the void that Naruto had left, but she tried not to think about that. This kid wasn't going to be a replacement for Naruto, it was going to be an addition for when Naruto came back. Her daughters were both thrilled to know they were going to get a younger sibling, but they argued a lot about the gender. Naruto wanted a little sister, saying that they would get along more. Minima wanted a little brother, saying that having too many girls would cause them to fight. Their arguments were endless amount of enjoyment for Kushina and Minato. Speaking of sibling, the girls haven't been told about Naruto. They were going to tell them about Naruto eventually, but they were too young, and with another child on the way, Kushina felt they should all hear about it at the same. This was of course if Naruto didn't come back before then. 3 years later. Kushina and Minato watched their twin daughters trying to stick a leaf to their heads. Kushina was holding their youngest daughter, Mito, by the hand. Naruto and Minima had started the academy last year and were both working really hard on chakra control. Naruto had long blonde hair and 3 whisker marks on each cheek. Her eyes are a dark blue color. Minima looked like a younger version of Kushina right down to the color of hair and eyes. Minima, however, in an attempt to look a little different from her mom, kept her hair a little shorter and had it covering her left eye. Mito had sky blue eyes along with red hair that she kept mid-length. Naruto and Minima had a hard time controlling their chakra. This was of course due to Naruto being a Jinchuriki and Minima having some of the Kyuubi's chakra. Minato and Kushina had sat them down a few years ago and told them the story excluding Naruto. Kushina had also told Mito recently so she would understand what a Jinchuriki was. Unfortunately, chakra control wasn't the only problem that was arising because of the Kyuubi. Naruto was just as hot-headed as Kushina, and because she was so young she would often get angry. This let the Kyuubi take control. Likely it's never became too bad, and Minato has been able to stop it with only Anbu knowing about it. The thing was, it was happening a little too often, and one day it could get out of hand, so Kushina and Minato tried to keep her happy all the time. It would probably be better when she got a little older. The other issues was when Naruto did lose it, it caused the demonic chakra in Minima to try and take control also. So far Minima has been able to keep it at bay and keep control, but it's very painful for her to do so. Minima finally got a leaf to stick to her forehead and looked really happy about. Naruto still couldn't do it and looked frustrated at Minima, so she just pulled the leaf off Minima's forehead. "Hey, would you do that?" Minima yelled. "Because I felt like it," Naruto said, sticking her tongue out. Minima pulled her arm back ready to punch Naruto, but Minato grabbed her. "Minima, don't punch you, sister," Minato said harshly. "But she pulled the leaf off my head," Minima complained. "Even so, you shouldn't hit her just because you're mad," Minato said, calming down. Minima didn't look happy, but lowered her arm. "Alright, I'm sorry." "As long as you're sorry," Minato said as he picked her up and put her on his shoulders. "Come on girls, me and Kushina have something to tell you," Minato said, looking happy, but Kushina knew this was going to be the hard conversation, even harder than the Kyuubi talk. The family walked to the living room. Minato dropped Minima of the couch with Naruto and Mito, then sat in another couch with Kushina. "Girls, this is a story about someone very dear to us even if you never meet him," Kushina said as she clasped her hands. "It's the story on how your brother was taken away." All the girls gasped, finding it hard to believe. "We have a brother," Naruto said. "How come you never told us?" Minima said. "Big brother?" Mito said. Kushina raised her hand to silence them. Then she and Minato told them about the incident involving Orochimaru. "We would have told you sooner, but we wanted you to be old enough. When we found out we were having Mito, we decided to wait until she was old enough too, so we could tell the whole family at once." All the girls were thinking different things. Naruto was thinking what Orochimaru was doing to Naruto. Minima was thinking how to find Naruto, and Mito was only thinking what her brother was like. "Have you found out anything since Naruto was taken?" Minima asked. Kushina was surprised to hear her daughter ask a question like that, but answered anyways. "A year ago Jiraiya heard a rumor that Orochimaru joined some group called the Akatsuki, but we haven't even been able to confirm if the Akatsuki even exist, let alone if Orochimaru joined them." The girls seemed a little disappointed in the lack of information, but knew their parents were just as frustrated as they were. "That was a lot to take in, so how about we all go to bed?" Minato suggested, trying to lighten the mood. The girls just stood up and walked to their rooms without saying anything. They all had a lot to think about. Somewhere. Thud, bounce, bounce, thud, bounce, bounce was the only sound that came from a pitch-black room. Although it was more like a holding cell than an actually room. A boy was throwing a ball against a wall. He had blonde hair, but it was strange, it was pale, like someone had zapped all the saturation from it. A couple strands of his somewhat spiky hair fell over his dark red eyes. The boy was also very pale. He was wearing black shinobi shoes with grey pants and shirt. He also had some sort of glowing ring around his wrist. As he was throwing his ball, he heard someone walk up to his cell. "It's time, Naruto," Orochimaru said as he unlocked the door. Naruto stood up and followed Orochimaru to a large stone room. Inside the room was another man who was spinning a kunai around his finger. "So I just have to kill this brat and you let me go?" the man asked Orochimaru. "Yes, of course." Orochimaru hissed as he walked off to the side. As he did, the glowing ring on Naruto's wrist stopped glowing. "This will be over soon," the man said as he stopped spinning his kunai and threw it at Naruto's head. Naruto didn't do anything to stop it or try to dodge. He just stood there. "What an idiot," the man said. The kunai looked like it was going to pierce Naruto's skull, but when it got close to Naruto's head it was sent back in the direction it came from, stabbing the man in the shoulder. "What the hell?" the man shouted in pain. He gave a death glare at Naruto, who still hadn't moved, as he removed the kunai from his shoulder. The man was pissed. He ran around Naruto throwing kunais, but each and every one of them was sent flying back at him. After a little bit the man stopped throwing them. "Fine, kunais won't work on you. Then how about this?" the man screamed as he charged Naruto. He tried to punch Naruto, but when his fist got close there was a loud snapping sound as the man's wrist broke. "Damn it," the man screamed, holding his wrist in pain. "Just what kind of monster are you?" "One that is growing bored," Naruto said as he started walking towards the man. The first movement he had done all fight. The man backed away, scared at the monster coming towards him. "Stay away," he said, trembling. In an act of desperation and stupidity he threw a kunai at Naruto, forgetting that it would just come right back at him, and it did. Right through his head, killing him. The fight was over and the ring around Naruto's wrist started glowing again. "Their vector control has improved," Orochimaru said with his twisted smile as he led Naruto back to his cell. "If you say so," Naruto said. He went back to his cell, sat down and started throwing the ball again. Naruto did not like it here. The experiments were frustrating and he was bored out of his mind. The first chance he got he was escaping, and he knew where he was going, to his family in the leaf. Naruto knew who he was. He was the son of the 4th Hokage and his wife Kushina. He had 2 twin sisters, Naruko and Minima, and a younger sister, Mito. Naruto knew all this because he made Orochimaru tell him. If he didn't, Naruto wouldn't participate in his experiments. Naruto also had knowledge on just about everything, since he also forced Orochimaru to bring him books to read. He knew all about the elemental nations and ninja life as a whole. He could name and theoretically do a bunch of elemental jutsu, only theoretically however, since Naruto only actually used vector control. It wasn't like Naruto was a huge knowledge nerd, it just seemed like a good way to kill time. Reading and throwing his ball were really the only things he ever did in his free time. Naruto had also seen pictures of his family, and he had to admit he didn't look too much like any of them. He asked Orochimaru about, and it turns out his eyes were red due to Naruto getting a tiny amount of Kyuubi's chakra. It was so little that Orochimaru didn't really know what to do with it. So when Naruto was little, Orochimaru placed the demonic chakra in his eyes. This was really the only thing it could be used for. It gave him prefect night vision, but a side effect was his eyes turning red. The paleness of both his hair and body could be chalked up to his vector control. Naruto always had his body set to reflected vectors by default. This included sunlight, not like he got much of it anyways, so his body didn't have a need to create pigmentation. Orochimaru predicted his hair would turn white, but for whatever reason it didn't. This leads us into Naruto's ability. The ability to control vectors. In Naruto's opinion, he was pretty OP. Taijutsu was complete worthless against him, as he could just break any part of the body that hit him. Weapons along with ninjutsu were easily reflected back at the attacker. His reflection took up so little chakra that Naruto's chakra actually replenished itself faster than reflection took away. It was only if he was using actually offensive moves was he in any danger of running out of chakra. His only real weakness was Jinjutsu, and even that wasn't so much of a weakness. He can't reflect it a Jinjutsu, but when he's caught in one he can just command the vectors in his chakra to go all over the place, thus breaking any Jinjutsu. The only problem was that Naruto's wasn't doing this all the time like he was with his regular reflection, so if he didn't realize he was in a Jinjutsu, then he wouldn't break out of it. So if he was so powerful, why didn't he break out now? That was because of this damned glowing ring. Orochimaru had always had planned for him to be able to control vectors, so when he was still a baby, he put a ring on him that had seals to cut off his chakra. When it was glowing, Naruto couldn't use vector control, and the only time it ever stopped glowing was during experiments. He also didn't know what kind of seals Orochimaru had on it, but for some reason he couldn't break the ring even if it wasn't glowing. Orochimaru had also been busy lately, so there weren't as many experiments. Naruto didn't know what he was busy with. Only that it started when Orochimaru started wearing those black cloaks with red clouds on them. That wasn't anything for Naruto to really think about, however. He would just bide his time until he could escape and go home, but that seemed far away, so for now he would just throw his ball. Thud, bounce, bounce, thud, bounce, bounce, thud. Konoha. 2 years later. 5-year-old Mito was watching her older sister's training with her mom and dad. Mito had started the academy today, but did anyone congratulate her? No. All her parents cared about was how Naruto and Minima were doing. She didn't even get to choice where they got to eat today. Naruto got to choice because she was starting a new year at the academy too, and Kami forbid they eat anything but ramen. The only good thing that came out of today was that Mito was in the same class as her two best friends. They were Hanabi Hyuga and Hitomi Uchiha. The three of them practically made up the entire shinobi-born ninja of their class, since it seemed that all the clans decided to have heirs the year the Kyuubi attacked. Hanabi and Hitomi were however stronger than her, since their parents actually taught them stuff before entering the academy. What did Mito parents do? Focus all their attention on Naruto and Minima, and it was all because Naruto was a bitch. It turned out that Naruto didn't get better control over the Kyuubi, no, she got worse. Naruto thought she was entitled to everything and that everyone should worship the ground she walked on. She had to get her way, and if she didn't she would throw a fit and demonic chakra would leak out. So her parents made sure she always got what she wanted. They thought that it would get better, but Mito knew that Naruto did it on purpose and would keep milking it as long as she could. Naruto also treated Mito like trash. She would always make fun of her and call her weak. Minima wasn't as bad, but she was far from good. Because Naruto could cause her pain if she let out demonic chakra, Minima was hesitant to talk back to Naruto or tell her no. Since Naruto liked to bully Mito, Minima didn't want to hang out with Mito because Naruto might get mad if she saw her twin sister hanging out with a weak sister, as Naruto liked to call Mito. So Minima pretended Mito didn't exist. All this led to Mito not really caring about her sisters or her parents. Mito grew tired of watching her family train, so she headed up to her room. There was at least one sibling that Mito cared about. Naruto. Ever since she found out she had a lost older brother, she dreamed of the day he'd come back. He would be stronger than both Naruto and Minima combined, and he actually care about Mito and teach her cool ninjutsu. Mito took out her sketchbook where she had a dozen drawings of what she thought Naruto would look like. There was one where he had red hair that resembled fire. There was also one where he had blonde hair that fell over his left eyes like Minima. As Mito was looking through the sketches, she smelled something cooking. Her mom had probably finished dinner and forgot to call her down again. Mito went downstairs so she could at least have something to eat. The next day at the academy, Mito was eating lunch that she had to make herself with Hanabi and Hitomi. So Hanabi, how is your family training going? Hitomi asked. Hitomi? Shouldn't talk about that. Mito would kill to be able to train with her family. Hanabi said. No, it's okay, I want to hear about it too. Mito said. Well, if it's okay. It's been going well, but I don't think my sister is getting it. I mean, I'm younger than her, yet I'm able to beat her in our sparring matches. That shouldn't happen, she's supposed to be the next clan head. Hanabi said thoughtfully. I'm sure it will be fine. Even my sisters had to get lots of training before they became strong. Mito said. As much as she hated to admit it, her sisters were pretty strong for their age. I wish I had siblings, I could show them how cool I was with my Sharingan. Hitomi boasted. You mean the Sharingan that you haven't awakened yet? Mito pointed out, and Hitomi seemed to deflate. Hanabi and Mito giggled at their friend's antics. It's not funny. Hitomi screamed, which only made the other two girls laugh harder. Fine, forget you guys. I'm going back to class. Hitomi said as she stormed off. I'll come back. Mito said between laughing fits. It was just that morning things were going so good, so how come by that night things would go so wrong? That night Itachi Uchiha murdered most of the Uchiha clan. Mito remembered it well. That night she was woken up by her parents and told to come downstairs while they got her sisters. When they were all downstairs, Minato started telling them the story that would cause Mito to become even more infuriated with her parents. Girls, I came here to tell you that I had Itachi Uchiha kill the Uchiha clan. Minato said. But why? Minima yelled. They were planning a coup and all negotiations weren't working, so the only choice we had was to kill them in a single night. Itachi had the horrible job of doing it. The official announcement will be made tomorrow, but I thought I should tell you now just so you knew. Wait, what about Hitomi? Mito screamed, afraid that her friend was dead. Minato looked at her strangely. I'm sorry, Mito, but who is that? Mito couldn't believe it. Was her father so detached from her life that he didn't even know who her friends were? Hitomi Uchiha, one of my best friends. Oh, she should be okay. Any Uchiha under the age of 10 was spared because they weren't even told of the plot. Minato said like it was no big deal that Mito could have lost one of her only friends. Anyway, that's all I wanted to tell you, can go back to bed. Mito went back to her room, but she did not sleep. She kept thinking how Hitomi must be feeling right now because she was definitely not okay like her dad said. Didn't he understand that he ordered her parents to be killed, and he was the one that always spoke of how family was the most important thing. The next day the announcement of what Itachi did was made public and he was hailed as a hero. While the rest of the village was celebrating, Mito and Hanabi went to the building where they were keeping all the Uchihas that weren't killed. It was basically a glorified orphanage. They found Hitomi in her new room crying on her bed. Hitomi. Both Mito and Hanabi screamed as they jumped on her bed in an attempt to comfort her. Are you okay? Mito asked even though she knew that Hitomi wasn't. My parents are died. Hitomi shouted even though she was also sobbing. And the person who killed they is being treated like a god. Did you know that he and his little brother Sasuke get to still live in the Uchiha clan compound while all the other were sent alive here? I'm so sorry Hitomi. I can't even imagine what you must be going through. Hanabi said ready to cry herself. Do you know how many Uchihas are left? Mito asked. Hitomi wiped her eyes, but more tears filled their place. Including Itachi there are 11 left. Only 11, that's terrible. Hanabi said now crying. How many of them have awakened their Sharingan? Only Itachi. Hitomi said. In fact Sasuke and I are the only ones even trying to become ninja. Every other Uchiha is either too young to join the academy or decided not to go. This is horrible. Mito said. The 3 girls didn't go to the academy that day, they stayed there helping Hitomi who cried the entire day. Some were a few months later. Naruto was sitting in his cell like always just waiting for the next experiment to being. He honestly didn't know what the point was. Everyone Orochimaru told him to fight were easily defeated. Naruto was getting really tired of sitting here, but Naruto was hopeful that he would get out soon because Orochimaru was nervous about something. Well, Orochimaru could never really be nervous about anything, but Naruto had noticed a change. For one, Orochimaru spent a lot more time at the base like he was afraid to leave. Naruto thought it had something to do with those black cloaks that Orochimaru had stopped wearing some time ago. Naruto also sometimes heard Orochimaru talking to his assistant Kabuto about moving to a new base. Another good indicator was that the ring around Naruto's wrist was weakening. When it was glowing Naruto still couldn't use his chakra, but when it wasn't Naruto noticed he could now move the ring with his vector control, something that was impossible before. Although he couldn't break the ring, Naruto had high hopes that soon he would be able to and escape. Soon came a lot earlier than expect however. As Naruto was thinking about it there was a huge explosion and someone screamed. Orochimaru, they're here. The Akatsuki. There were more explosions and the sound of metal hitting metal. Naruto stood up to go near the cell to hear better when Orochimaru appeared in front of him. Naruto, as you can hear we're in a bit of trouble, so I appreciate if you would help me. Orochimaru said as he unlocked the cell door and the ring stopped glowing. Remember which side you're on. If you don't things could go badly for you. Orochimaru said pointing to the ring that he could activate anytime. Naruto didn't say anything and headed to the direction of the battle. Naruto chuckled to himself as he walked down the hall. There was no way he was following that snake anymore. As he walked down the hall a little farther his first opponent appeared. It wasn't what he was expecting. His opponent wasn't even human, it was some sort of puppet. It was holding a sword and had a blue chakra string attracted to his back. The chakra string went back down the hall and around a corner where the puppeteer was probably fighting. The puppet wasn't any threat to Naruto, but Naruto needed it. The puppet swung his sword at Naruto. Naruto blocked with the ring. The ring didn't take any damage, but Naruto expected that. The puppet swung again, this time at Naruto's neck, but Naruto used his vector control to redirect the attack at the ring. This went on for a while, no matter where the puppet attacked it would always end up hitting the ring, and slowly the ring began to crack. Once it was filled with cracks, Naruto was able to use his vectors to break apart the weakened ring. Naruto had the biggest grin on his face. He was finally free from Orochimaru. He didn't even notice the puppet taking another swing, but this time the sword shattered when it came close to Naruto. Then Naruto grabbed the puppet and it shattered too. Well, time to get out of here. Naruto looked up at the ceiling. He knew this base was underground, so all he had to do was go up. He stomped the ground with his feet and was sent flying through the roof and several layers of dirt before he broke through to the surface. Naruto was in some sort of forest. He had only been to the surface a couple times before. Orochimaru had to take him up for experiment evolving controlling the wind because the underground base wasn't well suited for it. Naruto started running as he used the vectors under his feet to push him forward. He didn't know what direction he was going in, but any direction was fine, he would find out where he was later. After an hour of running, although it wasn't really running, Naruto came across a small village. It wasn't much, but it would tell him where he was and he could get some basic supplies. He probably also needed to get some new clothes. His current outfit was falling apart due to being the only thing he had worn for years. Yeah, he defiantly needed clothes. Naruto was on his way to the Hidden Leaf with new clothes and a map. He had kept the black shinobi shoes, but he had bought blue shinobi pants and a basic white long-sleeved shirt. He got the money by going around to different stores and offering to sweep the floors for a super low price. The owner would get a huge deal, and since Naruto used his vector control to force all the dust out in a matter of seconds, he got money for doing basically nothing. Naruto did this until he got enough money to buy supplies. The only problem was that he far away from the leaf. It would take some time to get there, but it would be worth it in the end at least, he hoped. 1 week later. Naruto could see the gates. It had taken him forever and a half to get here, and it was past midnight when he finally did, but he was here now. He walked up to the guard station where there were two people who looked very tried. State your business. One of the guards said in a tone that didn't make it seem like he actually cared. Hello, I'm here because I'm the Hokage's son. Naruto said. The two guards shot to attention instantly, but they looked pissed. Are you trying to be funny, kid? One of the guards said seriously. Naruto was confused. Why did they suddenly become so angry? You think impersonating the Hokage's dead son is some kind of joke? The other guard spat. The dead? Naruto stuttered. Yes. He was taken a long time ago, and no matter how much the Hokage's family wants to believe it, there is no way he is still alive. So I'll ask you again, where do you get off? The guard said as he reached to grab the collar of Naruto's shirt. But since Naruto's always had his reflection active, the guard's hand never made it, instead his wrist broke with a loud snap. The man screamed in pain before turning to his partner. Did you see that this kid's dangerous? He might be trying to attack the village, call Anbu. He said. Naruto was freaking out, they were calling Anbu to get him. So Naruto did the only logical thing and ran away from Konoha. He was so scared he forgot to push himself with vectors. In the distance he heard the guard scream, yeah, you better run, you monster, but you won't get very far. Naruto ran for a little bit before stopping to catch his breath. He wasn't used to running like a regular person. He was breathing heavily trying to think of a plan when he heard something land in front of him. Naruto looked up to see a leaf Anbu ninja. Well, you don't look like much of a threat, but monsters come in all shapes and sizes. The Anbu said before lunging at Naruto. Just leave me alone. Naruto screamed. He used his vectors to create a cyclone of wind and sent it at the Anbu. The Anbu was quick to dodge, but was blindsided by another cyclone which torn him to shreds. After the Anbu was reduced to a bloody mess, Naruto fell to his knees, and for the first time in his life he started crying. What went wrong? How can the son of the Hokage be dead? He was right here. Then Naruto was hit by a horrible idea. What if Orochimaru had lied to him? What if he wasn't the Hokage's son? That would make sense. Orochimaru had no reason to tell him who his real family was. He could have said that he was a son of the Hokage because he knew that if Naruto ever escaped that he would head to the leaf. It all made perfect sense. Naruto was lied to and he fell for it. Naruto wiped the tears away and stood up. He needed a new plan, but before that he needed a new name. The Hokage did have a son and his name was Naruto, that much was certain. But the person standing here was not Naruto. He would need a new identity so his actions wouldn't reflect on the real Naruto. But what should his new name be? Naruto thought about it for a little bit. Accelerator, Naruto said, testing out the name. Yes, that will be it. My name is Accelerator. So what happened to him? Minato asked. He was in an examination room with Tsunade, who had just finished the autopsy on the Anbu ninja that was found dead. Well, for starters, he must have been killed instantly because if he hadn't he would have destroyed his body. Tsunade said. Now as for the cause of death, he has multiple large cuts all over his body. He would have bleed out, but the cuts aren't what killed him. He was crushed to death. What? But all these injuries suggest he was hit by a wind jutsu. Minato said in shock. Exactly, normal wind jutsu only cuts the target. Tsunade said, smiling with interest. The only explanation is either this was a super powerful wind justice or it wasn't a wind jutsu. Minato said. What about the guards? Tsunade gave Minato a smile. That part is even more interesting than the Anbu's case. The guard's testimony stated that a young boy walked up to the gates. When the guard asked him what his business was, the boy said just regular businesses. Then one of the guards reached to collect the boy's papers. When he did, his wrist suddenly broke and the boy ran away. That's when Anbu were called. Minato thought about it for a minute. That is strange. Why would that boy show up just to break the guard's wrist, then run away? Do we have a picture of the boy? We're having an artist drawing a picture of the boy from the guard's account right now. Tsunade said. Alright, it doesn't look like there is much we can do until that picture is finished. Minato said, getting ready to leave. Actually, there is one more thing. Tsunade said, stopping Minato in his tracks. Remember, the guard said his wrist suddenly broke, not the boy broke his wrist. Then how was his wrist broken? Minato asked, now very curious. That I'm not so sure about. Tsunade said, sounding disappointed. You see, his wrist wasn't broken by someone grabbing his hand and snapping it. No, it was like he was pushing his hand against a wall until his hand was pushed far enough back that his wrist broke. As for why it's like that, I have no idea. Minato thought about it and couldn't come up with an explanation either. What in the world is going on? 2 years later. Hanabi was training in her family dojo under her dad's observation. She was once again sparring against her older sister Hinata. It was completely one-sided. Hanabi had already closed off most of Hinata's chakra points, while Hinata had yet to land a hit. That's enough. Hiashi said, sounding displeased. "Hinata, you are dismissed." "Hi." Hinata said, quickly leaving the room. Hanabi was exhausted and wanted to be dismissed too, but that wasn't going to happen. "Hanabi, you need to increase your endurance. How will you lead this clan if you're so tried after just one day of training?" Hanabi wanted to tell him that his one day of training was what most Chunin did. She was only an academy student, not even a fully fledged ninja. Even if it was decided that Hanabi would be the clan head instead of Hinata, it didn't mean he could beat her in the ground. If only Hinata wasn't so weak, then Hanabi wouldn't have to pick up her slack. "Anyways, let's get back to training," Hiashi said. Hanabi was finally done after 2 more hours of learning new gentle fist stances. Hiashi dismissed Hanabi. Hanabi opened the door to the dojo, only thinking about falling asleep in her bed. "Hanabi, before you go, I think you should know that I'm thinking about teaching you the birdcage seal soon," Hiashi said. "Hi," was Hanabi's only response. She walked quickly to her room, afraid she would say something she would regret later. Hanabi didn't want to learn the birdcage seal. It would just give the side branch family more reason to hate her. They already weren't a big fan of her since she was going to be the future head. What was worse is she knew that Niji was miles ahead of her in terms of skill. He was 3 years older, but so was Hinata. But not even like Hanabi could test her skills against him because Kami forbid that a main branch member and a side branch member spare. Even though he and Hinata used to spare all the time, the Hyugas just pissed Hanabi off. The next day, Hanabi, Hitomi and Mito were eating lunch at the academy just like always. Although nowadays, it wasn't just Mito complaining about her family. "Yeah, my dad wants to teach me the birdcage seal." Which will just give Niji another reason to preach about fate. Hanabi said, angrily biting into her sandwich. "You want to know what happened today?" Mito said. "Jiraiya came by and let my sisters sign the toad contract. On the other hand, my present was I got to watch my sisters try and summon a toad. But they're older than you, so it's natural for them to get things first," Hitomi said. "I guess, but I'm positive that when I turn 10 I won't get to sign the contract after all. My parents haven't given me a single kunai," Mito said. They sat there in silence for a little bit before Mito said. "We should leave." "You can't be serious," Hitomi said. "Why not?" Mito said. "Hanabi and I hate our families, and you hate Itachi for killing yours. Why should we have to protect a leaf when we don't even like it? We would never make it," Hanabi said. "We aren't just some random ninjas, we're the daughter of the Hokage, the last of only a handful of Uchihas, and the future heir to the Hyuga. The village isn't going to let another of the Hokage's kids and its 2 most important Taijutsu go. The moment they realize we're gone, they'll send every Anbu team they have after us. But if we cross the border, before they realize we're gone, then they can't follow us," Mito suggested. "Alright, let's say by some miracle that happens, where would we go?" Hitomi asked. "We have to have some place to hide because Konoha isn't the only village that would send out every Anbu team to get the Sharingan and the Byakugan. Let's not forget we're academy students, we can't fight off ninja without help." Mito, though, about it. "What about finding my brother? We don't know where he is," Hanabi pointed out. "And even if we did, then we would just become another test subject for Orochimaru, which is worse than being captured by another village." "What if he's not with Orochimaru anymore?" Mito stated. "Then that brings up a lot of other problems," Hanabi said. "If he's not with Orochimaru, why didn't he come back to the leaf? If we did find him, would he even be strong enough to protect us? Will he even want to protect us? Let's not forget, to even find him we would have to know where he was and outrun the leaf's Anbu. That a lot of what ifs." Mito didn't look happy. "Fine, I guess you're right," Mito said, thinking about her brother a little more. "I wonder what he's doing right now. Somewhere. Look what we've got here," a bandit said to his fellow bandits. They were watching a very pale boy with a bag slung over his shoulder walking down the road. The bandits were following behind him. "I wonder what's in the bag," another bandit said. "I don't know, let's find out," a bandit said. "Hey buddy, why don't you give us your bag and we won't hurt you?" the bandit yelled. The pale boy just kept walking, however, like he didn't even hear them. "Hey, don't ignore us," the bandit screamed, yet the boy kept walking. "That's it," the bandit said angrily. He pulled his sword and charged the boy from behind. But when the bandit swung his sword at the boy's neck, he was sent flying backwards. "What the hell?" the bandit said from his new position on the floor. The bandits had finally caught the boy's attention as he turned around to see what hit him. That's when the bandit saw his glaring red eyes. The boy looked over every bandit before smiling. "Sorry guys, you see I was reflecting all the sound away from me, so I didn't hear you. If I did, I could have killed you much sooner," the boy said with a slight chuckle. "Who are you?" the now terrified bandit said. "I'm Accelerator, but that hardly matters now," the boy said before he seemingly pushed off the ground and came flying at them. The bandit screams could be heard from a mile away, but those who did hear it weren't sure if it was real or their imagination because it only lasted for a couple seconds. After Naruto dealt with the bandits, he once again started reflecting sound vectors away from him and continued on his way. He didn't actually have a destination, he had just been wandering around ever since he left Orochimaru. His bag only contained camping equipment and a few pairs of clothes. After the incident with the leaf, he didn't really have a purpose anymore. He didn't blame the leaf after all, it wasn't their fault that he believed Orochimaru's lie. He supposed he had been pretty stupid to believe that he was the son of the Hokage. After all, he didn't even look like the Hokage. That was all in the past though. Now he was looking towards the future. Unfortunately, he didn't know what he was looking for. Naruto knew he wanted to settle down somewhere, but where that was Naruto had no idea. Naruto actually found enjoyment in killing people like those bandits. Now he wasn't psychotic, he didn't just kill people for fun or just because he wanted to. It was more like when he was attacked or someone just pissed him off, the best option was just to kill them. That trait in Naruto's power would set him on the path to be a ninja, and Naruto already considered himself a ninja, so he should live in a shinobi village. Naruto didn't really want to, however. Having to report to the leader and being limited on where he could go and what he could do just didn't appeal to him. Wherever he went, he would be able to do whatever he wanted. So until he found that place, he would keep wandering, but just like how he felt that he was soon going to be free from Orochimaru, he also felt that he would find that place very soon. 2 weeks later. Naruto liked it here. He was in a good-sized city located in the Land of Frost. The town was somewhat near the border to the Land of Lighting, but it was out of the way enough that there wasn't too many lighting ninja coming through. Naruto didn't know why he liked it here, he just did. The town wasn't special, and it didn't have any defining traits. It wasn't super peaceful, but it wasn't super violent. It just seemed like any other town you would come across, but Naruto liked it, so this is where he would live. He already found an apartment he liked, but he needed money. Naruto had never carried a lot of money, so he needed to get some. He didn't really want to have to work for the money, so the next best thing was looting. Naruto heard about a bandit camp not too far from the city. He would just go there, kill the bandits and take their money easy. It only took Naruto 2 hours to walk all the way to the camp. Naruto could see about 20 or so bandits all over the camp. Most of them were drinking or passed out from drinking. Naruto was a little skeptical if they even had any money after buying all that beer, but there was only one way to find out. Time to give them a whack-you call. Naruto stomped the ground, and a miniature earthquake hit the camp. The ground cracked, tents and tablets fell over, and so did the bandits. Before the bandits even knew what was going on, Naruto rushed them using vectors to enhance his strength and speed. He grabbed the first bandit and threw him towards another group of bandits. There were a bunch of small rocks that were scattered around from Naruto's earthquake. Now most people wouldn't think of these as weapons, but for Naruto they were. He simply kicked one of the pebbles and used vectors to greatly increase its speed. It was going so fast that when it hit a bandit, it tore right through him. By now the bandits had finally realized they were being attacked. They pulled out all sorts of weapons. There was one who pulled out a crossbow which he used to shoot Naruto. Now normally the arrow would have been sent right back at him, but Naruto changed its course ever so slightly, so instead of hitting Naruto, it hit another bandit. The bandit, thinking he had only missed, fired another arrow. Naruto once again changed its course to hit another bandit. Naruto decided to play a little game with himself. He would try to guess how many arrows the bandit would shoot at him before he realized that Naruto was the one changing the course. He guessed 5. Well, this bandit was either really stupid or really drunk because he shot a total of 12 arrows before he realized something was wrong. Naruto wanted to break out laughing. How anyone could be that stupid was beyond Naruto. Due to that one guy, there were only about 6 more bandits left and Naruto was getting bored. It was time to end this and look for the money. Naruto picked up a handful of pebbles and started flicking them at the bandits. They were sped up, of course, and the bandits had no hope of dodging. Once they were all dead, Naruto started looking around. He found a bunch of stuff that looked like it could be valuable, but Naruto only wanted cash. It would be too much trouble to find buyers to sell all this stuff to. He did find enough money for now, and he even found some stuff he could decorate his apartment with. Naruto decided that this was a much better than getting a job. With his newfound treasure, he walked back to the city. 1 year later. So you're Accelerator, you don't look like much. You're even younger than me, the boy said. Naruto sighed. He was having such a good day until these guys showed up. It was a genin team from Kumagakure, and it looked like they were here to kill him, but just to make sure. I am. What do you want? Naruto said, not sounding the least bit interested. We're here to take you down. The same boy said, crossing his arms like he expected Naruto to beg for mercy. Why? Naruto said. He was actually wondering why Kumo said a genin team after him. The Jounin instructor answered this time. Because you have taken out at least 3 bandit camps and have killed a lot of bandits. Naruto didn't see why that was a problem. Isn't taking out bandit camps what genin teams normally do? Maybe they didn't like Naruto taking away all the C-rank missions. He had been destroying a bandit camp every few months to get some money. Because of that, a lot of bandits had packed up and left the land of frost for fear of being attacked by him. Maybe Kumo didn't like cleaning up after the destruction he caused. It didn't really matter, he had to focus on the problem at hand. The three genin were standing in front of their Jounin instructor getting ready for a battle. The Jounin had his arms crossed and looked like he was just going to observe the genin and not actually do any fighting. They probably didn't think Naruto was a serious threat. After all, the only thing he had done was destroy a few bandit camps, nothing a low-level Chunin couldn't have done. If in fact he was a low-level Chunin, then a genin team should be able to deal with him, but Naruto was not a low-level Chunin. He would have to show them that the hard way. "Come at me," he said. Two of the genin disappeared from sight, while the one who had first spoken to Naruto charged at him with a kunai. "Well, aren't you arrogant?" Naruto said. As the boy got closer, two hands shot up from the ground underneath Naruto. The hands tried to grab Naruto's ankles only for their wrists to be broken. At the same time, Naruto felt a kunai touch his back, but it was reflected and there was a cry of pain. Then Naruto stomped the ground, causing rocks to fly up and hit the genin that was running towards him. This caused the boy to fly up a little bit. Naruto grabbed the boy's wrist. He swung him around so fast that he ripped the boy's arm out of his socket. The boy fell to the ground crying as he held his now stub of an arm. The Jounin instructor looked at Naruto with absolute shock and terror at how fast he had taken care of the genin. Naruto gave him his sadistic smile and held up the arm of the boy. "Would you like this back?" The Jounin looked angry but didn't say anything. Then with incredible speed collected the boy and set him on the ground away from Naruto. Then he once again ran past Naruto to collect another boy who had a kunai embedded in his stomach. The Jounin set the boy next to the other boy. "Don't worry, we'll get you medical attention soon," he said, although he sounded very worried. Naruto took one step forward and the Jounin instantly turned his head to look at Naruto. "Are you sure? Because I'm not one to let people who attack me live," Naruto said. The Jounin stood up and looked at Naruto with fire in his eyes. "I'm going to kill you," he said. He then went through a set of hand signs. Lightning release. Electromagnetic murder. The Jounin screamed as a wave of electricity was fired at Naruto. Naruto threw the arm he was still holding at the electricity. The electricity tore through the arm, turning it black and crispy. The electricity continued towards Naruto, and just like everything else, when it made contact it was reflected back at the owner. The Jounin had no choice but to cancel the jutsu and jump away. When he did, Naruto pushed off the ground, which sent him fly towards the Jounin. The Jounin, unable to move in midair, had to block Naruto's kick. The kick was so strong it sent him flying into a tree. The Jounin tried to get up, but Naruto flew at him again, this time kicking him through the tree. The Jounin was now on his back covered in blood. He was too hurt to get up as Naruto walked towards him. "You weren't as strong as I thought you'd be," Naruto said. The Jounin didn't say anything, he just looked at Naruto with hate in his eyes. Naruto wasn't bothered. He just kicked the Jounin head, which let him control the vectors in his neck, letting Naruto snap it. Naruto then walked over to the two genin who were still lying on the ground, obviously in pain. "Just remember, you were the ones who attacked me," Naruto said before walking over to a nearby tree and tapping it with his hand. The tree uprooted itself and levitated over to the genin. "Goodbye," Naruto said as the tree dropped on the genin, crushing them. Naruto smiled at his handiwork. "That was great, but where's the third one?" Naruto said, looked around. "Oh, it would just be a pain in the ass to look for him, so I guess I'll just go home," Naruto said to himself, choosing to let the last genin get away. A couple days later, a bounty hunter attacked Naruto. After Naruto dealt with him, he took the bingo book the bounty hunter had with him. Naruto guessed that he had been placed in the bingo book after his little stunt with the Kumo ninja. He skimmed the pages until sure enough he found himself. Somehow they had gotten a picture of him and under it said, "Accelerator. Wanted for killing Kumo ninja. Wanted by Kumogakure. Threat B. Afflation. None. Last seen. Land of Frost." Naruto looked at the book for a little bit, letting it sink in. He was surprised he was only a B-rank threat, but they probably still didn't know how powerful he truly was. He threw the book away in a nearby trash can. It didn't matter to him if he was wanted or not. He wasn't going to run away just because some bounty hunters were going to come after him. No, he was staying right here. 1 year later. Mito was cleaning out her father's office. It was life-draining. She had to go through every file he kept here and determine which ones he should keep and which ones should be moved to the archives. She had been at this for 5 hours straight and she wasn't even close to being finished. At the very least, Hitomi and Hanabi had agreed to come over and help. Mito hoped they would show up soon. It was all Naruto's fault that she was even doing this. Earlier today, Mito had been practicing her taijutsu in the mansion's training ground when Naruto walked in. "Aw, that's so cute. Does little Mito really think she can be a ninja?" Naruto said mockingly. Mito didn't say anything or do anything to acknowledge Naruto, which made Naruto mad. Did you know that in a couple of weeks Minima and I will become full-fledged shinobi? Mito still didn't respond, which pissed Naruto off even more. You know we'll be going out of the village for missions. We might even run across Naruto. That caught Mito's attention. I bet he's just as weak and pathetic as you, or maybe Orochimaru already killed him and we'll find his corpse. Naruto said with a smile, knowing she was getting to Mito. Naruto knew about Mito's fixation on their brother. She had sunk into Mito's room a while back and found the sketchbook with all the drawings of their brother. So Naruto knew just what to say to piss Mito off, and it worked. You shut up, Naruto's is alive and a way better ninja than you will ever be. Mito yelled. Then he must be too embarrassed of having a weak little sister like you to come back to the leaf. Naruto said. This pissed Mito off. She charged at Naruto and punched her in the face. Mito expected Naruto to dodge since she was better than Mito, but she didn't. She stood there and took it, and after she did, an evil smile graced her lips. Demonic chakra leaked out of Naruto along with the killer instinct it naturally produced. It scared Mito and she backed away in fear. It wasn't long before Minato and Kushina burst through the doors, having sensed the demonic chakra. Minato quickly placed a seal on Naruto that repressed the chakra. Kushina looked at Naruto with worry. Naruto, what happened? Why did your demonic chakra start leaking? Naruto put on a good performance. She held her cheek and had tears in her eyes. Mito hit me and I just got so mad. Naruto said as she started crying. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. Kushina embraced the crying girl while Minato walked over to Mito. Mito, you know you should never hit Naruto. Minato yelled. I'm sorry, was all Mito could say. You will be sorry because now you have to organize all the flies in my office. Minato said with his arms crossed. That was the story Mito told Hanabi and Hitomi when they arrived. That's terrible. Hitomi said after hearing the story. Yeah, it was really great for you two to show up. I'm really thankful. Mito said. Hey, that's what friends are for, so where do we start? Hanabi said. The pace went a lot faster with Hitomi's and Hanabi's help. They were almost done when Mito grabbed a new file and was shocked at its contents. Inside was a sketch of a very pale boy with red eyes. There was a paper describing an incident where an Anbu was found dead and a gate guard was hurt. Hey Hanabi, Hitomi, come look at this. Mito said. The girls came over to look at the picture. What about it? Hitomi asked. Doesn't this guy look like Minato? Mito said. Hanabi and Hitomi deadpanned. They looked at the picture really hard and tried to imagine him as Minato. No, they both said. Mito looked at them obviously frustrated. Stay here. She said as she left the room. A little bit later she came back with her sketchbook. Maybe it's because you two don't use sketches, but look. She started drawing a picture of Minato. The features on that guy are the exact same as Minato's. She colored Minato in so it looked exactly like Minato. Would you two agree that looks like Minato? Yeah, they both said. Now look at this. Mito said as she erased Minato's hair and replaced it to what the boy's hair looked like. All I've done is changed the way his hair looks. Does it still look like Minato? Mito asked. It's a little weird seeing him with that kind of hair, but yeah, I could see him as Minato. Hitomi said. So what? Mito smiled. You two are to focus on color if I do this. Mito changed the color of Minato's hair to a pale blonde. His eyes to a red and made his skin much paler. Hitomi and Hanabi stepped back in shock. The picture now looked like a direct copy of the guy in the file. Do you see it now? But how is that possible? Hanabi asked. There's only one explanation. Mito said with a smile. The person in this picture is my brother Naruto. But if that's true, then why did he attack a guard and kill an Anbu? Hitomi said, still trying to figure it all out. I don't know, but when we see him we can ask him. Mito said, partially glowing with happiness. Wait, don't you think you're getting ahead of yourself? Hanabi said. This file is 2 years old. He could be anywhere now. Hanabi immediately regretted saying that as all the happiness Mito just had faded away. Hey, don't be sad, I'm sure we'll think of something. Hanabi said, trying to backtrack. Actually, I thought of something already. Hitomi said. Mito and Hanabi looked at her with bated breath. Look, according to the incident report, an Anbu was found dead. That means even at a young age, Naruto had skills at least as great as an Anbu. Plus, by the looks of it, Naruto isn't with any village, so where do powerful ninja that other ninja villages don't want wandering around end up? Hanabi's and Mito's faces lit up in realization. The bingo book. They both said. Do you really think he could be in the bingo book? Mito asked. Well, I'll admit it's a long shot, but it's our best bet. Hitomi said. Come on, let's look around. I'm sure my dad has a bingo book in here somewhere. Mito said. The girls looked all over the office, leaving no drawer unopened until they found a bingo book. The girls waited with anticipation while they flipped through the pages. When they finally found his picture, they had a small celebration. Accelerator. Wanted for killing Kumo Ninja. Wanted by Kumagakure. Threat. B. Afflation. None. Location. Land of Frost. Man, Mito, your brother is a big shot. Only 12 and he's already a B-rank threat. Hitomi said. Your sisters aren't even full-fledged ninja yet. Accelerator is a pretty cool name too. Hanabi said. Mito wasn't hearing them, however. She was only focused on one thing. Location. Land of Frost. After so long of dreaming of her brother and wondering what he was doing, she finally knew where he was. Hey, why does it say location? Shouldn't it say last seen? Mito asked. Oh, that just means he doesn't really move from that location. Which is good since it's easier for us. Hitomi said. Should we tell your dad about this? Hanabi asked. No. Mito flatly said. Hanabi and Hitomi were a little shocked by her response. But why? I thought you wanted your brother to come home. Hanabi asked. I did, but now I want to go see my brother. I'm sick of this village. I'm leaving it. Mito said with the most serious expressing Hanabi and Hitomi had ever seen. Hitomi just smiled. If that's the case, do you think you could share your brother with one more? She said. Hitomi, are you sure? Mito asked. Mito, I haven't liked this village ever since Itachi killed the Uchiha clan. He got treated like a hero because he stopped the coup. While all the other Uchiha were treated like trash because they were the children of the people who wanted to betray the leaf. Of course, I'm sure. Hitomi said just as seriously as Mito. You two are crazy. You know we'll be hunted down by Anbu. Hanabi said. We'll? Mito said, looking at Hanabi. Of course you aren't the only one who's sick of their family. Hanabi said. I can't take the way the Hyugas do things anymore. I've wanted to leave for a while now. Well, it looks like us three are going to become missing men. Mito said. Don't get ahead of yourself. Hanabi warned. We still have to find a way to get out of the village with enough time to cross the border before they notice us. You know, in a couple days our class is doing a survival exercise. Where we head outside the village walls under the guidance of a genin who's supposed to teach us some survival techniques. Hitomi said. That would be a good time to leave, and no one would question us for binging survival supplies. Alright, that's when we leave and find my brother. Mito said. In the days following the survival exercise, the three girls packed everything they would need. When they were questioned about it, they would just say they were preparing for the exercise. When the day finally came, the girls made sure they were in the same group. Okay, everyone, make sure you listen to your genin instructor. The teacher said. Don't worry, we have Chunin set up nearby, so if anything goes wrong we'll be right over. So let's get started. Hi, the class said. Mito, Hanabi and Hitomi walked out the gates with the genin instructor. He looked extremely pleased with himself for getting such high-tier students. Alright, let me tell you about what to expect on missions. He said, and then told a bunch of stories about the missions he had gone on. They were mostly about him doing something cool. After an hour walk, Mito gave the signal to Hanabi, which was Mito dropping a kunai. You should be more careful with your stuff. The genin said. Right, I'm sorry. Mito said, trying to look embarrassed. Excuses me, but could you have a look at this? Hanabi said from behind the genin. Sure, what is it? The genin said, turning to face Hanabi, only for Hanabi to slam her palm into the genin's stomach. The genin doubled over, where Hanabi proceeded to close off all his chakra points, which knock him out. Okay, let's go. Mito said as the girls ran off. Mito took out a map and started planning the route as they ran. Okay, so in order to get to the land of frost we have to go through the land of hot water. It doesn't have a ninja village, so once we cross the border we should be okay. How long do we have till they discover the genin? Hitomi asked. If something went wrong, then the genin was supposed to call the Chunin standing by, but since he didn't, they won't think anything wrong until near the end of the exercise. Hanabi said. That gives us a good few hours. Mito said as they ran far away from Konoha. What these girls did would later be considered the second greatest incident the fourth Hokage would ever have. Some would even say that it was the greatest incident he'd ever have, even higher than the Kyuubi attack. It was chaos. An emergency council meeting had been called after the disappearance of Hitomi Uchiha, Hanabi Hyuga and Minato's own daughter Mito Namikaze. All the clan heads were present along with the civilian council. Minato also had to be there, although he didn't want to be. He wanted to be out there looking for his daughter because he'd be damned if he lost another child. Kushina felt the same way as she was out there looking for them, along with every Anbu squad Minato had. How Minato wanted to be out there, but he had to sit here and answer these idiots' questions that they would ask over and over again. How much of a head start did they get? A random council member asked. A good 3 hours. Minato replied for what felt like the 5th time today. Where are they heading? We don't know. Who took them? We don't know. Minato was getting really frustrated with these questions. No amount of talking was going to fix the problem, and by the looks of it Itachi and Hiashi felt the same way. They didn't seem like they were worried from the outside, but Minato knew they wanted to be out looking too. Minato knew that Hiashi had already ordered the Hyugas to assist the Anbu. Plus the way that they looked at anyone who asked yet another pointless question was more than enough to figure out that they didn't want to be here. Minato finally had enough. Listen, you are just repeating the same questions over and over again, so I think we should call this meeting of. You know for sure they were taken. What if they ran away on their own accord? A voice said, but not just any random voice, the voice of Danzo. Danzo's question finally got the council to shut up, but not in the way Minato wanted. And just what reason would they have to run away? Minato said angrily. Danzo stood up to make his point. Your daughter and the Hyuga heiress have been spending quite a bit of time around Hitomi Uchiha, correct? Yes, Minato said, though he didn't see why it mattered. May I remind you that not so long ago the Uchiha attempted a coup. Danzo said. In order to stop the coup we killed the Uchiha clan, but under the assumption that the kids didn't know anything we let them live. But what if we were wrong? What if Hitomi did know and wanted to take down the leaf? She would need the help of foreign allies. What if she ran away to get them and convinced your daughter and the Hyuga to come with her? That is no evidence to support they ran away. Minato said, losing his temper. Is there any evidence to support they were taken? Danzo replied. Mito, Hanabi and Hitomi were running as fast as they could. That was their only plan. They didn't know how to cover their tracks, so all they could do was run and hope they made it into the land of hot water before they were caught. How much farther? Hitomi asked. We should almost be at the border. Mito said. Do you think they found the genin yet? Hitomi asked. Definitely. Hanabi said. Which is all the more reason we need to make it to the border. They had a lot less time than they thought, however, because Kushina and her Anbu squad weren't that far behind. They had found the tracks a while ago and had been running along it ever since. These tracks are more recent. We must be getting close. Kushina said. Even with a 3-hour head start Kushina was closing in mainly due to her using tree hopping. Where are we heading? Kushina asked the Anbu behind her. On this current path we'll hit the land of hot water. He replied. Shit, Kushina though. The land of hot water isn't their ally, so if they don't catch them before they make it across the border, then they'll have to contact the daimyo to cross the border themselves. It would take too long, however, and they lose the tracks. How close is the border? Kushina asked. Too close. The Anbu replied. Pick up the pace. Kushina yelled as she herself went even faster. She would not lose another child. Kushina ran as fast as she could, only her daughter's safety on her mind, but in the end. Lady Kushina, stop. One of the Anbu yelled. Kushina stopped on reaction alone. Why should we still haven't found them? She yelled back. Because we've hit the border, we can't go any farther. The Anbu replied. Kushina looked in front of her, and sure enough the markings that divided the border were there. They didn't make it in time. Tell my husband to contact the land of hot water's daimyo right now. Kushina yelled. The Anbu actually looked a little frightened as he ran back to the village. We should go back to Lady Kushina. It will at the very least be a day before we can cross over. Another Anbu said. No, I'm staying right here. It will give my husband more motivation to contact the daimyo as fast as he can. Kushina said stubbornly. Mito, Hanabi and Hitomi all had their hands on their knees and were breathing heavily. They had crossed the border and ran a little farther, so they were out of sight, because if Anbu reached the border and could still see them, they might just run across the border to get them. Although they didn't know how good of a decision it was, because Kushina arrived at the border a mere 4 minutes before they crossed it. We made it. I can't believe it. Hitomi said through bated breath. We haven't made it yet. Mito said. There's no doubt that they'll request entrance to the land of hot water, but if we can blend ourselves in with the foot traffic and make it to the land of frost, then they'll have no idea where we went. How long will it take for them to get entrance? Hitomi asked. For so many Anbu, normally a couple days. Mito said. But since we're such important people, they'll probably be able to do it in a day. Maybe even less, since the land of hot water doesn't have a ninja village. So what you're saying is that we don't get any rest? Hanabi said. Is that a problem for you? Mito asked, giving Hanabi a smirk. Hanabi also gave Mito a smirk before taking her hands off her knees and standing up straight. Of course not, I'm just worried about you. We don't want to bring you to your brother half dead. It took almost a day and a half to get permission to enter the land of hot water. When the OK came in, Kushina and Anbu searched up and down the land of hot water, but it was too late. The trail had disappeared. The girls could be anywhere. Kushina had to report back to the Leaf and tell everyone that she had failed to find them. When she made it back, the first thing she did was head home and hopefully get some rest, but when she walked in the door late at night, Minato was sitting there. Apparently he had been waiting for her. How'd it go? He asked, although he already knew the answer. Kushina, having had to be tough in front of the Anbu squad, finally broke down in tears as she walked over and collapsed on Minato. We lost another one, Minato. We must be the worst parents in the world. How could we let Mito be taken? Minato rubbed Kushina's head trying to calm her down. That might not be the case. Minato said. Kushina looked up at her husband. What do you mean? Minato explained Danzo's theory. That is complete crap. No way those girls would leave the village on their own accord. Minato took a deep breath. Kushina wasn't going to like this. Hell, he didn't like. Actually, there is a lot of evidence to support they left on their own. Kushina looked at Minato, not believing a word. An examination on the genin that was attacked revealed that his chakra points were seal. When the boy woke up, her confirmed it was Hanabi Hyuga who attacked him. No, Kushina said, feeling like the weight of the world had just been placed on her shoulders. That can't be. Are you telling me that you believe Danzo? No, I don't believe him, but I do believe that Mito and the other weren't taken. Minato said, trying not to cry himself. Why would they leave? Kushina said. I don't know, but we'll find out. I'm calling Jiraiya back to the village. He'll be here for an extended stay, so when his spy network finds them, we'll know right away. Minato said silently. They sat there and enjoying each other's comfort for a while. What about the girls? How are they doing? Kushina asked. I don't know, I told them and they just went up to their rooms and haven't come out since. Minato replied. It must be so hard on them. Kushina said. Minato told everyone who was involved that the mission was a failure the next day. He couldn't come out and say it publicly since he couldn't let the other villages know that there was a Hyuga and an Uchiha out there for the taking, but they'd probably find out soon. It was hard to keep this kind of thing under wraps. In the Hyuga compound, Hinata had been summoned by her father. Hinata, as you know, Hanabi has fled the village for unknown reasons. Hiashi said. As such, she cannot be the future head of this clan. So the responsibility has fallen back on you. Hi, Hinata said. Since you have not had the proper training, you will be taken out of the academy. This way we can make up for all the lost time we spent training Hanabi. We won't have to deal with your Jounin instructor and you won't have to go on missions. Hiashi said. Hinata didn't want to leave the academy. She wanted to be a regular genin just like her friends, but she didn't dare go against her father. I understand. Hinata said. But we will start by going over the basics since if I recall correctly you still weren't able to master them. Hiashi said. In the Uchiha compound, Itachi and Sasuke were sitting at the table getting ready to eat. So do you really think that the Uchiha who ran away really wants to overthrow the leaf? Sasuke asked. I highly doubt it. Danzo probably doesn't even believe it himself. Itachi said. He just wants an excuse to send his root ninja after them. Then why did she leave? Sasuke asked. Itachi thought about it for a moment. If it was just her that ran away, then I would say it was to get stronger than try and kill me. After all, I did kill her parents. She probably hates me, but since she's with two others I really have no idea. It's not like she could ever kill you. You're way too strong. Sasuke said as he played with his food. You never know what the future can bring. I expected you'll be able to surpass me one day. Itachi said. Yeah, right. Sasuke said. At the Hokage's mansion, a lot less civil decisions was taking place. So Mito ran away with her little friends. That's just great. Naruto said. She and Minima were talking in the training guard inside the mansion. I bet she ran off because she got mad about me saying Naruto was weak. Naruto said, having no idea that she had actually guessed right, so she went to go find him and invited her friends to help. She'll get herself killed. Not like I care. No, she left because of you. Minima yelled. Minima had it with her sister. All Naruto did was trash talk people, and then if something didn't go her way she would use the Kyuubi's chakra, then she would get whatever she wanted, and Minima had been letting it happen. Well, not any longer. Naruto was shocked that her sister would yell at her. Are you saying it my fault? Naruto asked, expecting Minima to backtrack and apologize. Yes, it is. Minima shouted. You talked down to her, tried your best to make her life a living hell, and even got me to ignore her. But worst of all, you used our missing brother as a trigger. Do you even care if Naruto ever comes back? Minima shouted with all the rage she had been amassing over these past years, and it felt good. Naruto was pissed. Minima never talked back to her. Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? Minima screamed. You only do the minimal work required and don't put an effort into becoming a stronger ninja. The only real attack you have at flaring your demonic chakra and using your title as the Hokage's daughter to get what you want. But that's not going to work on missions because people don't care who you are, and we both know you would never risk using your demonic chakra if Toussaint wasn't around to stop you. Are you calling me weak? Naruto yelled. Never has her skills ever been questioned before. That's right, the only reason you were stronger than Mito is because she never got any training. Minima said, crossing her arms. I'm weak, you say? Then let's see you handed this. Naruto said as she started leaking demonic chakra. That's not going to work anymore. Minima said. She slammed her hand on the ground. Naruto was wondering what she was doing when under her a bunch of golden chains came up through the ground and wrapped around her. When they did, they retracted, pulling Naruto with them. She was slammed into the ground, lying on her stomach so she couldn't get up. Also, her demonic chakra was getting absorbed by the chains. How? When did you inherit Ka-sen's chains, and how are they taking my demonic chakra away? Naruto said, trashing around trying to break the chains. Ka-sen and I discovered it earlier this year. You would have known about it if you actually cared what my abilities were. As for taking your chakra, well, I asked Ka-sen if I could learn how to steal a person's chakra with these chains, and she taught me. Now normally you can't steal demonic chakra because it would take over the person's body, but I bet you forgot that I have some of the Kyuubi's chakra too. Naruto kept trying to leak demonic chakra, but it would just get absorbed. She couldn't do anything, she was stuck. On Naruto, I thought you were super strong, but once you can't use your demonic chakra, you're as worthless as a baby. Minima said mockingly. Shut up. Naruto said as she continued to struggle. Face it, Naruto, you've lost. Minima said, how are you going to survive if you get caught so easily? I gave you plenty of time to dodge your U-substitution, but you were so sure you could win with just demonic chakra that you didn't even think of doing or using something else. If you don't change, you're going to die, and then I'll have lost 3 siblings. Minima said sadly, then dispelled her chains and walked away, giving Naruto a lot to think about. Land of Frost. Mito, Hanabi and Hitomi were walking down a road on their way to the city Naruto was in. They were all wearing white traveling cloaks that they had brought with them. Damn, why is it so cold? Hitomi said, hugging her cloak closer to her body. Hitomi, you can't be serious. You do know where we are, right? The Land of Frost. Hanabi said, spreading her arms to indicate the surrounding area. Did you think it was going to be nice and warm? No. I just thought these cloaks would be enough to keep us warm. Hitomi said, blushing a little bit as she turned away from Hanabi. Hey Mito, I think we should have left this one back in the land of hot water. Hanabi said jokingly. Sorry, what did you say? Mito said, seemingly having just been pulled out of a trance. Seriously Mito, you need to pay attention. Hanabi said. Sorry, it's just that we're really close to where Naruto is and I'm excited to see him, but I'm really worried. Mito said, looking a bit down. What are you worried about? Hitomi said. What if he doesn't like me just like the rest of my family? Mito said. Don't be, he's not going to be like your sisters. I'm sure he'll love you. Hanabi said. Yeah, you're right. Mito said, rising her head a little. As they were talking, they heard a group of people coming their way. That sounds like a lot of people. Hitomi whispered. Yeah, what do you think we should do? Mito said. Let's just hide for now. Even if they don't know who we are, it's best not to let anyone see us until we make it to Naruto. Hanabi said. The girls left the road and hid behind some nearby bushes. When the group walked by, they were glad they hid because they looked like bandits and some of them had weapons. The girls could also make out what they were saying now. Are you sure about this? I mean, he's taken out a bunch of bandit camps. One of the bandits said. Those are just exaggerated stories. They can't be true, he's only a kid. Another bandit said. But he's listed in the bingo book as a B-class threat. The first bandit said. That's why we're going after him. Do you know how much money we'll get from taking him down? We're going to be able to buy enough booze and women to keep us entertained for years, and all we have to do is take down one brat. Accelerator better watch himself. The bandit said before walking far enough away that the girls couldn't hear them anymore. Did you hear that? They were talking about Naruto. Mito whispered just in case the bandits could still hear them. Yeah, but that's good for us. We can just follow then and find Naruto. Hanabi pointed out. But they're going to attack him. What if they hurt him? Mito said. Mito, are you listening to yourself? Naruto is in the bingo book as a B-class threat. There is no way that's a bunch of bandits are going to be able to hurt him. Hanabi said. Mito didn't share Hanabi's confidence. Fine, we'll follow them, but if it looks like they're going to get the jump on Naruto, we're going to help him. Mito said. If we did, that we would only get in his way or get ourselves killed. Hanabi said as they started to tail the bandits. Naruto was having a nice walk around town when a bunch of bandits suddenly ambushed him. One tried to stab him in the back of the head with a kunai, and Naruto could have sworn he heard someone gasp. The bandit, however, was sent sprawling to the ground, now holding his brokering wrist. The other bandits were met with the same fate soon after. Why don't they ever learn? Naruto said as he walked past them. Naruto wasn't going to kill them, mostly because if he took the time to kill every idiot who attacked him nowadays, he would never get anything done. Ever since he got placed in the bingo book, people would come out of the woodwork to attack him. It was more of a nuisance than anything else. The only good thing about it was for whatever reason people usually carried money when they attacked him, so now Naruto could let the money come to him instead of going out and destroy bandit camps to get it. It was pretty nice to be able to stay in town. Little did Naruto know that his life was about to be shaken up by the 3 girls that had been watching him from a nearby ally. Mito, did you see that? Your brother is a total badass. He just took out those bandits without missing a step. Hitomi said, partially jumping up and down in excitement. Mito, however, was breathing heavily. She had one of her hands placed over her heart. I thought he was going to die when that bandit tried to put a kunai through his head. I told you. There's so no way Naruto was going to let those losers touch him. Hanabi said. You should go talk to him. He is your brother. Hitomi said. I don't know. What would I say? Mito said. I'm sure it will come to you. Besides, we'll be with you. Now come on, I want to get out of this cold. Hitomi said as she started to push Mito towards Naruto, with Hanabi following close behind. Hitomi pushed Mito so she was directly behind Naruto, although he hadn't seemed to notice them yet. Excuses me. Mito said in a voice that even she knew sounded pathetic. Naruto turned his head to see 3 girls in white cloaks standing behind him. What do you want? Naruto asked, not sounding too friendly. Emitun to be our elder brother. The one with the red hair said so quick that Naruto couldn't understand what she was saying. Naruto just gave a loud sigh. I don't have time for this kid. Naruto said before turning his head and walking away. Hey wait. The one with the pupilless eyes said. We came a long way to see you, and you're just going to walk away without hearing what we have to say. Naruto ignored her and kept walking. Are you just going to leave your sister just like the rest of her family, Naruto? Naruto actually paused when he heard that name, something that the girls caught. He turned back to face the girls who all looked at him with anticipation. I haven't thought of myself as Naruto in a long time, but since you brought it up, I'll hear what you have to say. Follow me. Naruto said, almost seeming interested in what they had to say. Naruto led the girls to a nearby restaurant. They took their seat with Naruto on one side of the table and all the girls on the other side. So why did you want to see me? Naruto asked. For a couple of reasons, but first we wanted to ask you a few questions. Mito said, trying to sound businesslike and redeem herself from earlier. Yeah, like why you live someplace so damn cold. Hitomi yelled, slamming her fists on the table. Naruto and the other girls couldn't believe what she said and stared at her with dropped jaws. Naruto was the first to recover and got up from his seat. I'm leaving. He said as he started to walk away. No. Mito said, holding her arm out to stop him, losing all her businesslike tone and reverting back to a child. Naruto sighed and sat back down. Okay, for the first real questions. Mito said, looking at Hitomi, who looked rather embarrassed. Why don't you think of yourself as Naruto? Why do you think of me as Naruto? Naruto replied. Mito went into her explanation of how she was his little sister and how she came to the conclusion that he was Naruto and even showed him the picture to prove it. I see, Naruto said. Well, I did go to the Leaf that day, but things turned out much differently than I had planned. Naruto then told his story about how he thought he was Naruto, but how his trip to the Leaf changed that. The girls were shocked to hear the story, since it meant the guard had lied to Naruto and in his testimony. Well, now I'm positive you're Naruto since my brother was taken by Orochimaru and not killed. Mito said. Naruto lied back in his chair and put his hands behind his head. Wow, what do you know? I'm the Hokage's son and you are my sister. So what are you going to do now that you confirmed I'm Naruto? Take me back to the Leaf. No, I came here because I was hoping you would take care and train me to become a better ninja. Mito said and told Naruto all about her sister and the neglect of her parents. And I was also hoping you could take care and train my 2 friends if it isn't too much trouble. They're Hanabi Hyuga and Hitomi Uchiha. Mito said, pointing to her friends. Naruto almost fell out of his seat in surprise. Too much trouble? I'd be in enough trouble by just taking in the Hokage's runaway daughter, but in Uchiha and a Hyuga. I'll be lucky if every ninja in the Elemental Nation isn't on my ass by tomorrow night. The girls were saddened by Naruto's reaction. So does that mean you won't do it? Mito asked. Naruto rubbed his hand through his hair. Taking in these 3 girls would be a lot of trouble, but having a Hyuga and an Uchiha would help him with his only weakness, Jinjutsu, and Naruto had been getting kind of bored lately. He would never admit it, anyone, not even himself, but he was kind of lonely. Fine, I'll do it. Naruto said and all the girls perked up. On a few conditions. First, don't call me Naruto, only Accelerator, this is to keep my identity a secret. Second, I'm not taking in the bunch of wimps, you better do what I say. Got it? Got it? All 3 girls said. Naruto decided to take the girls back to his place after they ate. Hey Naru, Accelerator, I've been meaning to ask you, what did you do to those bandits earlier? Mito asked on the way to Naruto apartment. That's just my power. I have the ability to control vectors. Naruto went into a little more detail about his powers on the walk home. My hair and body are also pale because I reflect sunlight. I was wondering what that thin layer of chakra around your body was. Hanabi said. Wow, what an amazing ability. Can you teach us how to use it? Hitomi asked. No, I only got this ability because of Orochimaru. It can't be taught, and even if you awaken your Sharingan it can't be copied. Naruto said. That's stupid. Hitomi said, puffing out her cheeks a little. They made it to Naruto's apartment building, and when they got there. "Oh great," Naruto said, not sounding too happy. In front of them was Naruto's apartment, but the door was ripped off its hinges. Everything was destroyed inside, and there was graffiti all over the walls with such sayings as "fuck you" and "go to hell you monster." Who would do something like this? Mito questioned. It was probably some bandits. They couldn't hurt me, so they decided to vandalize my house, Naruto said as he laid down on the torn up couch. You sure you want to stay with me? Naruto asked. Of course, Mito said without any hesitation. Then you three can have the bed, Naruto said as he pointed to the bed, which wasn't all that bad all things considered. Mito and Hitomi headed for the bed, but Hanabi stayed put. What wrong? Don't want to sleep in the same bed as your friends? Naruto asked. It's not that. It's just we're going to be sleeping in the same room as you, Hanabi said, making it seem like it was the most obvious thing in the world. So it's not like I'm sleeping with you, Naruto said. Yeah, but it's improper for a boy and a girl to share the same room unless they're married, Hanabi said as she was starting to blush. Are all you Hyugas like this? Just suck it up and go to sleep, Naruto said, rather irritated. Or you can sleep outside if it's that big of a problem. Hanabi walked towards the bed and got in with her friends, but she didn't look too happy with Naruto. I'm already regretting taking in these stupid brats, Naruto thought before falling asleep. Mito on the other hand was having a hard time sleeping. She was just so glad that she finally had a sibling who cared. Well, as much care as Naruto seemed able to produce, but Mito already knew from her short time with him that was just the way he was, and she was perfectly fine with that. It was much better than her family back in Konoha. The sun was up and the day was nice. Mito, Hanabi and Hitomi had gotten up about 2 hours ago excited. Today was the day Naruto was going to teach them. Unfortunately, Naruto had yet to get up. That's it. It's almost noon and he still hasn't gotten up. I'm going to wake him, Hitomi yelled as she walked towards the couch. You can't touch him. His powers will break your wrist, Mito reminded Hitomi. Hitomi stooped just moments away from touching Naruto's shoulder to shake him awake. Oh right, I forgot. But how are we supposed to wake him up? I'm tired of waiting. Maybe just try yelling, Hanabi suggested. But didn't he tell us he could also reflect sound? Guess it couldn't hurt to try, Hitomi said, shrugging her shoulders. Hey Accelerator, wake up, Hitomi shouted as loud as she could. Naruto stirred awake as if Hitomi's screaming was nothing more than a tap on the shoulder telling him to get up. Why did you wake me? Naruto said drowsily. Because it's almost noon, and you said you train us to become ninjas, Hitomi said. Why do I have to train you so early? Naruto said. It's not early, Hitomi said angrily. It is for me. I mostly sleep through the day and go out at night, Naruto said. The only reason I came back here at all last night was because you brats showed up, but if you really want me to train you then. Naruto looked around his ruined apartment. Clean up the house. That's not training, Hitomi yelled. It's stealth training. You clean the apartment while I sleep. If you wake me up you will be punished, Naruto said, glaring at them and actually releasing some killer instinct to show he was serious. Then Naruto rolled over and fell asleep, aging. Good job Hitomi, we get to be maids now, Mito whispered so she didn't wake Naruto. Shut up, you two wanted him to wake too, Hitomi said. Well, at least we know now not to wake him up because that was pretty scary, Hanabi said. Yeah, I know. Can you believe he even used Kai? Hitomi said. Let's just get it done. We have a lot of work to do, Mito sighed, looking around the apartment. The apartment took forever to clean, but it was mostly because for some reason Naruto became much more prone to being woken up by sounds. He almost woke up a number of times when one of the girls made any sort of noise above a whisper or the shuffling of feet. Putting the door back on the frame was the hardest part, and they couldn't believe they did it without wakening Naruto up. Once they were done, Naruto woke up on his own like he knew they were done. Wow, you brats did a pretty good job, Naruto said, sounding completely awake. Does that mean you'll actually train us? Hitomi asked. Yeah, but for right now you brats stay here, I'm going out, Naruto said as he opened up the newly put on door. Wait, don't just leave us here. Take us with you, Mito pleaded. Naruto sighed, now he was going to have to explain it to them. Alright, listen up brats. You can't come with me, you can't even leave the apartment. Why? Mito said, not understanding. Have you forgotten already? You brats ran away from Konoha, people are going to be looking for you. Does Jiraiya of the Sannin mean anything to you brats? The three girls nodded their heads. Good, because it should. He has the largest spy network in the entire elemental nations, and I bet it's working overtime trying to find out where you brats are. I honestly expected Anbu to come barging in last night, but they didn't. So right now they don't know where you are, but that most likely because Jiraiya's spies in the Land of Frost hadn't gotten the order to find you brats yet since you only came to this town yesterday. They'll definitely be looking for you now though. Does that mean we can't ever leave? Hanabi asked in worry. She didn't run away, just to spend in life trapped in a room. I didn't say that. Naruto pointed out, giving them a grin that in the future the girls would learn was his winning grin, which looked kind of psychotic. I'm going out to solve that problem right now, so until I get back don't set foot outside this house, alright brats. Hi, the girl said as Naruto left. Naruto walked away from the apartment complex and down the street. He needed a way to keep Jiraiya's spy network away from him. The best way to do that was to set up a counter-spy network, and Naruto knew just the guy for the job. He headed into a certain part of town, the bad part of town where gangs ruled. Most people would be afraid to travel here, but Naruto couldn't care less. When Naruto first came to this town he traveled here and of course got attacked by thugs. After he killed them, the gang they were with decided to hunt him down for revenge. 2 months of this and the bodies piles were getting too high, so they stopped and never tried to attack him aging. Naruto was here however to talk to the gang's leader, some guy named Kai's. Naruto has only met him once, but he knew that if he wanted a spy network Kai's was the guy for the job. The only thing Naruto knew about Kai's was that he was a missing nin. Naruto didn't know from which village or for how long he had been a missing nin, and Naruto was pretty sure Kai's was an alias. Even with all these unknowns, Naruto knew he could trust Kai's because he, just like Naruto, couldn't afford to be found out. Naruto made it to the building that Kai's was most likely in. The guard in front of the door moved out of the way right when he saw Naruto. Not because Naruto was welcome, it was because the guard knew that he couldn't stop him. Inside, Kai's was playing cards with a bunch of people that Naruto didn't know. When Kai saw Naruto walk in, he immediately excuses himself from the game. Hey Accelerator, what do I own the honor? Kai said in a tone that made it seem like Naruto was his buddy. I need to talk to you, alone. Naruto stated. Alrighty, Kai said as he led Naruto to an empty room and locked the door. Alright Accelerator, what do you want, because I know you didn't come over to say hello. Kai said, losing the buddy-buddy attitude. You got that right. I need a spy network. Naruto said. A spy network? Kai said, thinking it over. Why do you suddenly need one of those? I came into possession of something that I can't let the world know I have. Naruto said. So you don't really want a spy network, you just want your secret to stay a secret. Who do you need to keep it a secret from? Kai's asked. Anyone who's looking, but mostly I can't let Jiraiya of the Sannin catch wind of it. Naruto replied. Keeping secrets from Jiraiya is a pretty tall order. Kai said. Are you saying you can't do it? Naruto asked. Are you serious? Who do you think turned these thugs who only thought about getting wasted and picking up girls into an organized gang? Besides, if it's only this city you need me to cover, then it shouldn't be too hard to block off Jiraiya's spies. This city isn't a hot spot either, so there should only be 1 or 2 spies around. I hope you know that this isn't free. Kai said with a cocky smirk. I've already paid you enough. I know that you boys collected everything I leave behind at the bandit camps. Naruto said and was glad when he saw a little bit of sweat roll down Kai's neck. Alright, fine, I'll do your bidding, but just curious, what do you have that Jiraiya would be looking for? Kai's asked. Naruto didn't know if he should tell him, but figured that the spy network he would set up to keep Jiraiya off him would tell Kai's. The youngest daughter of the Hokage, a Hyuga and an Ichigo. Naruto said before walking out the door. Kami Accelerator telling me to keep anyone who's looking away, don't you mean everyone who's going to be looking? Kai said after Naruto left. Konoha. The day was the Genin exam. Too bad almost everyone had forgotten about it. It had been 1 week since Mito, Hanabi and Hitomi had run away. It was supposed to be a secret, but it got leaked and now everyone in the Hidden Leaf knew about it. That, along with Hinata being taken out of the academy, had been the only topics of discussion in the classroom for the past week. So when the Genin exam finally rolled around, most people were caught completely off guard. The class was currently working hard on the written test. For most of the clan kids this stuff was basic knowledge, but for the civilian kids, especially the ones who forgot about the test, the questions could prove difficult. There was one student who was blazing though the test, however. Minima was writing too fast as some of the students swore they saw smoke coming from the paper. After Mito ran away, Minima had fully devoted herself to her training. She wasn't doing it just to show Naruto how strong she really was either. No, Minima was convinced someone had taken Mito. Now she knew Mito and her friends run away on their own accord, but she didn't think they were skilled enough to hide from Jiraiya's spy network this long. So Jiraiya should have found them already. The only explanation that Minima could think of on why Jiraiya hadn't found them yet was they had been taken by someone. Minima believed that Mito ran away on an impulse and was then caught by someone and hidden away. When Minima thought of that, she thought of someone like Orochimaru, and Minima hated the thought of someone doing the same things to her little sister that Orochimaru was doing to her brother. When she found whoever was holding her sister, she was going to kill them and bring Mito back. Then she was going to do the same thing with Orochimaru. Then their family could finally be reunited, but in order to do any of that she had to become stronger. Naruko on the other hand was a complete mess. For the first time in her life her parents weren't paying attention to her. They and Jiraiya have been working hard trying to find Mito and the other girls, but so far they weren't having any luck. Her parents were both seriously depressed and Naruko felt like it was her fault. She had done a lot of thinking after Minima defeated her and Naruko realized that she really didn't have any unique powers. The only things she could do that another graduating genin couldn't was leak demonic chakra, summon toads and create shadow clones. Leaking demonic chakra wasn't really a skill, since she couldn't control it. She could only summon very small toads, and she had only learned the shadow clones jutsu because she threw a fit, saying the regular clone jutsu was too hard due to her large amount of chakra. She probably would have been able to do regular clones with a bit of hard work, but Naruko chose the easy way out. She wasn't in any danger of not passing the genin exam, but she just felt like she wasn't at the level she should be at. The rest of the test proceeded smoothly. Minima and Sasuke came out on top with near-perfect scores on everything. Naruko passed, but the only noteworthy thing she did was produce shadow clones instead of regular clones. When they got their headbands Minima tied it around her forehead with pride. It was half covered by the part of her hair that also fell over her left eye. Naruko looked at her headband for a little bit, feeling like she didn't really deserve it. She ended up just tying it around her arm. After everyone was done with the exam the teachers told them to come back tomorrow for their team assignments. Naruko and Minima walked home with Minima looking the happiest she had ever been since Mito left. Minato and Kushina congratulated them at the door, but both the girls could tell their hearts weren't really in it. They both had bags under their eyes, and they looked saddened despite the smiles they had when they saw Naruko's and Minima's headbands. They walked into the living room where there was a cake that had the words "We know you'll become great Kinoichises" on it. "I'm so proud of you too," Kushina said, giving them both a hug. "Thanks Ka-san," Minima said, returning the hug. "Thanks Ka-san," Naruko said half-heartedly. "You two should be thrilled you finally get to be ninjas, and I know you two will become just as strong as your mother if not stronger," Minato said. "Does that mean you'll start us off on C-rank missions instead of D-rank missions?" Minima asked, her eyes shining with hope. "Not a chance," Minato said, chuckling a little bit. "Aw, well that's alright because I'm going to be strong enough to go on S-rank missions soon, and don't worry about Mito or Naruto because I'm working as hard as I can. I'm going to rip Orochimaru and whoever holding Mito limb from limb and bring them back," Minima said with the most confidence Minato and Kushina had ever heard from her. For the first time since Mito had run away they smiled a real smile because not only did they trust her daughter, but she said the exact same thing Kushina had said when Naruto was taken. Naruko could only stand to the side and watch her sister work her magic, and for the first time in her life, Naruko wished she was more like her sister. The next day everyone who passed was at the academy discussing who they wanted to be on their team. The noise only stopped when Naruko came. "Well, you all made it and I just want to tell you how proud I am of each and every one of you, but let's get to teams," he said, going through a bunch of teams. Most of the kids didn't pay attention till he got to their team. Team 7 will be Naruko Namikaze, Minima Namikaze and Sasuke Uchiha. Your sensei will be Kakashi. Team 8 will be Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburam and Sakura Haruno. Your sensei will be Kurenai. Team 10 will be Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara and Choji Akimichi. Your sensei will be Asuma. That is all the teams. Your senseis should be here soon," Haruka said, taking his leave. The class waited around from their senseis and one by one they came, all except Team 7's. Soon Sasuke, Naruko, and Minima were the only ones in the classroom. An hour passed then too and he still didn't show up. Naruko waited around furious that Kakashi was keeping them waiting. Nanami had approached Sasuke and started asking him a bunch of questions to try and get to know him better. It took another hour before Kakashi finally came through the door. "What took you so damn long?" Naruko yelled right when he came in. "Well, you certainly have a mouth on you," Kakashi said, not sounding amused. "Anyways, meet me up on the roof," he said before disappearing in swirl of leaves. Sasuke just sighed and walked out of the classroom. Naruko was so mad however that she almost started leaking demonic chakra and would have if Minima didn't put her hand on Naruko's shoulder. Naruko turned to look at the dead serious expression on Minima's face. "Naruko, you're my sister and even after what you did to Mito I still love you, but I will not tolerate you carelessly using your demonic chakra," she said. Naruko didn't like what Minima was saying, but not wanting to get pinned to the floor with chains, she stopped. "Good, now let's go see our sensei," Minima said, not looking as serious as she had before. "It's not like we don't already know him," Naruko said, getting up from her seat and walking out of the classroom with Minima. "Well, now that we're all here let's get to know each other. Tell us a little about yourselves." "So who wants to go first?" Kakashi said. "I guess I will," Sasuke said. "I like training and becoming stronger. I dislike people who look down on the Uchiha clan just because of the coup. My dream is to help my brother rebuild the Uchiha clan to its former glory. Light, I guess I'll go next," Minima said. I like training with my family. I hate Orochimaru and anyone else who tries to hurt my family. My dream is to one day bring Mito and Naruto back to the leaf. Kakashi turned to Naruto. You're the last one. Naruto sighed. I like ramen. I dislike people who think they're better than me. My dream is Naruto stopped. What was her dream, she wondered. She had never really thought about it before. She had always believed that she was strong, but Minima had shown her she wasn't. She guessed her dream was, my dream is to become stronger. Naruto said. Well, those are all very good dreams, but in order to attain any of them you have to pass one more test. Kakashi said. But we already passed the Genin test. Minima said. Yes, but you see, in order to become Genin you have to pass my test. Kakashi said. Meet me at training ground 3 tomorrow and don't eat any breakfast, you'll just regret it. Kakashi then diapered, aging. Damn, Kakashi always disappearing like that. Naruto cursed as she, Sasuke and Minima walked down the stairs. The next day Team 7 went to training ground 3 and waited for Kakashi, who was late, aging. Just like last time, it took him 3 hours to finally show up, and when he finally did show up he went on explaining the test like nothing had happened. Do you all understand? Kakashi asked after explaining the bell test. So only 2 of us can pass. Minima said. That's right, so let the test begin. Kakashi said, and all the kids disappeared. Kakashi looked around to try and find the kids, but before he could find them, he suddenly jumped in the air to avoid being hit by golden chains coming from the ground. Kakashi landed a few feet away from the chains. It didn't look like the chains were long enough to go after him because they retreated back underground. Kakashi looked around to find Minima. He knew that she didn't have great control over her chains, so she had to be close. Kakashi saw the slightest movement in a nearby bush. Kakashi ran to the bush so fast that to Minima it looked he teleported. She couldn't do anything as Kakashi kicked her from her hiding place. She tumbled across the field until finally came to a stop. She quickly stood up to see Kakashi standing in front of her reading an orange book like he hadn't just kicked her halfway across the field. Minima knew she couldn't take Kakashi head on, so as much as she didn't want to, she ran back to the forest and hide. Well, at least she knows she'll never get the bells like that. Kakashi said offhandedly. Right after he said that, however, he heard Sasuke shout fireball jutsu. A fireball engulfed Kakashi and Sasuke was sure he made a direct hit, but after the smoke cleared Kakashi was nowhere to be seen. Sasuke looked around for him, but couldn't find him. Then he heard Kakashi say, headhunter jutsu. Sasuke was sucked down a hole until only his head was above ground. Kakashi rose up from the ground near him. You know playing with fire is dangerous. Kakashi said before walking back to the open field, leaving Sasuke unable to move. It wasn't long before Naruto tried to charge Kakashi. Naruto faced Kakashi off into jutsu, but it wasn't long before Kakashi sent a good solid punch to Naruto's stomach. However, instead of a grunt of pain, Naruto burst into smoke. Kakashi wasn't worried, though, as he spun around to see the real Naruto reaching for the bells. Kakashi kicked her back into the forest just like he did with Minima. The test went on like this. Sasuke, Naruto and Minima would try and take the bells, but in the end none of them even got close. The time ran out, but Kakashi said he would give them one more chance after they ate. But not before he tied Naruto to a post and told Minima and Sasuke not to feed her and then disappeared. Minima and Sasuke ate their lunch, but after Naruto's stomach started growling, Minima decided to have mercy on her sister and broke Kakashi rule and feed her. Sasuke eventually helped too. Then something unexpected happened. Kakashi came back and told them they passed. He then went on to explain the importance of teamwork. So in the end everything worked out and Team 7 would start missions tomorrow, and they couldn't be happier. Land of Frost. Mito was the happiest she had ever been. Finding Naruto was the greatest decision she had ever made, and today was the day she would finally start her ninja training with Hanabi and Hitomi. They hadn't been able to do it for a week because Kai's had to get the spy network set up, but he had just given Naruto the okay. The girls could finally leave the house. They had only left 2 times before. The first time they left Naruto's apartment was to move into a house. Kai's gave them the house because it was in his territory, which he owned most of the buildings in, so it would be easier to watch the girls, and he wasn't doing anything with it anyways. The house was pretty big, not as big as the mansion Mito had grown up in, but it was big enough where each the girls and Naruto could have their own room. The second time they left the house was to buy ninja supplies and new clothes. Mito was excited because it would have been the first time that she ever got stuff that was her own. Her parents never brought her anything, and when she needed new things she would just get all the old stuff that Naruto and Minima didn't use anymore. Naruto also told them they could buy whatever they wanted. It turns out that raiding bandit camps was pretty profitable, and since Naruto never really bought anything he had tons of money saved up. So the girls went on a shopping spree, something that Mito had been denied for her either life. Hanabi now wore a dark purple sleeveless jacket with the hood always up since Naruto had told her that even with the spy network, her eyes would be a dead giveaway to anyone passing by that she was a Hyuga. Since Hanabi didn't want to wear a mask, she decided on a hood to cover her eyes. She also wore dark blue Anbu-style pants with blue shinobi shoes. 2 kunai holsters were resting on top of her butt, slightly covered by her jacket. Hitomi now wore a black short-sleeved shirt with fishnet underneath. She had blue pants with the right pant leg going all the way down to her blue shinobi shoes, while the left pant leg stopped a bit above her ankle. She also had a kunai holster strapped to her right leg. Mito went a little more extravagant than her 2 friends since she had never gotten to do this before. She had on crimson red shinobi shoes along with crimson red pants. She had a belt around her waist which kept her kunai holster on her right thigh. She had on a white long sleeve shirt with red flames coming from the cuffs and stopping halfway up her forearm. Of course, all the girls got a bunch of kunes and anything else they needed. Just thinking about the past week made Mito so happy. Naruto had done more for her in a week than her parents had done in 9 years, and today was going to be the best yet. Hurry up. Naruto called to Mito. Hi, Mito said, running downstairs so Naruto could take them to their first training spot. Naruto took them outside the city much to the girls' surprise. They walked along a seemingly random road for a couple of hours before Naruto suddenly stopped. Alright, we're here. Naruto said. What are you talking about? Mito said, looking around and not seeing anything. Naruto just gave them his psychotic grin. We're at your first test. You see, if I was a regular instructor you would have to go through a test before becoming genin. So I decide I would give you one to test your skills. Naruto reached into his pocket and pulled out 3 kunes that had each one of the girls' names carved into it. Now your goal is to get the one with your name on it before the sun rises tomorrow. Naruto said, pointing to the sun that was already starting to set. It's as simple as that. Then Naruto threw each of the kunes over a hill. Oh, by the way, you don't want to know what will happen if you can't get yours. The girls quickly climbed over the hill to find their kunes, but when they did their hearts skipped a beat. In the valley below was a huge bandit camp along with the kunes. Naruto must have scouted this place before and calculated where the kunes would land because the kunes landed in such a way that none of the guards noticed. One of the kunes was embedded in some sort of flagpole towards the center of the camp. The second kunai was under a table where bandits were eating their dinner. They couldn't see the third kunai, but there was a small tear in one of the roof of a tent towards the back. The girls realized just how ridiculous this test was. For one, all the kunes had landed in places where they would hard to retrieve without being noticed, and since they were only academy students, they doubted that even the 3 of them combined could take on a bandit camp this large. The kunes were also so far away they couldn't tell whose name was on which kunai. Just how do you expect us to get them? You haven't given us any training yet. We'll be killed. Mito shouted, turning around to face Naruto, but when she did he was nowhere to be found. Well, it looks like we're on our own. Hanabi said, looking back down at the camp. What should we do? Hitomi asked. We should wait till it gets dark, then we can each go for one, and if it's not the right one we could just trade. Mito suggested. Sounds like a good plan as any other. Hanabi said. I'll go for the one in the tent. I'll get the one under the table. Hitomi said. Then I guess I got the one on the flagpole. Mito said. Alright, I'm going to go around the camp so I'm closer to the tent. Hanabi said. I'll do the same. Hitomi said. Alright, good luck, we strike when the sun sets. Mito said. Hi, the girls said as they separated. Naruto was watching the girls from a tree nearby. He was impressed they were working well together and realized that it didn't matter which one got which kunai. Now he just had to see if they had the skills to actually get the kunes. The girls waited for hours. The sun went down and most of the bandits went to sleep. There were a few guards, but it was down to a skeleton crew. There would be no better time to go. Hitomi went first. She darted around tents and guards until she got to the dining area. The dining area had a bunch of tables, and the one with the kunai under it was towards the center, and that was the problem, there was no cover in the dining area. If she tried to bolt for it and grab the kunai, then she would be seen. Hitomi had to think of something. She had to get the guards to leave. She thought about it for a little bit before coming up with a solution. She picked up a rock and threw into a pot that was hanging on the other end of the dining area. The pot fell down and made a loud clanking sound. The guards went over to pick it back up, and that's when Hitomi ran and grabbed the kunai. Then she quickly but quietly ran back outside the camp. Hanabi went next. She activated her Byakugan and avoided every guard until she reached the tent. She could see the chakra signature of one guy in the tent. He was sitting at a desk that faced the opening of the tent, so there was no way Hanabi could enter without being seen. Lucky for her, the guy had his desk so close to the tent that while he was sitting the guy's back was practically touching the back of the tent. Hanabi focused and got into the stance that her father had drilled her in over 1,000 times. She then hit the tent with her palms with enough force that she managed to hit the guy's back as well. She blocked off all the chakra points she could and the guy collapsed on the ground unconscious. Hanabi was pretty pleased with herself as she ran inside the tent and found the kunai under a different desk. Mito, having made her move around the same time Hanabi had, was already inside the camp looking at the flagpole. She was trying to figure out how to get the kunai down without anyone noticing her. Hanabi had taught her and Hitomi the tree walking exercises a while ago, but climbing the pole would instantly give her away. She pulled out one of her own kunais and aimed it at the kunai embedded in the flagpole. She was going to try and hit the kunai out, but she wasn't sure if she could do it. The only kunai training she had done was with the academy, and they really didn't teach her how to make shots as hard as this. She took aim and threw her kunai. It hit way below where she wanted it to, and it made a small thud noise which some on the guards took notice of but didn't investigate. Mito knew she couldn't miss aging. The guards might not look into one small noise, but multiple from the same place they would surely investigate. Mito slowed her breathing just like they had taught her in the academy and threw another kunai. This one hit its mark and both of the kunais fell to the ground. Mito quickly snatched them up before the guards could come over. The girls met up outside the camp and Hanabi and Mito traded kunais since they got each other's. Even with all the careful sneaking around they were in and out within an hour. So what are we going to do, wait till sunrise for Accelerator to show up? Mito asked. That won't be necessary. You brats did a great job. Naruto said, jumping down from a tree. You got all the kunais with ample time left and you didn't even get injured, but that isn't your entire test. This next part may be even harder than the first part, but you'll have to do it or you can't become a ninja. And what are you going to have us do? Hitomi asked. Wait here, this won't take 5 minutes. Naruto said as pushed off the ground and propelled himself to the bandit camp. 4 minutes later Naruto came back and the bandit camp looked like it had been hit with an earthquake. For this part all you have to do is take the kunai you got and kill one of the bandits I left alive. The girls paled looking at Naruto. You really want us to kill someone? Hanabi said. Yes I do. Naruto said with no pity in his voice. The fact is ninja kill people, and since you brats are missing nin, not only will you have to kill people more often, but you'll also have to eventually fight against people you know from the hidden leaf. If you can't kill a simple bandit then there's no way you could kill someone you once knew. The girls all looked at the kunai in their hands preparing themselves for what they were about to do before heading down to the camp. Naruto watched each of the girls walk up to a wounded bandit. They didn't look like they wanted to do it, but each one of them plugged their kunai through a bandit's head. When they came back they were sad and depressed. They each had a lot to think about, so the walk back to town was deadly quiet. Naruto didn't even say anything because even though he was a little sadistic and didn't have a problem with killing people, he knew that the brats wouldn't feel the same way. Mito was lying in bed late at night but was unable to sleep. She had made her first kill and she couldn't get it out of her mind. Every time she closed her eyes the bandit's face appeared all bloody and bruised. He had begged her not to kill him, but she had plunged a kunai right through his skull. Mito knew that killing is what ninjas did, but hearing about it and doing it were so different. Mito just kept thinking, what if that guy had a family, or how it felt to see your friends die before your eyes only for you to die yourself. Mito sat up and brought her knees to her chest. She didn't think she would get any sleep tonight. Hanabi and Hitomi were probably the same way. Her parents had always told her and her sisters that killing was hard, but you got used to it. Mito didn't see how someone could ever get used to killing someone. Then again Naruto had killed way more bandits that night than they did, and Mito was sure that he had killed a lot more before then too, so maybe she could become used to killing. Mito decided what she really needed was someone to talk to. Hanabi and Hitomi wouldn't help since they were in the same state as Mito, so there was only one person left. Mito got out of bed and wrapped her blanket around her before heading off to Naruto's room. Mito opened the door to Naruto's room as quietly as she could. Naruto's room was pretty bare with only a dresser and a bed. Mito was apparently quiet enough because Naruto was still sleeping. Naruto actually looked peaceful, while he slept opposed to the dark psychopath he was when he was awake. Mito wasn't bothered by his behavior however. Naruto was her brother and even though he was a little on the insane side he had given Mito more attention and care than her parents ever did. Naruto, as if sensing Mito's presence, slowly stirred awake, his red eyes cutting through the darkness. Hey brat, what are you doing in my room? Naruto said, sitting up in his bed. I just wanted to know if you had any advice for handling my first kill, Mito said, suddenly feeling really stupid for coming here. Naruto didn't look surprised however. I see, honestly I expected something like this to happen. You may think it was mean of me to make you kill someone so young in your life, but I feel like your first kill is something very important you have to learn. The truth is the kill you three made were probably harder to do than most kills that will be required of you, since the bandits you killed were really no threat to you after I dealt with them. There was a reason for that thought. But so when you're in a real fight and the person you have to kill is a threat to you, then it will be a lot easier to go thought with it. I know it might seem hard to accept now, but it will get better. Mito latched on the ever word. True, he said basically the same thing her parents had told her, that she would get used to it, but that way he explained it made Mito feel so much better. Hey Naruto, can I ask you one more question? Mito asked. Naruto didn't miss Mito using his real name instead of Accelerator, but he would let it slide this time. What is it? What was your first kill like? Mito asked. Naruto sighed and laid back down facing the ceiling. I haven't thought about that in a long. Naruto said as he told Mito his story. Naruto at the age of 3 was curled up in the corner of his cell. He had red eyes and was still very pale due to his lack of sunlight, but his hair was the golden blonde he had inherited from his father. He was still scared of Orochimaru at this time, so when a snake unlocked his cell door, Naruto tried to make himself disappear by being as small as he could. Come on now Naruto. It's time for your first test. Orochimaru hissed. Naruto, not wanting to make Orochimaru mad at him, got up and followed him. Naruto was pulling on the ring that had been on his wrist ever since he could remember. He hated it. It was itchy and made it hard to sleep with it constantly glowing. Are you going to do more experiments on me? Naruto said, risking a question. Not today Naruto, because I believe I have completed what I set out to do. All those experiments were done to give you the ability to control vectors, and today we're going to see if all my work paid off. Orochimaru said. Naruto wanted to ask Orochimaru what a vector was, but couldn't since they made it to their destination. It was a large room that Naruto would become very familiar with in the future. There was a man already inside holding a knife. He looked like a common bandit with no real skills whatsoever. Alright Naruto, you will fight him. Orochimaru said. What, but I don't have any weapons and he's scary looking. Naruto said, looking ready to cry. I don't want to fight him. Orochimaru chuckled, seeming to take pleasure in the boy's fear. Of course you have weapons. I just told you that you had the power to control vectors now. So prove to me that these 3 years weren't wasted and use your new power. Orochimaru pointed to the ring that had stopped glowing. Naruto, not wanting to do this, but not really given a choice, stood across from the bandit. Orochimaru yelled begging, and the bandit charged Naruto. Naruto still didn't know what a vector was, but it must be pretty powerful if Orochimaru had done all those hellish experiments on him for 3 years just to give Naruto the ability to control them. Vector control. Naruto yelled as the bandit continued to charge him. Nothing happened and the bandit got close enough to slash Naruto with a knife. Naruto fell backwards in pain now with a deep gash on his arm, which he brought up to defend it himself. Naruto was now terrified this guy was trying to kill him and he had nothing to defend himself with. There was only one thing Naruto could think to do. Run. He ran as fast as he could, but the bandit was gaining on him and was already taking swings with his knife. It was only due to Naruto's small size that he hadn't been decapitated. The chase ended all too soon however, as Naruto tripped and fell to the ground. Naruto looked back to see he had tripped on a rock about the size of his hand. The bandit was also directly behind him. Naruto sat up, grabbed the rock and scooted back. The bandit walked towards Naruto, his knife still cutting the air. Naruto knew that the rock wouldn't stop the bandit, but Naruto didn't know what else to do. Naruto imagined the rock going super fast and crashing into his opponent, and surprisingly when Naruto threw the rock it went far faster than any 3-year should have the ability to achieve. It crashed into the bandit's skull. There was a loud crack and the bandit fell over his head, a bloody mess. Naruto was breathing heavily when Orochimaru examined the body. Well Naruto, it looks like he's dead. Your powers are truly something to behold. Orochimaru hissed. I didn't feel bad about killing him because if I didn't kill him he would have killed me. Naruto said. Pulse, I knew there would be another test soon and I did everything I could to learn my new powers. That's when I started working on my reflection. At first it was pathetically weak. I could only reflect Kunes and some other object, but soon I learned all about different kinds of vectors. You see, my reflection only works if I know the properties of the vector I'm reflecting, but once I figure it out then that vector will always be reflected. I worked on reflecting all the chakra elements. Lighting was the hardest, but I eventually got that down too. Up until that point it had been kill or be kill, so I didn't really think about the people I killed, and by the time I was powerful enough to actually think about the people I killed, I had done it so much that it didn't bother me anymore. Mito couldn't believe what Shu was hearing. This was the first time Naruto really talked about his time with Orochimaru and all the stuff he had gone through. It made Mito feel like she was a spoiled brat for coming in here, complaining to Naruto about one kill, when he had gone through much worse at a much younger age. I'm sorry, I had no idea. Mito said. It's alright, but I guess that story didn't really help you, since I never had to go through what you're going through. Naruto said. No. Mito yelled. That story helped way more than you could ever know. Naruto smiled like a regular person, which was unusual. Then I guess I'll take your word for it. Naruto said as he put his hand on Mito's head and rubbed her hair. It felt nice. Her hair was moving strangely due to Naruto's reflection, but it reminded Mito of the time so very long ago when her dad would rub her hair. Mito wished she could stay like this forever, but all too quickly Naruto removed his hand and laid back. "Alright, go back to bed, you brat." Mito sighed but did as she was told, feeling like she could actually go to sleep now. The next day was an interesting day. It seemed like Hitomi and Hanabi had also found a way to cope with taking a life, as they seemed mostly okay. Naruto took them to a nearby hot spring to start their training. "Accelerator, why are we at a hot spring?" "I thought we were training," Hitomi asked. "This is training," Naruto said, pointing to the river that cut in front of the hot spring. "I'm going to teach you how to walk on water like this." Naruto walked right up to the river bank and then stepped on the water. He went out a little ways before turning to face them. "It's just like tree walking, but you have to match your chakra to the flow of the water." "But shouldn't you be teaching you some offensive jutsu before you teach us how to water walk?" Mito said, because that was the way her parents taught Naruto and Minima. "Normally you wouldn't learn water walking until later, but this is only because under normal conditions you would be expected to go out on mission. They can't send out ninjas who only know how to do chakra exercises, so they teach them jutsus first. I, however, don't have to send you on mission, so you'll be learning water walking first, so let's see how you do," Naruto said. Hitomi and Mito walked to the river bank and channeled chakra to their feet. They each took one step onto the water and immediately fell in. That's when they realized how hot the water was, and the two girls got out as fast as they could. "Why is the water so hot?" Mito yelled, turning to look at Naruto, only to see Hanabi standing on the water right next to Naruto. "Looks like we've got a natural," Naruto said, looking impressed. "The Hyuga clan requires good chakra control to use the gentle fist, so I had to learn how to water walk, and for the record, I'm the only one doing it the right way," Hanabi said, looking at Naruto's feet with her Byakugan activated. That when Mito and Hitomi noticed a difference between Naruto and Hanabi. Hanabi was standing on the water without causing any disturbance on water below her. The water under Naruto's feet, however, kept rippling. "Yeah, you're right," Naruto said. "I'm not using chakra, instead I'm just repelling the water below me slightly. It just refills as soon as I repel it so I can stand on it." "Do you how to do anything without the use of your vectors?" Hanabi asked. "Not really, but hey, it looks like we don't have to worry about you, so you get to relax with me while the other brats work on this," Naruto said, walking towards the riverbank with Hanabi following close behind. "Wait, you just going to leave us?" Hitomi said. "Yeah, the only way to master this is through lots of practice, and by the way, the water hot to discourage you from falling in. We'll be in the hot spring if you need us," Naruto said, waving them off as he and Hanabi walked through the entrance of the hot spring. "Why did you have me stop training?" Hanabi asked. "Because it would be pointless to have you do something that you already know how to do," Naruto said. "Besides, I was planning on coming here anyway, but now you get to relax with me. You know, if you Hyugas know how to do that sort of thing." Hanabi glared at Naruto, looking very offended. "Of course Hyugas know how to relax." Naruto just gave her a look that seemed to say, "Really? At least I think they do," Hanabi said, a little embarrassed. "Whatever," Naruto said before walking into the boys' locker room. Hanabi decided that a little relaxation would be good for her. She walked into the girls' locker room and stripped out of her clothes. She wrapped a towel around her before heading out to the hot springs. When she got out there, she noticed something that was horribly wrong. The boys and the girls had different locker rooms, but they lead to the same place. This was a mixed-sex hot spring. There weren't a lot of people, but there were quite a few couples. Hanabi then noticed that Naruto was already into hot spring, relaxing by the edge. Hanabi ran up to Naruto, ready to chew him out. Her cheeks were red and the towel gripped tighter to her body. "What the hell? Why didn't you tell me this was mixed? Are you some kind of pervert? Why does it matter? Just get in," Naruto said, obviously irritated. "No way, I am not bathing with guys," Hanabi said, blushing even harder. Naruto just sighed. "You really don't know how to relax, do you? But if it bothers you so much, I'll handle it for you," Naruto said, standing up. Luckily the water was high enough to reach his waist, so Hanabi was spared for seeing his lower regions. Naruto walked around the hot spring using his vectors to move the heat from the water away from the other people there. The other guests suddenly found themselves very cold, and no matter where they went it didn't get any warmer because Naruto would keep moving the heat. Eventually the other guests got fed up with the lack of hot water and left. Soon it was only Naruto and Hanabi left. Naruto dispersed the heat back to the water and sat down where he was sitting before. "Happy now?" Hanabi was still glaring at Naruto, but since she couldn't get him to leave, this was the best she was going to get. She walked over to the other side of the hot spring. As quick as she could, she took off her towel and got in so Naruto wouldn't see her naked. Naruto, however, did see her naked and couldn't help himself. "You know who have pretty big boobs for a 9-year-old?" Maybe I should teach you some seduction techniques. Naruto said, chuckling to himself. The Hanabi blushed bright red and started splashing water at Naruto. It just got reflected back at Hanabi, however. But even so, Hanabi kept splashing, hoping some way somehow the water got through Naruto's reflection. It did not. Eventually Hanabi realized it was never going to work and gave up. Now that you've calmed down, we need to have a talk. Naruto said, suddenly sounding very serious. Why did you leave Konoha? Hanabi was shocked by the sudden question. What? Naruto put on a smug grin. You say you left Konoha because your father forced you to train too hard and you were sick of how the main branch treated the side branch. If that was the case, however, then you would have stayed in Konoha, so when you became clan head you could fix things, but instead you came to me, a person who is going to train you just as hard as your father. So I'll ask again, what is the real reason you left Konoha? Hanabi clenched her fists underwater. I left because I hate the Hyugas. The side branch hates me because I'm the heir. The main branch kept me locked up in the Hyuga compound because my sister was too weak to become the clan head. The only reason I was allowed to hang out with Mito was because she was the Hokage's daughter and being her friend would allow the Hyugas more political power in the future. I left because I wanted the same freedom my sister got. She was allowed to do whatever she wanted. She could leave the Hyuga compound and make friends while I was trained to the bone. After Hanabi was done, she looked up at Naruto, who had been sitting there quietly the whole time. Naruto didn't seem fazed about anything Hanabi had just said, however. In fact, he seemed a little happy. Well, that's a relief. I thought you wanted to help the Hyugas and wouldn't be able to fight anyone from your clan, but now I see that you would be glad to have the chance to finally show that clan of yours how wrong they really are. Naruto actually leaned back and laughed. That's when Hanabi realized that Mito's brother was nothing like any of the other ninja in Konoha. He didn't believe in the will of fire. He was insane and would let they do whatever they wanted, whether it was right or wrong, and Hanabi actually liked him this way. Konoha. Team 7 here to report another successful mission. Kakashi said to Minato. Hey, can we get a C-rank mission this time? Minima asked her dad. Minato let out a sigh. For the last time, Minima, you can't request a C-rank mission. It's up to Jounin instructor to decide when you're ready for a C-rank mission. Hey Kakashi, can we have a C-rank mission? Minima asked. No Minima, in fact we wouldn't even be taking another D rank since it's all late. Kakashi said. Alright, I guess we'll just go home then. Minima said. The girls and Sasuke walked out the door and headed home while Kakashi stayed behind. Minima is really in a hurry to get out of the village. Kakashi said. Yeah, she can be quite the handful, but she has the right intentions. Minato said. How's the search going? Kakashi asked. Not good, I have no idea where they could be. Jiraiya and I are checking everywhere, but we're getting nothing. Hiashi and Itachi are breathing down my neck and Kushina is tearing herself up over not being able to catch them in time. Minato said, looking like a defeated man. Kakashi felt bad for his sensei and Kushina. Maybe I should let them go on a C rank. You and Kushina need the time alone, and besides, they have completed the number of D rank required and Naruto hasn't had an incident since she graduated from the academy. Yeah, I guess you're right, Team 7 is strong and Kushina and I could use some time to talk about what happened. Minato said, looking a little better. I just hope everything goes okay. I wouldn't want Kushina worrying about our other children. Things did not go okay. The next day Kakashi told Team 7 that they were going on a C rank mission. They were of course excited and got ready right away. Their mission was to escort a bridge builder named Tazuna. It seemed like it was going to be a simple mission, but when they got attacked by the demon brother, Kakashi knew it would be anything but. Despite being attacked by ninja, Team 7 decided to stick with the mission after hearing Tazuna's story. Things got even worse when they were attacked by Zabuza, one of the 7 swordsmen. After Kakashi defeated him with the help of Sasuke, Naruto and Minima Hunter Nin came and took Zabuza's body away. Kakashi passed out soon afterwards and they had to take him to Tazuna's house. When he woke up, In was in bad shape and was confined to a crutch. Then he told them that Zabuza was more than likely still alive and that Hunter Nin was his assistant. So while Kakashi got some rest, Naruto and Minima decided to look around town. Sasuke stayed at the house and Kakashi would be giving them some extra training later that day to be better prepared to face Zabuza. The town was in rough shape. Actually, rough would be putting it too nicely. The houses were wooden shakes that looked ready to fall over if someone breathed too hard. Kids were in the streets wearing little more than rags. It just made Minima and Naruto depressed. Minima couldn't believe someone would be evil enough to do something like this. Naruto couldn't even bring herself to look and instead looked at the ground. It was the first time something had ever really bothered her. She had never cared about other people until Mito left. In Naruto's mind, the whole world revolved around her, and if she was happy then it made sense that everyone else was happy too. But that wasn't the case. There were people who dreamed of simple things like having a good meal and having a safe house. Naruko clenched her fists. It wasn't so long ago that there had been a young girl who dreamed about finding her brother, and what did Naruko do to that dream? Laugh at it, told the girl that her brother was dead, then Naruko would go back to her nice warm bed and slept soundly, thinking about how much better she was than everyone else. Naruko couldn't believe she did that and enjoyed it too. "Hey Naruko, are you alright?" Minima said. Naruko stopped just now, noticing that she had clenched her fist so hard that her nails had cut into her palms. "Yeah, I'm fine, I was just thinking about some things," Naruko said. "Alright then," Minima said, although she knew what Naruko was thinking of. Now Minima never wanted her younger sister to leave, but it had honestly been the greatest thing that had ever happened to Naruko. She cared about people now and she felt bad for what she did. Minima smiled to herself. When they found Naruto and Mito, they maybe Naruko would apologize to Mito and they could be a true family. The next week flew by. Kakashi taught them how to water walk since Minima and Naruko had already learned the tree climbing exercises from their parents, and Itachi taught Sasuke. The bridge was also ahead of schedule thanks to the help of Team 7, but on the last day of building Zabuza and his assistant showed up and Kakashi told Team 7 to guard Tazuna while he fought Zabuza. While he was doing that, however, Zabuza assistant, who told Team 7 that his name was Haku, separated them from Tazuna by making a dome of ice mirrors. "This is bad," Minima said as she blocked another Senbon. Things were not looking good. Haku was throwing a seemingly endless supply of Senbons at them. They managed to block or dodge most of them, but they were just so fast. It didn't take long for each one of them to have several Senbons sticking out of them. "What are we supposed to do?" Naruko asked as another Senbon was lodged in her skin. Naruko was scared she was having a hard time dodging and was having to rely on Minima and Sasuke to cover her. She felt so useless. Was she really this weak? "Fireball jutsu?" Sasuke shouted. He sent a fireball crashing towards one of the mirrors, but it didn't even leave a scratch. "That won't work," Haku said. "Shut up," Minima yelled as she sent a chain towards the mirror she thought Haku was in, but just like Sasuke's fireball, it didn't do any damage. "Damn it. I'm sorry, but Zabuza needs my help, so I will have to end this now," Haku said. Then all of the Hakus in the mirrors pulled out Senbons. "Goodbye, Leaf Ninja." Sasuke, Naruko and Minima quickly stood back to back in a triangle formation. Haku launched the Senbons. Team 7 tried as best as they could to block, but there was just too many and more than a few hit their marks. Lucky none of them hit anything vital. Haku wasn't finished yet, however, and threw a Senbon at Minima head. Minima tried to block with her kunai but discovered that her arm had been parlayed. The Senbon was coming closer and she saw her death. However, right before it hit, Sasuke stepped in front of her and blocked the Senbon. "Are you okay?" Sasuke asked, turning to Minima. Minima gasped, "Sasuke, your eyes." Sasuke turned to look at the ice mirrors and saw that he had awoken the Sharingan. "You're an Uchiha then?" Haku said. "That's right, and now that I have my Sharingan, there's no way you're going to beat us," Sasuke said. "We'll see about that," Haku said, throwing more Senbons at Sasuke, but now Sasuke could see them much easier. No matter how many Senbons Haku threw, Sasuke was able to block them. Haku was getting more and more worried by the second. His chakra was running low and Zabuza was still fighting Kakashi. He needed to end this, and the best way to do that was to go after the weakest link. Haku quickly changed his target and threw about 6 Senbons at Naruko. "Naruko, watch out." Sasuke yelled, being too far away to do anything. Naruko saw the Senbons coming and knew if they hit she would end up dead, but she was too scared to move. The Senbons hit flesh, but not Naruko's flesh. Minima had jumped in front of her and had taken all the Senbons to the back. Naruko's eyes went wide as she saw Minima collapse to the floor. "Minima, Minima," Naruko said as she bent down and looked at Minima. She wasn't moving. She wasn't breathing. Naruko had tears running down her face. "Come on, wake up. You can't be dead. You said you were going to make us a true family. How can we do that if you're not here with us? Please don't leave me alone." Naruko cried, and for the first time in her life, Naruko released demonic chakra without meaning to. Haku knew she was in trouble right when she saw the red chakra envelop Naruko. It wasn't even a second later when Haku felt something gripping his neck and sent him crashing through his own mirror. Naruko was on top of him with red eyes promising death. Haku knew this was the end and accepted it. Kakashi felt the demonic chakra from his side of the bridge and knew that things had gone from bad to worse. He quickly finished off Zabuza with a Chidori and ran off to find Naruko. When he got there, the demonic chakra had vanished. Haku was a bloody mess on the bridge, barely recognizable. Sasuke was standing behind Naruko, who was crying over Minima body. Kakashi felt a pain in his heart having guessed what happened. He walked over to Naruko and put his hand on her shoulder. "Naruko, I don't know what to say. She's died and it's all my fault," Naruko cried. "No, it's not," Kakashi said. "Yes, it is," Naruko yelled. I didn't do anything that whole fight but stand there and hold everyone else back, and it's all because I didn't care. If only I had been serious about being a ninja. If only I trained like Minima, then this wouldn't have happened. I should have been the one to die." As Naruto was talking, Minima opened her eyes. "Hey, don't write me off that quickly," Minima said, coughing up so blood, but still managed to give Naruto a big smile. Naruto was in tears. "Minima," she said as she bent down and gave Minima a hug. "I was so scared. I promise I'll work harder. You won't have to carry me any longer. I'll hold you to that," Minima said. "Well, isn't this touching?" a voice said. Kakashi and Team 7 turned to see the voice belonged to a short man in a suit, and he had a whole lot of bandits behind him. "That must be Gato," Sasuke said. "Yeah, it is," said another voice. Team 7 turned again to see all the villages armed with knives and pitchforks. "And we're going to stop him. Mind if we lead a hand?" Kakashi asked. The fight was over before it even began. Gato was killed and the bandits that weren't killed ran off. Minima was taken back to Tazuna's house to get treated. It turns out it wasn't as bad as they thought, and she could walk again by the next day. The villagers gave them a great farewell before they left for the leaf. They even named the bridge after Minima's suggestion. The Great Naruto Bridge. Of course, she did have to explain who Naruto was and why she wanted the bridge to be named after him. When they got back to the leaf, Kushina almost killed Kakashi for putting her daughters in so much danger, but after she heard the girls explain, she let Kakashi off easy. He would only have to spend a week in the hospital. But the real surprise came when they went back home. Minato and Jiraiya were there congratulating the girls on their mission when Naruto stood up and announced she had something to say. She got on her hands and knees and started apologizing for being the reason that Mito ran away. Kushina, Minato and Jiraiya were shocked at first, but then Naruto went on to explain everything that happened the past 12 years. She told them how she bullied Mito and how So would joke about Naruto's death and how she would release the Kyuubi's chakra of purpose. By the end, Naruto was in tears. Minato and Kushina couldn't believe it. That all this stuff was going on without their knowledge. Now they knew why Mito had left. It had been because of Naruto. But even thought they were both severely disappointed in Naruto, neither one of them could be angry because Naruto was honestly sorry for what she did. "Naruto, it's going to be okay," Kushina said. Naruto looked up, not believing her. "It's going to be okay because when Mito hears you apologize just like you did now, I'm sure she'll come back." Then Minima walked over to Naruto. "I'm proud of you, and I think you need to be proud of yourself too," she said. Then she took the leaf headband off Naruto's arm and wrapped it around her forehead. Naruto gave a small smile. She couldn't believe that they forgave her after all she had done, and she promised she would do something to truly earn that forgiveness. Land of Frost. A couple weeks later. Mito rolled out of the way to dodge a pebble that went flying past her. She was covered in sweat and panting hard, but she couldn't take a break because another pebble was heading her way. She jumped out of the way, barely avoiding the pebble. This was the most difficult thing Mito had ever done. At least Hitomi and Hanabi weren't doing much better. Naruto was currently training them. He was sharpening their reaction time and dodging skills by throwing accelerated pebbles at them. They were in forest, and the goal of this exercise was to reach Naruto. Now this was easier said than done. Those pebbles went insanely fast, and Naruto wasn't even using his full power because if he was, the pebbles would go right through the girls instead of just giving them a nasty bruise. This had been the majority of their training after Mito and Hitomi learned to water walk. The first time they did this, the girls would be lucky to avoid one of the pebbles. Hanabi tried using her palm's revolving technique, which was the last jutsu she learned before leaving the leaf. But Hanabi couldn't keep up the spinning for too long, and when she was done, a pebble would nail her right in the stomach. That first day was a nightmare, and all the girls went home bruised and sore. But now, a few weeks later, they could dodge most of the pebbles. That didn't mean they could get anywhere close to Naruto, however. They were almost done with today's training when suddenly the pebbles stopped coming. The girls were confused and looked to see what was going on. Naruto was scanning the forest looking for something when he flicked a pebble towards a tree to the right of him. This one was at full power because it went right through the truck. The girls thought Naruto was crazy, but then they heard a voice coming from behind the tree. "Damn, you could have killed me, Naruto." "Oh wait, you go by Accelerator now, don't you?" The girls were on edge, especially since this person knew Naruto's real name, but Naruto didn't seem concerned. "The next one will kill you if you don't tell me what you're doing here, Taiya," Naruto said. The girl with red hair and a black hat walked out from behind the tree. "I'm impressed you remember my name since you left almost as soon as I began, but I'm here because Orochimaru has a job for you." "Your point is?" "In case you haven't noticed, I don't really work for Orochimaru anymore," Naruto said. "I think it will be in your best interest too. After all, you wouldn't want your identity to be leaked, would you?" Taiya said. Naruto looked at her in anger, obviously not happy that she had the upper hand. "What is this job that Orochimaru needs done?" Aya smiled and handed Naruto a scroll. That's a map to the Atogakure. Be there in 1 week. Orochimaru will explain everything there. Don't be late. Aya said before jumping into a nearby tree and started tree hopping away, leaving Naruto and the girls alone. Naruto unrolled the scroll. The girls filed in behind him, wondering what he was going to say. Pack your bags, brats. We're going to Atogakure to meet Orochimaru. The girls paled, having never wanted to meet the Leaf's #1 traitor. But why? I thought you hated Orochimaru. Hitomi said. I do, but he's giving me an invite I can't refuse. Naruto said, not looking too happy himself. But wouldn't it be safer for us to stay here? Mito said. No, I'm not leaving you alone, because Aya saw you brats and Orochimaru will defiantly hear about it. Plus I don't trust Kai's to not give you up to the highest bidder while I'm away. Naruto said. The girls knew there was no going against Naruto. They headed to the house and got everything they would need for the journey. The Atogakure wasn't so much a village as it was a series of dark, tight tunnels. In Mito's opinion, it was perfect for a snake. They were being led by some guard to Orochimaru. Mito, Hanabi and Hitomi hated every step as it took them closer to Orochimaru, but much to the girls' displeasure, the guard stopped in front of a door. He's in here. The guard said. Naruto didn't miss a beat. He pushed the doors open with no fear, the girls following close behind. Orochimaru was sitting at a table in all his ugly glory. Mito had never seen a picture of him before, but snake was the perfect way to describe him. He was paler than Naruto was, and he had grin that screamed evil. I see you brought guest. Orochimaru said, his eyes examining each one, the girls seeming to take special interest in Hitomi. I'm surprised you didn't. Where's Kabuto? Naruto said, taking a seat across from Orochimaru. He on a mission for me, hopefully you'll meet him on your mission. Orochimaru said. Ah yes, the job that you are blackmailing me to do. What is it? Naruto said, not sounding the least bit happy. So demanding, don't you want to talk about the good old days when you were still with me before we talk business? Orochimaru said mockingly. Naruto sent him a glare, obliviously not amused. Fine, let's talk business. It's simple really. All I want you to do is take part in Konoha Chunin exam. I don't think they'll let a B-rank ninja participate. Naruto said. Oh no, you won't be taking the exam, you'll be a Jounin instructor for Atogakure. Orochimaru said. I see, that is pretty simple, but I doubt that's all of it, so I'll make you a deal. Naruto said, giving Orochimaru his psychotic grin. You see these brats behind me? Well, I can't take them to Konoha, and I'm not leaving them alone. So I need someone to take care of them while I'm away doing your dirty work. Now I don't have anyone to fill that position, but I'm sure you have many qualified ninja that can look after them. You wouldn't mind giving me one, would you? Orochimaru wasn't fazed by Naruto's request. I will arrange someone to look after them. No, no, no. I'm not letting you choice who watches them. I'm going to let them choice. That way I'll get a ninja that they want, and by the way, the ninja isn't alone, it's a keep. Naruto said, knowing that taking one of Orochimaru's ninjas would make him mad. Orochimaru did indeed look at Naruto with hate, but after thinking about it for a little bit he agreed. They can wander the base and take anyone who's willing to go with them while we talk about the rest of the plan. Naruto turned to look at the girls. Find someone who is an experiment that has no loyalty to Orochimaru, and of course, make sure you like whoever you pick because you'll be spending about a month with them. The girls nodded, not looking too forward wandering around Orochimaru's lair, but anything beats staying here with the man himself. The girls looked around the base and various holding cells, but none of prisoners were even close to right. Most of them they too weak or they were straight up nutballs. The girls went at this for a while and were beginning to think that they would just have to pick the best of the worst, but then they wandered into a room full of what looked like giant tanks of water. Hanabi was curious and used her Byakugan. They all looked like regular tanks of water excepted for one towards the center. It had a chakra signature coming from it. The girls went to investigate it. Are you sure, Hanabi, because it looks like all the other ones? Mito said. Yeah, this one is different. Hanabi said. But how? Hitomi said. Then all the girls were shocked when a fourth voice suddenly spoke, and it was coming from the tank. Hey, could you break the glass so I can get out? The voice said. The voice had the same aura as Naruto, cockiness and a little bit of insanity. Maybe, if you tell us who you are. Hitomi said. Even though none of the girls could see it, they could tell the person in the tank was smiling and had the same psychopathic smile as Naruto. That's a pretty interesting plan. Naruto said, leaning back into his chair. When you first told me that you would be attacking the Leaf, I thought you were crazy, but with Tsunagakure on our side along with a Jinchuriki it might actually work. I'm glad you agree, so you'll be joining us. Orochimaru said. Naruto sneered. Like you're giving me a choice. Meanwhile, in another part of the base, the girls were making a deal with the guy they had found in the tank. My name is Sujetsu Hazuki and I'm originally from Kurigakure. Why can't we see your body? Hitomi asked. My clan's technique allows me to liquefy my body, but as long as I'm in this tank I can't reform. Sujetsu said. What do you think, should we pick him? Hitomi asked her friends. Well, that ability alone makes him pretty powerful, but other than that we don't anything about his skills or background. Hanabi said. Yeah, but who in this place are we going to get that kind of information from? I say go with him, he's the only suitable candidate we've found so far. Mito said. Alright Sujetsu, we'll free you, but we have a few conditions. Hitomi said. Hitomi then explained who they were and why they needed him. So all I have to do is take care of you brats, and you'll free me. That seems like a pretty good deal to me. Sujetsu said. Great, he's already calling us brats already. Mito said. By the way, who is the guy that normally takes care of you? Sujetsu asked. The girls looked at each other, not sure if they should tell him or not, but since he would be taking care of them, and everyone in this place seemed to know Naruto's name already, it probably wouldn't hurt. His name's Naruto. Mito said. I've heard of that guy, he's sort of a legend down here. He's the one who escaped, but hey, I guess now I get to be a legend too. Sujetsu said. Mito took out an explosive tag from her kunai pouch. Will this be okay? Go ahead. Mito placed a tag on the tank and the three girls walked away. Mito then did a hand sign and the tag exploded. Water poured out of the hole and onto the floor. Once the tank was empty, the girls walked up to the huge pool of water on the floor. Then a head with white hair and purple eyes emerged, then a neck and then a body. The girls weren't expecting him to be so young. He only looked to be about Naruto's age, and that only made the next part all the more worse. He was completely naked and had no problems being in the presence of three girls. They blushed horribly and tried to avert their eyes, but it was too late, the damage had been done. It's great to be free. Sujetsu said, then turned the girls who were facing away from him for obvious reasons. But now that I'm free, why do I have to listen to you brats? After all, I have better things to do than take care of some little kids. The girls were shocked. He wasn't going to keep his end of the deal, but they guessed they should have expected that. Sujetsu was about to walk away when a voice stopped him. You don't have to listen to them, but you will listen to me. Naruto said, emerging from the shadows. You must be Naruto. Sujetsu said, turning to face Naruto. I am, but I prefer you call me Accelerator. Naruto said. Okay Accelerator, then answer me this. Sujetsu smiled, showing off his sharpened teeth, and faster than any of the girls could see he turned into water, reformed behind Naruto. Why do I have to listen to you? He said as he pointed a finger gun at Naruto's head, but as he did his fingers suddenly explode into water. Sujetsu seemed surprised as he looked at where his finger was just a few moments ago. Naruto glared at Sujetsu, red eyes meeting purple. That's why. Sujetsu let out a small chuckle as he stepped back and reformed his finger. Alright, I give. He said, holding his hands up. Naruto sent him one more glare before turning to face the girls. Let's get out of here, then I'll tell you what's going to happen. The girls nodded. Naruto turned to Sujetsu, and you put on some clothes. Yes sir Accelerator sir. Sujetsu said in a mocking tone. Sujetsu found some clothes which consisted of a purple sleeveless shirt and blue pants. He also had a belt around his waist which held 2 water bottles and another belt across his chest. The group left the base and headed into the nearby woods. Hanabi, check if there is anyone around. Naruto said. Byakugan. Hanabi said. After looking around for a little bit, she confirmed that no one was watching them. Alright, then let's discuss is the plan. Naruto said. So basically Orochimaru wants to invade the Leaf and he wants me to help. Do you think he can do it? Mito asked. Naruto burst out laughing. Hell no, he's gotten too cocky. He thinks that just because he has the help of Suna and their Jinchuriki that he can take on the Leaf. Well, this plan is going to crash and burn and I'm invited to come along. So what are you going to do? Hitomi asked. I have to go along with it since Orochimaru blackmailing me, so I'll be leaving in a week, which leaves you brats on your own with our new friend here. Naruto said, eyeing Sujetsu. So you three will be under his care when I'm not here. Why do I have to play babysitter? I have my own agenda. Sujetsu said. Because we freed you, and I'm sure whatever your agenda is isn't that important. Naruto said, shooting Sujetsu another glare. It is important. I'm going to collect the 7 swords of the mist and recreate the 7 swordsmen and become their leader. Sujetsu said with a more passion they had ever heard from him. Naruto seemed to actually take interest in his goal, however, and gave him his psychotic smile. That's great, it gives you another reason to take care of the brats. And what would that be? Sujetsu said curiously. I know where the Kubikirabacho is. Naruto said. Sujetsu and the girls were shocked. How do you know where it is? Sujetsu said, suddenly sounding very excited. Aiz hires his thugs out sometimes, and recently he hired some out to a man named Gato. Most of them were killed on the mission, but Kai's told me that Gato had hired Zabuza before that and he had been killed. Apparently he was buried with his sword. Naruto said, enjoying having Sujetsu warped around his finger. And where would this be? Sujetsu asked. Hey Mito, give me one of you explosive tags and a scroll. Naruto said, ignoring Sujetsu's question. Mito handed him what he asked for. Naruto opened the scroll and wrote something in it. Then he stuck the explosive tag inside the scroll and closed it. I just put the location of the sword inside this scroll, but as you saw I also put an explosive tag in it, so if you try to open it carelessly then it will explode. The only way to know for sure where to open it is to use Hanabi's Byakugan. Now if you can prove yourself trustworthy to the girls when I'm gone, then they might open it for you. Sujetsu gave Naruto a nasty look, but knew there was nothing he could do about it. So what do I have to do to get the sword? It's simple, just take care of the brats. Naruto said. The only rules are that you can't let them be discovered and you can't do anything that would get them killed. Also you have to be back in the land of frost before I get back, but other than that you have free reign. You can take them wherever you want, and if you feel so inclined teach them whatever you want. If Hanabi doesn't open the scroll for you then I'll open when I get back. So I have free reign, then maybe this won't be so bad. Sujetsu said after thinking it over. I'm glad we were able to reach an understanding. Naruto said. Now we'll be spending the next week in a nearby town. Orochimaru has assured me that none of Jiraiya's spies are there, so we should be okay. They booked 2 hotel rooms, Naruto and Sujetsu in one room and the girls in the other. The next couple of days the girls got to work on their taijutsu by sparring with Sujetsu, something that would have been impossible with Naruto, since the girls would just end up breaking their wrists. Sujetsu wasn't any pushover either. Even with all 3 of the girls fighting him they had trouble landing a hit, and even then it didn't do anything since his body was made of water. Sujetsu even looked like he was having fun fighting the girls, but this may have only been to convince them to open the scroll. Eventually the girls got used to having Sujetsu around and even warmed up to him. He was like Naruto in a lot of ways. He and Naruto even seemed to get along since they had so much in common. They even went out one night and massacred an entire bandit camp, which the girls thought was some strange bonding experience for the 2 of them. So when it was time for Naruto to leave he felt pretty comfortable leaving them in Sujetsu's care. Alright brats, I'll be back in a month, but before I go I'm going to give you something to do while I'm gone. Naruto said, holding out 3 pieces of paper. Take one and apply your chakra to it. Each one of the girls took one and sent chakra to it. Hitomi's burst into flames, no surprise there. Hanabi's became damp and Mito's wrinkled. What happened? Hitomi asked. Those papers are used to find out what chakra affinity you have. Naruto said. I want you to be able to do the basic technique for your affinity by the time I get back. Hanabi, you have a water affinity, so Sujetsu should be able to help you. Mito, you have lighting, and Hitomi, you have fire, so you'll need to do some research on what you need to do. That you task now, I need to get going. Just be careful. Mito said, looking a little worried. After hearing that, Naruto proceeded to flick her in the head. Why did you do that? Mito said, rubbing her head. Because you were scared thinking that Iz was going to die. Naruto said. Well, I've got news for you, there is nobody in the leaf that can take me down, so don't be thinking that I'm not coming back. Hi, the girl said. Naruto gave one of his rare smiles before leaving. Hey, why don't you open that scroll? If you do I'll teach you how to use your water affinity. Sujetsu said to Hanabi right when Naruto was out of sight. I think you should teach me first. Hanabi said, much to Sujetsu's displeasure. Besides, how important can these swords be? Hanabi would regret saying that as Sujetsu nearly had a heart attack. You're saying you don't know about the 7 swordsmen of the mist and their swords? The girls shook their heads. Then I'll need to educate you. Sujetsu then spent the rest of the day lecturing them on his swords and just why he wanted them and their importance. It was horrible. Naruto made his way to Orochimaru's base to pick up his genin team. When he got there, 2 boys and a girl about his age were waiting for him. So are you 3 my genin team? Naruto said. The 3 of them looked shocked to see Naruto. How are you our instructor, you the same age as us? The female of the group said. Age doesn't have anything to do with power. Now give me your name so we can get going. Naruto said. But polite to give your name first, the male who looked like a hunchback said. Great, they talk back. Naruto said to himself. My name is Accelerator, and just so you know I'm listed in the bingo book as a B-class threat. The 3 of them were surprised, but at least now they knew that Naruto wasn't to be messed with. My name is Dosu. The hunchback said. I'm Kin, the female said. I'm Zaku, the other male said. Right, now we can leave. Naruto said. Actually, we were told to give you this. Dosu said, taking out a headband with a music note on it. Naruto signed before taking it and wrapping it around his forehead. Try to keep up. Naruto said before pushing off the ground and went flying off towards the leaf. Since Naruto forced them to go so fast, they made it to the leaf in record time. Dosu, Kin and Zaku were all panting and covered in sweat by the time they reached the gate, while Naruto hadn't broken a sweat. You 3 are pretty pathetic, aren't you? Shut up, Kin said, although it didn't sound very threatening since she was panting between words. Naruto was nice enough to let them caught their breaths before walking up to the gate guards. They weren't the same guards as when Naruto first came here, and for that he was glad. We're here for the Chunin exams. Naruto said, trying to sound polite, but even the genin could tell it was fake. Alright, but where's your Jounin instructor? The guard said, looking around. Naruto said, his red eyes on the guard and actually made him shake a little. That would be me, Accelerator. The guard quickly looked through his book trying to find his name. Yes, you are indeed in here. Your hotel is on the north side of Konoha, and here are your room keys. Naruto took the 2 keys that the guard gave him before walking into the village, his genin following behind. Naruto threw one of the room keys to Dosu. There's your room now, don't bother me. Naruto said. Hey, you only gave us one. Kin said. Yeah, I did, so what, I need a place to sleep too. Naruto said, not understanding. It's boys in one room and girls in the other. Kin said. No, it isn't, genin get one room and Jounin get the other. Naruto said. Now you 3 can do whatever you want, all you have to do is make it through the Chunin exam. Well, I also get to do whatever I want, but I don't have to make it through the exam, so in other words, you 3 have work to do while I get to screw around. The genin looked at Naruto with hate in their eyes, but they knew he was right, they had their mission, and he had his. They soon wandered off, much to Naruto's pleasure. Naruto went sightseeing around the village, examining the place where he could have and should have grown up in. He had to admit the place was nicer than the dark cell that Orochimaru kept him in, but the cold bleakness of the land of frost was much more appealing to him. After a little bit of wandering around, Naruto heard someone yelling, deciding that it would be fun to investigate. He headed over to the noise, and was he glad he did. The person who had on purple face paint and a girl with 4 ponytails were arguing with none other than his sisters and a guy that Naruto suspected to be the Sasuke Uchiha that Hitomi talks about. Naruto also knew who the other 2 people were, and they probably knew who he was, being part of the plan. They were the siblings of the Sans Jinchuriki. Temari and Kankuro. Which begged the question, where was Gaara? Naruto guessed it didn't matter. After all, could have plenty of fun without Gaara. Hey, what's with all the racket? Naruto said. The group of 5 turned to see a very pale boy wearing a headband with a music note on it coming their way. None of your business. Kankuro said. Oh, my mistake, you see, you were just making so much noise that I thought you wanted someone to show up and beat the crap out of you. The pale boy said, letting off some killer instinct. That enough? Just who the hell are you? Sasuke said. Name's Accelerator. The boy said. Kankuro's and Temari's eyes seemed to widen like they knew the name, although Sasuke, Naruto and Minima couldn't guess why. So Accelerator, what are you doing here? Minima asked. I heard some noise and thought I would check it out like the good Samaritan I am. Naruto said, sounding like a real prick. That's not what I meant. Minima said, trying to control her frustration. What are you doing in this village? You mean you don't know? Temari said, cutting into the conversation. We're here for the Chunin exam. The Chunin exam? Minima said. Yeah, you know, where genin are giving the chance to be prompted to Chunin. Temari said. We weren't told anything about that. Naruto said. Then it means you aren't good enough to participate. Kankuro said, chuckling. Oh yeah, I bet we'll kick your ass in the Chunin exams. Naruto said. Then how about we test your skills right now? Kankuro said, taking some sort of bundle off his back and unwarping it. But before he could finish, a new voice spoke. Kankuro, do you want me to kill you? The group looked up to see a boy with red hair standing upside down on a tree branch. Kankuro looked sick to his stomach and was staring at the boy with fearful eyes. Sorry, Gaara. So that's Gaara. Naruto thought. Pretty impressive, I didn't even see him climb up there. You got something to say? Sasuke said, looking a little pissed off. Gaara just looked at him with blank eyes before turning into sand and they reappearing in front of his siblings. Come on, Baki wants to talk to us. Right, Temari said as they started walking off. But you just got here, don't leave now. Naruto said. Gaara didn't even pay him any mind as he walked away. Well, that's disappointing, now there is no more fun to be had. Naruto said, trying to look as down as possible. What about us? Naruto said, sounding offended. You 3 are too weak to have fun with, but I do hope to see you in the Chunin exam. Naruto said before walking off. Naruto had a new plan in mind. He would go see Orochimaru's favorite little spy and make a request concerning his new form of entertainment. Pissing off his sisters. After all, he didn't have anything better to do. Naruto and Minima headed back to their house, still angry about the treatment they had gotten from those outsiders. How could they not be told about the Chunin exam? It made them look like idiots. When they entered the house, they could already smell Kushina's food. Ka-san, we're home. Minima said. Kushina peeked out from the kitchen. That's great, dinner almost ready, so how about you take a seat? The girls took a seat at the table while Kushina put some food in front of them and also took a seat. Hey Ka-san, why weren't we told about the Chunin exams? Naruto asked. So you found out? Kushina said. Yeah, we meet some genin from other villages. They were kind of asses, Minima said. Yeah, that's bound to happen, but I wouldn't let it get to you. They're probably just showing off. Kushina said. We didn't tell you about the Chunin exams because we're the village hosting it, so we can't tell any of our beforehand genin, since they could try and get an unfair advantage. We were going to tell you soon, in fact your father is meeting with the Jounin right now to see who will be participating. So are we going to be taking it? Minima said excitedly. It's up to Kakashi and you, but I have pretty good hunch that he's going to let you participate. Kushina said. The girls smiled at each other. It was going to be an exciting week. Naruto walked out of Kabuto's house after getting him to agree to his idea, although it was more trouble than it should have been. First Kabuto had yelled at him telling him that they shouldn't be talking to each other, but Naruto blew him off. Then Kabuto flat out refused him, saying that his idea would draw unnecessary attention, but after Naruto refused to leave Kabuto house he eventually gave in. Naruto wished he could see the look on his sisters' faces when they heard, but sadly he wouldn't be there to witness it. Naruto was interrupted from his train of thought when he turned a corner and a man with red clothes and white hair was leaning on the wall looking very smug. Now what's a B-class ninja doing in our village? Jiraiya of the Sannin said. Naruto was little surprised to see him there, but played it cool. Wow, a big shot like you knows about a little minnow like me. I'm honored. Naruto said, stopping to look at Jiraiya. Jiraiya lost his smug look and just looked annoyed. Cut the crap, what are you doing here, Accelerator? I'm here for the Chunin exam, of course. It's not so strange for a Jounin to be listed in the bingo book now, is it? Naruto said. You're right, but it is strange for someone so young, even if they are a Jounin, to be given a genin team. Jiraiya said, looking at Naruto, taking in every detail of his face, trying to detect some sort of lie. I'm just that talented. Naruto replied. It's also strange that a ninja who has lived in the land of frost for a number of years would suddenly become a Jounin of a newly found village far away. Jiraiya said. What can I say, I wanted a change of scenery and a Togeker needed ninja. Naruto replied. Jiraiya got right into Naruto's face, so much so that if he got any closer he would have hit Naruto's reflection and be sent tumbling backwards like an idiot. You know what I think? I think that you're up to something and I'm going to find out what it is. Why don't you go pester some other Jounin instructor? Naruto said with a hint of anger in his voice. Jiraiya took one last look at him before walking away. What an asshole. Naruto said under his breath, but Naruto knew that Jiraiya's threat was serious and would be a huge problem. Jiraiya would go digging and he would find the file of Naruto's visit so long ago. From what Mito told Naruto, the guards that he had told his name to had lied in their testimony, but if they were asked again by one of a Sannin they wouldn't be so quick to hide the truth. If they told Jiraiya Naruto's real name, then he would have a lot more to worry about than Orochimaru's invasion. It would take Jiraiya a little bit to find the file, since he would have to go by face and not name, so before he found it Naruto would have to do something. Naruto smiled his insane smile. He hadn't even been here a full day, but he was already having so much fun. He got to piss off his sister and Jiraiya, and he had barely done anything. The Leaf sure was an interesting place. Naruto observed how quiet it was in Konoha at night. There was hardly anyone out except for the few Anbu that patrolled the village. It was nothing like the land of frost where the night was filled with bangs and crashes and the occasional scream. Naruto didn't like the quiet because if it was quiet someone may hear. Naruto had taken a shoot in the dark. He expected that the guards that had turned him away were the night guards. So Naruto had hide near the guard post right before the night shift, and long and behold the guards he wanted to show up did. He would have to wait a little longer and keep an eye out for the Anbu patrols, but other than that the plan was set. After Naruto determined enough time had passed and there were no Anbu around, he took 2 pebbles from his pocket and took aim. The guards weren't really paying attention to anything around them and they looked pretty tried. This was good for Naruto since their reaction time was going to be slow. So Naruto sent the first pebble flying. The guard didn't even notice as the pebble entered his skull, went through his brain and out the other side. It was a clean shoot with hardly any blood splatter at all. The sight of his friend dying did of course put the other guard on alert, so he actually saw the second pebble coming at him. He pulled out a kunai to block the incoming projectile. It didn't do any good however, as the pebble was going so fast that it broke the kunai without losing much speed, and that guard met the same fate as his friend. Naruto got the hell out of there before Anbu found the bodies. Naruto got to his hotel room without anyone seeing him or the bodies. Naruto congratulated himself on a job well done. Naruto knew that once Jiraiya found the file and the bodies he would put 2 and 2 together and Naruto would be the prime suspect, but without any evidence there was nothing Jiraiya could do. After all, Naruto had just used 2 pebbles he found off the side of the road, nothing that could be traced back to him, and if Jiraiya asked for an alibi, then Naruto's genin would give him one. Naruto went to sleep thinking about the upcoming Chunin exams. Minato and Jiraiya were looking at the 2 dead guards being examined by Medical Ninja and Anbu. Jiraiya was pissed. He had just discovered the file of Accelerator's visit and was wondering why he had come to the Leaf as a child. He had planned to ask the guards about it since something seemed off about their testimony. To his surprise, however, he showed up and saw Minato and 2 dead guards. Jiraiya explained this all to Minato, and Minato was surprised to say the least. I never thought I'd hear about that case again. Truth be told, I had completely forgotten about it till now. Minato said. Damn, he was one step ahead of me. Jiraiya swore. Is there anything here that can prove he did it? Minato shook his head. No, they were killed by pebbles of all things, and although I don't know any ninja who uses pebbles as a weapon, any jounin or higher could have thrown it fast enough it pierce someone's head. Can't we get him for that Anbu he murdered that night, since now we know who did it? Jiraiya asked. No, because we can't take action for any previous crime since he's here for the Chunin exam. Minato said. So we can't do anything to him then? Jiraiya said. That's about right, but I want to know it, why did he kill them? He can't be punished for the Anbu murder, so why bother killing these guards? Minato said, trying to think of an answer. They must have known something that Accelerator didn't want used to know about, but if that's the case, why did he tell them in the first place, or even come to the village that night, and if it was something we couldn't know about, why didn't he kill them that night along with the Anbu? This just doesn't make any sense. Jiraiya said, truly stumped as what Accelerator could be thinking. I don't think we're going to find out anytime soon, but I'll make sure to have Anbu keep an eye on him. Minato said. The day of the Chunin exams was nice as sunny. The academy was bustling with activity. There were genin from all over the elemental nations all looking for the chance to become Chunin. Naruto, Minima and Sasuke were no exception. They walked the halls of the academy, hardly being able to believe that they were students here no so long ago. They walked past an obvious Genjutsu on the 2nd floor and proceed to the 3rd floor. When they got there, they were greeted with an ear-shattering scream of Sasuke. Then Sakura and Ino jumped him from both sides before arguing about who got there first. Can you two give it a rest already? Kiba said, walking over with Shino. Try not to get involved, it would just be too troublesome. Shikamaru said, walking over with Choji. I'm glad to see you guys haven't changed a bit. Minima chuckled. Yeah, well, I wish some of us had. Kiba said, looking over at Sasuke, who was still trying to get Sakura and Ino off him. So it looks like we're taking the Chunin exam together. Choji said in between taking bites of his chips. Yeah, it's going to be so exciting. Naruto said. You guys may want to keep it down, you drawing some looks. A man with glasses and a leaf headband said as he walked towards them. It was only then the group looked around to see that the other genin were looking at them with not so friendly faces. Oh, or bad. Thanks for the advice. Minima said. But really no problem, I glad to help out some rookies. My name's Kabuto, by the way. Rookies? So you must have taken this exam before? Choji asked. Yeah, 7 times in fact. Kabuto said. That many? Sakura asked, having a hard time believing it. Well, it's not all that bad. I've been able to get a lot of information from all my times taking it. Kabuto said, pulling out a bunch of cards. I have a little bit of something on every one. Sasuke suddenly looked at Kabuto with a serious expression. Do you have anything on a guy named Gaara and one named Accelerator? Who are those guys? Ino asked Sasuke. Some guys we met a little while ago. They talked a big game and basically thought that we weren't even worth their time. Sasuke replied. But how dare they? Sakura yelled. There is no way they could best you, Sasuke, not in a million years. Naruto and Minima weren't so sure. Sasuke might be strong, but those two just had something about them that screamed danger. You know their names, that make it too easy. Kabuto said, looking through his cards. What they didn't know was that Kabuto had more than just a little bit of information on Accelerator. After all, the man himself did come and make sure Kabuto added a couple of tidbits to his card. We'll start with Gaara. Kabuto applied chakra to the card and a picture of Gaara appeared. Wow, this guy's intense. He completed a B rank mission as a genin. The group looked at the card with wide eyes. There was a genin that strong taking the Chunin exam. Bug deal, we fought one of the 7 swordsmen. Naruto said. There's another thing too. Kabuto said, and the group looked at him with anticipation. All the missions he's done, he has come back without a scratch. This information actually shook Naruto and the other up. Man, this guy isn't someone we should mess around with. Kiba said. Now let's see about Accelerator. Kabuto said, taking a card and looking at it, but when he did his face changed to utter horror, which only put the rookies more on edge. What is it? Minima asked. This guy, I don't even know what to say. Kabuto said, trying to keep calm. He's your guy's age, but he's not a genin. He's a jounin and a B rank threat in the bingo book. Any fear the group had about Gaara was immediately replaced with Accelerator. How is that possible? That's only 1 rank lower than Kakashi. Minima said. I don't know, but it's all here. Kabuto said. He recently became a jounin for the hidden sound. His genin team is Aku, Kin, and Dosu. Not only that, but the rumor is that Accelerator has been with his genin team less than a month. He also got his B rank when he killed an entire genin team, Jounin sensei include all by himself. The rookies paled even Sasuke and Naruto, who were the most eager to fight strong opponents, weren't looking too good. What kind of guy has that much power? Naruto asked. And apparently just like Gaara, he's never been hurt on a mission. Kabuto added. Well, at least since he's a Jounin we wouldn't have to face him. Sakura said, sounding relieved. That might be true, but we still have to deal with his genin team, and who knows what they're like. How about we show you? A voice said, and then a guy who was covered in bandages appeared right in front of Kabuto. The guy threw a punch that Kabuto barely dodged. At least they thought he dodged, but then his glasses broke and Kabuto fell to his knees and vomited. Kabuto? Yelled Minima and Naruto as they ran over to him. I'm okay. Kabuto said, getting to his feet. You three certainly did show me, and I have concluded that you are just as crazy and dangerous as your sensei. Kabuto told the three ninja from the sound. Please don't put us on the same level as our sensei. The female said. He's way more insane and dangerous than we are. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't watch yourself. The other male of the group said. Naruto wanted to say something back, but before she got the chance an eruption of smoke came from the far end of the room. When the smoke disappeared, a man in a black trench coat stood in front of the genin, with what looked like a small army behind him. Knock it off, you sound ninja, do you want to be disqualified before the exams have even begun? The man said. Sorry, sir. The ninja with the bandages said, although it was clear he didn't mean it. I'm name is Ibiki, your first examiner and your worst nightmare. He said. Now you have 5 minutes to grab a number and get inside this room or be disqualified. This of course made every rush towards the room. Naruto got a seat right next to Sakura towards the front of the room. When everyone was inside, Ibiki started explaining the test. They would start with 10 points, and if they were caught cheating then they would lose 2 points. If one of them lost all their points then their whole team would fail. The last question would be given in the last 10 minutes, and that was all there was to it. Ibiki started the clock, the test begun. Naruto opened the doors and everyone in the room looked at him. They didn't look too happy either. Naruto could guess why. He was less than 3 times their age after all. Naruto kept walking, ignoring the other Jounin hate-filled stares. Naruto was in a lounge that all the Jounin senseis were allowed to use while they wanted for their genin. Naruto noticed that all the Jounin stuck to their little groups. Waterfall ninja with other waterfall ninja. Leaf ninja with other leaf ninja. There was no mingling with the other shinobi. Unfortunately, Naruto didn't have a group to seat with since he was the only sound Jounin in the leaf. Naruto looked around the lounge to see where he could sit when he noticed that it wasn't just Jounin in the lounge. Sitting at the leaf's table was none other than the Hokage and his wife. He was chatting with a bunch of other Jounin. There was Kakashi, a guy with a bowl haircut, another guy with a cigarette and a beard, and a woman with eyes as red as Naruto's own. Naruto walked over to their table. Hello Hokage, mind if I seat here? Naruto asked. Minato gave Naruto a look that showed he was obviously not invited, but when Naruto didn't leave, Minato said he could. Naruto sat down right across from the Hokage. No one wanted to talk, which led to some very awkward silence. Kushina wanting to do something about it and tried starting up a conversation. Accelerator, right? You're so young to be a Jounin. Yes Lady Hokage, I'm a little young, but it's not so unheard of, is it? I heard that Itachi Uchiha became a Jounin even younger than I did. Naruto said. Well yes, I guess that's true. How do you like the leaf? Kushina asked. It's nice, although it's very different from what I'm used to. Naruto replied as a waiter came by and he ordered a drink. Well, I'm pretty sure everyone likes their home better than anywhere else. Kushina said. I guess so, but hey, I heard you daughters are participating in the Chunin exams. You must be proud of them. Naruto said. I am, and I'm sure you're proud of you genin as well. Kushina said. The waiter came by and handed Naruto his drink. I am proud of them, I just hope they don't go killing every other genin team, especially the one your daughter's on. After all, you've already lost 2 kids, it would be tragic to lose the other 2. I think if I was that terrible a parent I would kill myself. Naruto took a drink of his beer with his eyes on Kushina. Everyone fell dead silent. No one ever brought up Kushina missing kids, it was a very touchy subject for her, and not only did this guy bring it up, he just implied that his genin team was going to kill her daughters. Kushina was gripping the side of the table with shaking hands. Her hair was covering her eyes, so no one could tell what expression she had, but it couldn't be good. Kushina just clammed down. Minato said, trying his best to not let things get out of hand. Kushina didn't listen, however, as she stood up and hit the table so hard that it spilt in half. Listen up, bastard. Kushina yelled as Naruto sat there calming, sipping his drink. You and your genin might be some big shoots in the tiny little village you call home, but this is the big leagues, and there's no way your wimpy little genin could ever beat my girls. So when you have to take them back to your village bloody and defeated, just remembers this conversation. The only sound in the whole room was Naruto taking the last sip of his drink. Then he placed it on the table, but because the table was broken down the middle, the bottle rolled off and fell to the floor with a crash. I think you're the one who thinks they're a big shoot, Naruto said, standing up. There are a lot of things you don't know, but you'll find out before the Chunin exams end, and when you do, just remember this conversation, Naruto said, walking to the doors. You know, I've known a couple people like you, the man with cigarette said. Naruto stopped and looked back at him. People who are so powerful that they think they're invincible, but let me tell you something, there will come a time where you are real trouble and have to admit you lost. Naruto smiled at him. I know that I'm not invincible. I know that it's possible that someone may be able to hurt me one day, but it's also possible that the sun won't rise tomorrow. But let's face it, the sun is going to rise tomorrow, and it's going to keep rising. Naruto then left the lounge. Minato watched him leave. It had taken all of his self-control to not do what Kushina had done. Accelerator had walked into the leaf like he owned the place and had done whatever he wanted. Minato was positive he had killed those guards, but there was still nothing he could do about it. There was, however, something his daughters could do. When they wiped the floor with Accelerator's gen, and Accelerator would finally lose that cocky attitude and Minato would enjoy every second of it. Naruto had figured out the point of the test. The problem was that she didn't have any good way to cheat. Sasuke could use his Sharingan and Minima was sure to figure out something, but Naruto had no idea. She could try glancing over at Sakura's paper since she seemed to know the answers, but not only was she likely to get caught that way, but it would also take too long. Naruto went over every jutsu she had to see what she could do. Then an idea hit her. She did some hand signs under her desk and slammed her palm on the underside of the desk. Naruto sneezed to cover up the popping sound of her summon. A small orange toad was now sitting on Naruto's lap. Hey, what's you? Gamakichi tried to say, but Naruto put her hand over his mouth. You need to be quiet, Naruto whispered. Gamakichi nodded and Naruto let go. Why did you summon me? Gamakichi asked. I need a distraction so I can cheat on this test. You think you can do that? Naruto said. Sure thing, Gamakichi said as he hopped off Naruto's lap. When he was a little ways away, he jumped on top of a girl's test. The girl was so shocked by the sudden appearance of a toad that she screamed and tried to hit it. This caused everyone in the room to look and see what was going on. Gamakichi hopped around the whole room with everyone trying to catch him, but no one succeeding. Eventually Ibiki calmly walked up to where the toad was hopping around and with a flick of the wrist he caught him. Well, looks like that's it for me, Gamakichi said before disappearing. Everyone go back to your tests and shut up, Ibiki yelled. Everyone did just that, but luckily for Naruto she now had every question filled out. Now all she had to do was wait for the last question. When the time ticked down, Ibiki called the class's attention. I'm only going to say this once, but you can choose whether or not to take the final question. Why wouldn't we take the question? Someone said. Because if you miss this question you'll be a genin forever. If that's too much pressure then feel free to leave, Ibiki said. This got the class discussing and a couple teams did leave. When it looked like no one else was going to leave, Ibiki said they all passed, which led into a speech on about being a chunin. Then something really strange happened. Something came through the window and a giant banner was displayed with a woman with purple hair standing in front of it. Hello maggots, I'm your next examiner, Anko, the woman said. The class was too stunned to say anything. You're early, Anko, Ibiki said from behind the poster. Whatever, no one wants to hear your speech anyways, Anko said. Now you maggots, you are to run to the forest of death and make it double time. Anko them jumped out the window with the genin following. All the genin teams made it to the forest of death where Anko made then sign a release form them explained to them the test. It was pretty simple, but it guaranteed that at least half of them would fail. Naruto, Minima and Sasuke got an earth scroll before heading into the forest. The forest of death really earned its name. They hadn't been there for too long, but Naruto already lost count of the thing that tried to eat her. It was frustrating because they had to keep using time and energy to fight these things. It took them the entire day to finally find a team. Well, team wasn't really the right word since it was only one person. Did you get lost? Minima taunted the grass nim. The grass ninja sent them a wicked smile. You three are quite the bunch, the grass nin said. Then out of nowhere a giant purple snake appeared and hit Naruto with its tail, sending her flying off into the forest. The snake went after her and Minima and Sasuke were going to follow it, but the grass nin rushed them. The grass nin was really good at taijutsu. He kept finding openings in Minima's and Sasuke's defense. He was also hard to hit since he was able to bend at impossible angles, and when Minima did manage to hit him with one of her chains, it would turn out she just hit a log. So things were going bad. Hamon, I thought you'd be more of a challenge. Aren't you an Uchiha and the Hokage's daughter? The grass nin said. Sasuke sent a furball at him and Minima used a flame to hide her chain. She felt the chain hit something, but when the fire cleared it was just another log. Nice try. The grass nin said from right behind them. How did he get there? Minima thought right before the grass nin kicked her in the stomach. She was sent flying, but used her chains to dig into the ground and stop herself. She was still sent a pretty good distance away however. Which gave the grass nin some quality time with Sasuke. Come on Sasuke, are you really this weak? The grass nin said as he easily dodged Sasuke kunai swigs. Sasuke didn't say anything since he was running out of energy. He could feel his movements becoming more sluggish, but then a kunai was suddenly beside the grass nin and it had an explosives tag on it. Sasuke and the grass nin broke apart to avoid getting blown up. Too bad for the grass nin. Minima had gotten back to them and had wrapped a chain around the grass nin's arm, keeping him from moving. Sasuke without thinking sent a fireball at him. The grass nin went up in flames. Minima rushed to Sasuke as he collapsed to his knees. Sasuke, are you alright? Minima asked. Yeah, I'm fine, just used too much chakra. By the way, thanks for the help Naruto. Sasuke said looking up at the trees. Naruto jumped down and landed in front of Sasuke and Minima. I didn't do that much, I just threw one kunai. She said. Yeah, but that one kunai gave us the opening we needed. Minima said. That was actually pretty good. The grass nin said emerging from the fire. Although now Team 7 could see that he wasn't a grass nin. Half his face had peeled off reviling someone that was hated by the whole village. Minima clenched her fist and bit her teeth together. Sasuke and Naruto could see the rage building up inside her. Orochimaru, what are you doing here? Orochimaru gave a snake-like smile. That's it. Come on now Minima, I haven't seen since you were a baby. This only made Minima more pissed. Orochimaru, where is my brother? Minima hissed. Wouldn't you like to know? Orochimaru said. That was the final straw for Minima. She charged at Orochimaru, all strategy and reason leaving her mind. Minima, we can't fight him. Naruto screamed, but it fell on deaf ears. Minima continued to rant at Orochimaru. You're not the one I came here to see. So could you please leave me alone? Orochimaru said, bringing his hand into a fist. When Minima got close enough he went for her stomach. She wasn't even thinking about dodging and would have been hit if it wasn't for Naruto pushing her aside just in time. Minima went tumbling to the ground, getting dust and dirt all over her clothes. What the hell? Minima said, sitting up only for her to go speechless. In front of her was Orochimaru with his fist logged inside Naruto's stomach. The punch that Minima should have been hit with. Naruto's face was twisted in pain. When Orochimaru brought back his hand, Naruto fell to her knees, then vomited blood before completely collapsing into it. Then Orochimaru's neck extended to an impossible length all the way to Sasuke. My gift to you. Orochimaru said before biting Sasuke's shoulder. Sasuke's scream was horrible and Minima was sure that the whole forest could hear. Thankfully it didn't last long as Sasuke passed out from pain. Orochimaru retracted his neck looking very pleased with himself, then looked Minima in the eyes. Minima was too scared to move as Orochimaru walked towards her. He stopped just in front of her and said something that would haunt Minima for a long time to come. You know, Naruto is much more behaved than you three. Minima had no idea how long she sat there staring off into the distance. All she knew was that when she did regain her senses, Orochimaru was gone and the sun was setting. Minima stood up on shaky legs. It was only now she realized how hurt she was. Her clothes had cuts and rips all over them. Her hair was tangled in knots and her skin was bruised. The sad part was that she was in best condition on her team. Sasuke was out cold in a not so peaceful sleep. Naruto's face and hair was stained with her own blood and her stomach was tinted red. Thankful the Kyuubi had taken care of most of her injuries, but Naruto didn't seem like she would be waking up anytime soon. Minima knew they couldn't stay where they were, so she dragged Sasuke and Naruto to a cave she found nearby. She tried to treat them as best as she could, but she was no medic nin. All she could really do was make them comfortable and make sure that no one else attacked them. She worked into the night setting traps. Minima was exhausted and hurt, but she was the only one who could keep watch, so she would have to stay up. She sat by the entrance of the cave trying not to fall asleep. More than once she was almost taking to the land of dreams, but managed to keep herself awake by telling herself that once Naruto woke up she could sleep. The night turned into day and the day came with problems. Minima was so tired that she couldn't really say she was keeping watch, she was just keeping her eyes opened. That's why the voice in front of her shocked her so much. You're not a very good lookout, are you? For the first time in a while Minima actually saw what was in front of her and it was the people she less wanted to see. Accelerator's Genin team was standing on front of her with smug looks and to Minima's displeasure, well rested. Why don't you wake Sasuke so we can have a little fun with him? Dosu said. I won't let you touch them. Minima said. She was a little more awake now being faced with an enemy, but even she knew she was in no shape to fight them as it felt like it took a lifetime to get to her feet. She threw a few kunes at them, but they were going so slow that an academy student could have blocked it. Dosu did just that and the kunais bounced off his gauntlet. That was just sad. Kin said as the three genin jumped towards Minima. Minima shot the chains from her hands at the three, but once again they were just too slow. Damn it, why am I so weak? Minima thought. They were closing in on Minima and she was just too tired to dodge. There was nothing she could do. Then suddenly a green blur appeared out of nowhere. The blur managed to kick all three of the genin away before landing to reveal it was actually a person. Minima couldn't believe she had just been saved and asked the question that everyone was thinking. Who are you? The boy stood up to his full height. I am the handsome devil of the leaf, Rock Lee. Minima didn't know what to say. A guy she didn't even know had saved her and her team. Dosu was not amused. You should have never come to save your girlfriend since now you're the one who's going to be put in the ground. He said, rolling up his sleeve to reveal his gauntlet and rushed Lee. No, you will be the one in the ground. Lee said before disappearing. Dosu stopped wondering where Lee went when he hears something beneath him. Front lotus. Dosu got a sharp kick to his chin which pushed him into the air. The Lee suddenly appeared behind Dosu and wrapped him bandages, then slammed him to the ground right after Zaku softened it. Lee returned back to his position in front of Minima while Dosu pulled himself out of the ground. Now you've pissed me off. Dosu said. He rushed Lee inside, swung at Lee. Lee managed to block, but then his ears started to bleed. Lee felt dizzy and couldn't see straight until he eventually fell to the ground. Big talk from someone so weak, now on to Sasuke. Minima was in real trouble now. Lee was out of the picture and it was still 3 against 1. Luckily fate seemed to be on Minima's side. Human bullet tank. A voice yelled and then a huge green ball came rolling at Zaku who was forced to dodge. After the green ball missed it shrunk down to revel it was Choji with Ino and Shikamaru behind him. The worms just keep coming. Dosu commented. Oh man this is such a drag. Shikamaru said. Hey you can at least act like you're willing to help out our friend. Ino yelled at him. Eyes. Minima said about ready to cry. So couldn't believe that so many people were willing to help her even thought they were supposed to be enemies in this test. I've had just about all I can take with you Leaf Ninja. I'm going to kill you. Dosu said, but when he tried to run at Ino he discovered he couldn't move. What is going on? Then Dosu noticed that there was a shadow connected to a smirking Shikamaru. Shadow imitation technique. Shikamaru said then moved his arms up forcing Dosu to do the same. Kin, Zaku do something. Dosu said. Alright Kin what should we do? Zaku asked only to notice the Kin wasn't responding. Kin what wrong? Sorry this isn't Kin right now. Please try again. Kin said pointing over to Ino who was lying unconscious. So you took over Kin's body. Well in that case. Zaku blasted a strong gust of wind at Kin causing her to hit a tree. How could you do that? She's your teammate. Minima yelled. But right now she's someone else. Kill her Zaku. Dosu said. I wouldn't do that. A voice from the tree said. Everyone looked up to see Niji standing on a branch. Dosu's face was twisted in anger. They were outnumbered and 2 of them weren't even able to move anymore. Things were getting really bad and it only got worse when he and everyone else felt an evil aura coming from Sasuke. He had these black marking all around his body and he seemed to glow purple. In the blink of an eye he had pushed Zaku to the ground and dislocated both his arms. It was such a horrific scene that Shikamaru let go of his jutsu. Sasuke stop it. This isn't like you. Minima shouted nearly crying. This seemed to break whatever spell was on Sasuke as the marking disappeared and he looked around confused. What happened? We're being attacked. Minima answered glad Sasuke snapped out of it. Sasuke turned to the only able-bodied sound ninja, but the sound nin held up his hand. Stop I know when I'm defeated so I'll cut you a deal. He laid a heaven scroll on the ground. You take this and we get to leave. Minima and Sasuke glared at him but accepted in the end. Once he left Shikamaru and Choji woke up Naruto and they along with everyone else demanded to know what happened. Minima explained their run-in with Orochimaru to the people who weren't there. So Orochimaru is in the leaf. That's a scary thought. Ino said. I'm more worried about that mark on Sasuke's shoulder. Lee said once he recovered. Yeah I'll have to get someone to look at it. Sasuke said. Naruto there's one other thing I want to mention. Minima said. What is it? Naruto asked. After you and Sasuke passed out Orochimaru brought up Naruto. Everyone in the group gasped. What did he say? Ino asked. Nothing much but one thing I know for sure is that Naruto's still alive. Minima replied. Well that's a good thing. Shikamaru said. Yeah, but it just makes me so mad that Orochimaru still has him. Minima said. You should tell your dad. Ino said. But I have to get out of this forest first. Minima said. But you have the scroll that guy left. Choji said. But I can't take that. Minima said waving his hands in front of her. I didn't do anything to fight them. That doesn't matter. Ino said handing her the scroll. If Orochimaru really is in the village, then you telling you dad is much more important than the Chunin exams. Minima looked at everyone with tears in her eyes. Thanks everyone. Just make sure to get your brother back. Ino said, giving her the thumbs up. I want to see how hot he is compared to Sasuke. Everyone laughed at Ino's comment. I'll make sure of it. Minima said, giving Ino the thumbs up. But first I really need to get some sleep. Minima said, falling to the floor. The last thing she heard before falling asleep was Naruto saying, don't worry Minima, this time I'll keep watch over you. When Minima woke up from her well-deserved rest, the team headed out for the tower. They got there in just under the 2-day mark. They were surprised to learn that they were the third team to arrive following Gaara's team and teammate. Minima wanted to tell her dad about Orochimaru right away, but they were forbidden to leave the tower until the test was done. So they spent the rest of the time waiting. More teams filed in, and by the end of the test, there were a total of 7 teams. Most of them were Leaf, but unfortunately the Sound team made it too. They were all taken to a big room where the Hokage explained the purpose of the Chunin exams, as well as announced they would be holding a preliminary. He also offered anyone the chance to drop out if they didn't think they were ready. Kabuto did. Minima suggested that Sasuke do the same because of that mark, but he said he would finish the preliminary, then have it looked at. The remaining genin were told to go wait in the balcony with their Jounin senseis. Naruto couldn't help but notice that all the Leaf Jounin were eyeing the Sound genin as they walked up to Accelerator, who was leaning over the railing looking incredibly bored. When Minima met up with Kakashi, she told him everything about their encounter with Orochimaru, but Kakashi surprised her when he told her that he and the Hokage already knew. Then he went on to tell Sasuke about not letting the Crucible get out of hand and that after his match he would been sent to Itachi so he could remove it. Then the huge screen in the room lit up and showed the names of the first match. Sasuke Uchiha vs Yoroi Akato. At the start of the match it looked like Sasuke was going to lose due to his chakra being drained, but he managed to beat his opponent by using Taijutsu and some clever thinking. Then Sasuke and Kakashi left to go see Itachi on the curse mark. Zaku Abumi vs Shino Abiram. Even though one of Zaku's arms was unusable, he still fought. Shino used a series of assaults with his bugs, and when it looked like Zaku was surrounded he revealed that he could use his other arm. It didn't change anything however, because when he tried to blast air at the bugs his arms exploded, making Shino the winner. The Leaf Jounin looked glad that one of Accelerator's genin got his ass handed to them, but Accelerator didn't seem concerned. Miss Yumi Tsurugi vs Kankuro. It looked like Miss Yumi had won the match within a couple seconds of starting by threatening to break Kankuro's neck, but Kankuro revealed that Miss Yumi was only attacking a puppet. Then the puppet broke Mishmi's bones, making Kankuro the winner. Ino Yamanaka vs Sakura. The match was as average as it could get. The girls battled it out in a series of punches and kicks, but neither one of them did anything that really posed a serious threat to their opponent. The match dragged on, and Accelerator had no problem expressing how stupid the match was. The match ended with Ino pulling off a semi-impressive ninjutsu that Sakura managed to break out of. Then they knocked each other out. Tenten vs Temari. Temari wiped the floor with Tenten. It wasn't like Tenten was a bad ninja, it was just that her matchup couldn't have been worse. Temari used her giant fan to blow away all of Tenten's weapons, and the Tenten herself was set flying into the air only to land on Temari's fan. Shikamaru Nara vs Kintsuchi. Kin was able to use Senbon's and Strength to throw Shikamaru off his game, but Shikamaru ran his shadows under Kin's wire and got her to hit her head against the back wall, giving him the victory. All the Leaf Jounin and even the Hokage looked really excited. If Accelerator's last genin could be taken out, then he would be forced to leave the Leaf. What they didn't know was that Naruto didn't care if all his genin were defeated. If that happened, then Naruto just wouldn't take part in the invasion, and that was perfectly fine with him. Kiba Inuzuka vs Naruto Namikaze. It was a fight between the Leaf's biggest hotheads. The fight was pretty even at first, with Akamaru transforming into Kiba then attacking Naruto using his fang-passing fang technique. Naruto matched him blow for blow, however, by making a ton of Shadows clones and piling them up to slow Kiba down. This kept Naruto from taking any blows, as Kiba had to sort through shadow clones that would just replace themselves as soon as they were destroyed. Eventually Kiba ran out of chakra and was forced to give up the match. Minima Namikaze vs Neji Hyuga. Minima got ready to face Neji. She knew about the Hyuga's gentle fist technique, so Minima would have to keep her distance. When the fight started, neither one of them made a move. Then Neji started to tell her how he was going to win the match because of fate and that she should just give up now. Minima however wasn't going to give up just because some prick told her to, so if Neji wouldn't make the first move, then Minima would. Minima slammed her hand on the ground, sending her chains under the floor and over to Neji. When the chains burst through the ground, Neji easily evaded them. Minima kept pulling her chains back underground and kept trying to hit Neji, but every time he would dodge with elegant movement. "You know you'll never hit me like that," Neji said, pointing to his eyes. You chains might look a little different, but there's still chakra which my eyes can see even though the ground. Minima hissed knowing he was right, but not wanting to give her attack. She would have kept trying too, however Niji worked his way closer and closer to Minima. Minima knew that she couldn't beat Niji in a taijutsu battle, since that was his specialty. She kept backing off throwing kunes to halt his approach, but she could only keep him off for so long. Niji was slowly making his way towards Minima not wanting to take any risks, but if he got close enough or impatient enough then he could charge her, and Minima wasn't sure she would be able to stop him. It was only too late that Minima realized that she had backed up all the way to the wall. Her only option now was to run past Niji or try to fight him off. Fighting him off next to a wall was defiantly not a good idea, so she tried to run around him. That was when Niji made his move right when Minima took one step forward to run away from the wall, Niji rushed in front of her, forcing her in an awkward fighting position. Minima's first instinct was to shoot her chains at Niji, but when she brought her right arm up, Niji hit the chakra points on her arm, leaving it more or less useless. It was all downhill from there. With Minima not able to use her domain arm and being forced to fight against a wall, Niji was able to hit all her chakra points. To Minima's credit she didn't do a terrible job defending, but as more of her chakra points were hit and more of her body becoming useless, it was a losing fight. The match was called with Niji the winner after Minima collapsed to her knees. It was a good fight, it was just that Niji had more experience and could read Minima moves. Minima was brought back up to the balcony where So was forced to sit near the railing to be able to watch the rest of the fights. Lee vs Gaara. The match started off not looking good for Lee. Gaara's sand, which his siblings called the ultimate defense, stopped Lee dead in his traces. So everyone in the arena was surprised when Lee took off his leg weight and was suddenly able to get through Gaara's defense, which was apparently the first time it ever happened. Gaara had to resort to using his sand armor. Lee managed to kick him away from his gourd and it looked like he would win, but Gaara got a hold of Lee's arm with his sand and in a gruesome display crushed it. Then he did the same with Lee's leg. Gaara probably would have killed him too if Guy didn't step in. Joji Akimichi vs Dosu Kanuta. The final was the match that all the jounin were looking forward to, it would decide if Accelerator got to stay or not. It didn't help that Joji wanted to quit before the match even started, however. Luckily Asuma managed to talk him into fighting by offering him food. Joji immediately used his human bullet tank to stop Dosu's sound from reaching him. It was a good plan, but all Dosu had to do was use the water in Joji's body to transmit his sound, leaving him as the winner, much to the disappointment of the Leaf. All the victors drew a number to see who they would fight in the tournament after the month-long break. Naruto would fight Niji, something that Naruto was ready to do since he had beaten her sister. Sasuke would fight Gaara. Kankuro would fight Shino. Shikamaru would fight Temari, and Dosu would fight the winner of their match. Once that was done they were dismissed. "I'm so proud of you too," Kushina said on the way home. Minato wasn't with them, since he had to start setting up the Chunin exams and look into Orochimaru's little plan. "That's great mom, but I lost," Minima said, still mad about the whole thing. "That's okay, it was your first exam and hardly anyone pass on their first go," Kushina said, sounding upbeat. "Hey, can I ask you something?" Naruto asked. "Go ahead," Kushina said, thinking about what she was going to cook for dinner. Why did the jounin seem so happy when one of Accelerator's genin lost? "I know he's kind of an asshole, but they were a few people like that," Naruto said, thinking she may be reading too deep into the situation. Kushina missed a step but recovered without the girls noticing. That is just because he said so very rude things about the Leaf. Naruto didn't think that was all he said, but if her mom didn't want to tell her then it was none of her business. "Also, I need to tell you girls a few things, this especially concerns you, Naruto," Kushina said. The girls looked at Kushina wondering what she had to say. "You know that kid from the Sand Gaara? Well, he's a Jinchuriki." This hit Naruto hard. She never expected to meet another Jinchuriki so soon, and he was even the same age as her. This got Naruto thinking about how different they were. He didn't even hesitate when crushing Lee's arm. Could she have been like that if she had stayed on the path she was on before Mito left? She wanted to say no, but she wasn't sure. "Because of this, Minima and I have decided we're going to teach you to the Rasengan," Kushina said. Minima and Naruto both perked up at that. They had wanted to learn that jutsu since as long as they could remember, but Kushina always said they were too young. It was the one thing Naruto tantrums never got her. "But what about our training, which Kakashi?" Minima asked. "There won't be any. Kakashi is training Sasuke personally since he's granted to fight Gaara," Kushina said. "But if he does lose to Gaara it will be up to you, Naruto, to beat him, so you have to win against Niji," Kushina said. "Alright, I'll do my best," Naruto said. "You better be, because learning the Rasengan is going to be anything but easy," Kushina said. Naruto walked towards his hotel thinking about how bored he was going to be for the next month. He honestly kind of wanted Dosu to lose, then he wouldn't have to participate in the invasion, although he was sure Orochimaru still would have made him show up. Naruto was thinking how much this month would suck when Naruto was suddenly aware that someone was following him. Naruto turned around to see who would be stupid enough to sneak up on a B-rank ninja. When he did, however, he was caught off guard. Not because it was a serious threat behind him, no, far from it, there was a square rock behind him. Naruto had only ever been stumped a few times in his life, but he seriously had no idea how to react to this awful disguise. Should he just walk away and pretend he didn't see anything? That seemed like the best option, but before Naruto was able to completely turn around, the rock flew up into the air and a boy with a long scarf ran at him. Naruto stepped to the side a little, not wanting to have to explain to Anbu why the boy had a broken wrist. The boy ran right past him, not being able to stop himself, and ran right into a trash can. "Wow, you're really good," the boy said, climbing out of the pile of rotting food and discarded clothes. "I'm Konohamaru, what's your name?" he asked. Naruto walked right past him, hoping that he would just go away. Naruto already had to look after 3 brats, and he didn't think he could deal with even talking to another one. "Hey, wait up," the brat said, running after Naruto. "Don't talk to me, don't you know I'm not a leaf ninja?" Naruto, hoping that would be enough to get him to leave. It was not. "Of course I know that, I can see your headband. Do you think I'm an idiot or something?" Konohamaru said. "Yes," was Naruto's simple answer. Konohamaru didn't even seem to hear Naruto's reply as he kept on talking. "You're here for the Chunin exams, right?" "I'm a Jounin brat." Naruto wished he hadn't said that as the brat's eyes lit up like a firework. "Wow, really, does that mean you go all over the elemental and do cool missions? If I say yes, will you go away?" Naruto said, thinking how much trouble he would get in if he broke this kid's arm. Once again, the kid didn't seem to hear him. "Hey, I have a question for you. Since you're not a leaf ninja, have by any chance you seen 3 girls? Their names are Mito, Hanabi and Hitomi." Naruto looked at him though the corner of his eye. Naruto couldn't believe he mentioned those names to a complete stranger. The runaways was supposed to be a secret, so other nations wouldn't go looking for them, although Naruto was pretty sure that the other nations had this information by now. "What are they to you?" "They're my friends, of course," Konohamaru said. Naruto doubted it, none of the girls had ever mentioned him before. "No kid, I haven't seen them, so can't leave now." Finally, Naruto's words seemed to get through to him. "Alright then, fine, I can see that I'm not wanted here," Konohamaru said, leaving Naruto alone. Naruto relived that he finally got that brat to leave, but why did he ask about the girls? Naruto was truly puzzled by this. He didn't seem like a close friend, so why was he concerned? As Naruto was thinking about this, a girl almost ran into him. She wasn't looking where she was going and got so close to hitting Naruto that Naruto was positive that a reflection was going to send her flying back and break a few of her bones, but at the last second she spun of her foot to avoid Naruto. For a brief moment their eyes met. Naruto could see the reflection of his red eyes on the white pupilless eyes of the girl. That was all he saw before she ran past him. Naruto looked back at her to catch one last look to make sure he wasn't mistaken, but he knew he wasn't. The girl that had just passed him was Hanabi's older sister Hinata, but that girl wasn't at all what Hanabi described. Hinata was working hard. Naruto saw the sweat on her face when she passed. Hinata also had a look of determination in her eyes. Hanabi had described Hinata as a nervous wreck, but Naruto could see that this was no longer the case. It looks like the girl's departure had changed this village more than they thought. "Come on, it's not that hard," Sujetsu said. "Shut up. It's only easy for you because you're made of the stuff," Hanabi said. The girls had been working on their elemental chakra training ever since Naruto left. The training was going really well if you ask the girls. If you ask Sujetsu, however, he would say it was going painfully slow. They were set up by a lake to help Hanabi with her water release. Sujetsu had told her that the first step to mastering water release was to control already existing water, so that was what Hanabi was trying to accomplish. She would put her hand in the lake and then try to move the water up her arm and eventually to her face. Hanabi had managed to get it half up her forearm, but that's when it would become too hard on her and the water would fall back down to the lake. Hanabi was actually the farthest in her training thanks to Sujetsu's help, but then again he asked Hanabi about opening the scroll every few hours. Mito and Hitomi were also making remarkable progress for not having a teacher to help them. Mito was working on her lighting release. She was holding a metal rod with a light bulb on the end. Her goal was to channel her lighting chakra into the rod and light up the bulb. She has gotten it a few times, but every time it stayed on for less than a second. Hitomi was holding a regular piece of paper and was trying to burn it. The only thing she has been able to do was make it warmer, and recently it even started to crinkle. While the girls were doing this for hours on end, Sujetsu would spend time swimming in the lake. "I'm on just opening the scroll. I promise I won't leave when I get the sword, besides you can still work on this stuff on the go," Sujetsu said from the lake. I told you before I'm not opening into. I feel like I've made real progress on my water release. Hanabi said, getting tired of Sujetsu's complaining. He was like a little kid. But you have made really good progress, and so have Mito and Hitomi. Sujetsu whined. Hanabi was getting fed up with Sujetsu and lost her concentration, causing the water on her arm to fall back into the lake. See what you made me do. Now I have to start over. Hanabi yelled. Starting over isn't that big of a deal. Sujetsu said, lifting his arm above the water, and as if it was as simple as breathing, Sujetsu made the water climb up his arm all the way to his hand. They continued this routine for 2 weeks as the girls got more in tune with their chakra. Mito was able to keep the light on for much longer, Hitomi's paper turned black and started to smoke, and Hanabi was able to get the water up to her shoulder. And this is why Hanabi finally decided to open the scroll. As much as they hated to admit it, Sujetsu had helped them considerably. Even with Hitomi and Mito, who had chakra natures he knew little about. He had also helped them with their taijutsu, so now they were in the land of waves standing in front of the great Naruto bridge. Hey, doesn't he want his name to be kept a secret? Sujetsu said, taking yet another sip of water. Yeah, I don't know why he has a bridge named after him. Mito said. I guess it doesn't matter, let's just get my sword. I don't want to stay here too long. We're in the land of fire, and if you three are discovered, Accelerator will have my head. Sujetsu said. I agree. Hitomi said. They walked around town asking about the sword, and they found out where it was. They also found out that it was Kakashi, Naruto, Minima and Sasuke who took down Zabuza. Who knew that it would be Accelerator's sisters who took down Zabuza-sensei? Sujetsu said, walking up the mountain where the villages supposedly buried Zabuza. Mito was also surprised. She didn't think her sister were strong enough to take on one of the 7 swordsmen. Naruto could beat Zabuza, Mito was sure of that, but Sujetsu was just a swordsman apprentice, so Mito wasn't sure if he could beat Zabuza, and Sujetsu kick all 3 of their asses during taijutsu training. So did that mean that Minima and Naruto were already that much stronger than her, and possibly as strong as Sujetsu? Mito clenched her fists at the thought. She was falling behind, she would have to pick it up. Unknown to her, Hanabi and Hitomi were having similar thought. They got to the top of the mountain and there it was. Sujetsu's new sword stinking out of the ground. Come to Papa. Sujetsu said, running towards it. Mito, Hitomi and Hanabi didn't know what to make of the sword. It was huge, they didn't even see how anyone could lift it, alone fight with it, but Sujetsu seemed to have no problem pulling it out of the ground. He examined the blade, letting the sunlight hit it. Oh yeah. Sujetsu said before strapping it to his back. So now that you have your sword, are you going to leave us? Hitomi said. Sorry, but no, you see, not only am I going to keep my promise, but I have a special interest in you 3. Sujetsu said. The girls were stunned. Sujetsu had an interest in them. He certainly didn't show it when he was training them. And what is this interest? Mito asked. Sujetsu smiled. Don't you remember my goal? Yeah, to collect the 7 swords. Hanabi said. That's only half of it. Sujetsu said. You see, I can't possibly use all the swords at one time, so I want to recreate the 7 swordsmen, and Accelerator has so kindly shown me some good candidates. How do you 3 feel about learning some kinjutsu? The girls couldn't believe what they were hearing. Sujetsu was offering to give them one of the 7 swords. Mito was just thinking of ways to get more power, and Sujetsu was offering it to her. Well, I guess it wouldn't hurt. Mito said, trying not to sound too excited. Alright, I teach you a few things, but since Accelerator's going to be done with the invasion soon, we better get back to the land of frost. Sujetsu said. Hi, the girl said, excited to have a second sensei. Konoha. Naruto was sitting in the arena where the final stage of the Chunin exams would take place. He had been bored out of his mind for the past month. His only source of entertainment had been watching Hanabi's sister. He had discovered that she ran the same path every day as part of her training. Naruto liked to compare her to Hanabi and see what the difference between them was. She wasn't as strong as Hanabi yet, but her pace was incredibly, and if Hanabi didn't work just as hard, then Hinata would catch up. Watching Hinata was not nearly enough to keep him entertained for long, however. Naruto was hoping that these fights could brighten him up a bit before the invasion began. Naruto's last genin would not be fighting, however, since he got himself killed on Orochimaru's orders. It was no loss to Naruto, Dosu was nothing to him, and honestly his fights were boring to watch. Thinking of fights, the genin were lining up in the arena. The tournament was about to begin. The first fight was between Neji and Naruto. The next match was supposed to be Sasuke against Gaara, but Sasuke hadn't shown up yet. This was an obvious problem to the invasion plan, since they were supposed to start when Gaara went into his beast mode during their match. Naruto was wondering how much Orochimaru was sweating up there in the cage box. Naruto knew that Orochimaru was disguised as the Kazekage, and Naruto assumed he had killed the real one, a fact that he was also sure that the Sand Nin had no idea about. Naruto was also curious on how the Hokage and his wife, who was also in the cage box, would react to seeing the one who took their precious son away from them. Naruto just hoped Orochimaru wouldn't spill the beans on him when he ultimately got his ass handed to him by the Hokage. Naruto heard the roar of the crowd and looked back down at the match that had already started. Neji took care of another one of Naruto's Shadow's clones. "Come on, is this all you can do? This is the same strategy you used on Kiba." Neji taunted, taking out 2 more clones. Naruto didn't say anything and made 3 more clones to replace the one she lost. Naruto knew, however, that her clones weren't getting through to Neji and was trying to think of plan. Unfortunately for Naruto, she had spent the entire month learning the Rasengan. She did manage to learn it well, sort of. She needed the help of one of her clones to make it, since she still had horrible chakra control. She could use it on Neji, but she had the feeling that Neji also had something up his sleeve, plus she wanted to save her new move to use on either Gaara or Sasuke, if he showed up, that is. Meanwhile, Neji was still tearing thought Naruto's clones, and she was having a hard time replacing them quick enough. The whole goal of Naruto's shadow clones were to make her opponent use up chakra, but Neji was hardly using any in his gentle fists. It was a huge problem for Naruto, since even with the Kyuubi Shadow's clones still used up a bunch of chakra. What Neji didn't know, however, was that Naruto had been slowly making a ring of Shadow's clones around him, and the ones that had been fighting had just been to keep his eyes focused on them and not the other clones, and now it was finally complete. The clones that were currently fighting Neji jumped back to join the ring, and every clone pulled a 2 kunes. "You're surrounded, just give up, Neji," one of the clones said. "I don't think I will, as fate has determined that I'm the one who will win this match," Neji said, just as arrogant as ever. "I hope your hospital room is comfortable," Naruto's clone said, and all of them threw their kunes as Neji. 8 trigrams palm rotation. Neji yelled, spinning around so fast that a dome of chakra appeared around him. It sent Naruto's kunes all over the place. A few even found their ways into Naruto's clones, dispelling them. Once Neji stopped spinning, he pointed to his eyes and said, "Did you really believe I didn't see your clone surrounding me?" Naruto cursed herself and jumped back a ways, since her ring of clones had been broken by that attack, but Neji wouldn't have that, as he rushed Naruto, closing more than a few of her chakra points before Naruto's clones could come and distract him. Now Naruto was in real trouble. Her feet were numb and she couldn't even feel her left hand anymore, and since she couldn't feel her left hand, she couldn't do hand signs, and if she couldn't do hand signs, then she couldn't make more shadow clones. Naruto recalled the 6 odd clones that hadn't been dispelled by Neji. Neji wasn't going to give her enough time to think of a new plan, however, as he rushed Naruto and her clones. The only thing Naruto could think to do was send all her clones at Neji at once. She had her clones form a circle around Neji just like last time, although on a much smaller scale. When they threw their kunes, Neji once again used his palm rotation and blocked the kunes, but Naruto was ready this time. Right when Neji stopped spinning, Naruto rushed at him. She was so close to landing a knockout punch, but Neji was prepared for this. When Naruto got in range, Neji shouted 8 trigrams 64 palms. He landed every hit on Naruto, who was forced almost halfway across the arena. Her legs felt like jelly, and her arms were not completely useless. On top of that, all her clones had disappeared since she no longer had the chakra control to support them. "It looks like I win, although fate already decided I would," Neji said calmly, walking up to Naruto. "You should just give up." Naruto growled at Neji, unable to do anything else. She was out of strength and out of plans. She really should just give up, but she was too stubborn to do so. She was just so mad that she couldn't beat this bastard for Minima's sake. If only she had more power. Then it hit her, she did have more power. Toussaint and Ka-san would hate her for using it, but if it was enough to beat Neji, then she would take the punishment. The crowd was ready for the next fight, sure that Neji had won, but something unexpected happened to Naruto. Demonic chakra started leaking out. Minima, who was watching from the crowd, was afraid that Naruto had gone back to her old ways. Minato and Kushina were horrified that Naruto lost control of the Kyuubi after not having an accident for so long, although they now knew those weren't accidents. They were about to jump in and stop Naruto, but just as quickly as the chakra appeared, it disappeared, and with it Naruto had full use of her body. Neji, who had been caught off guard, was forced to take a punch to the face, and it made him disoriented. Naruto then overwhelmed him with Shadow's clones. He was too disoriented to put up a decent defense and was knocked out. Naruto actually thought Naruto pulled off a pretty good move with her demonic chakra. She used it to basically flush out her chakra network and restore it to normal. It was a dangerous move, however. Leak too little and it doesn't work. Leak too much and you lose control. Naruto was amusing himself with the idea that Naruto would lose control and help their invasion, but then Naruto remembered. It was Sasuke fight, but he wasn't here to take part. As Naruto was figuring out what impact this would have on the invasion plan, the Hokage announced that the second match was to be pushed back to the last match, probably under Orochimaru's suggestion. So the third match was announced, which Kankuro then forfeited. So the fourth match began. It was not nearly as flashy as Naruto's match, but it was still enjoyable, especially to Naruto, who, despite his rather flashy vector control, enjoyed outsmarting an opponent than just running at them at full force. The fight ended when Shikamaru used a clever trick with his shadows to take control of Temari's body. Then he forfeited, which was a shock to most of the spectators, but Naruto had a feeling from watching the way Shikamaru fought that he was going to forfeit. Then it was on to Sasuke match, who had still yet to show up. He was given 10 minutes to show or forfeit his match. Naruto wondered what was keeping Sasuke. He didn't seem like the type to wuss out, so what could he be doing? Naruto's question was answered when a smoke cloud appeared in the center of the arena with Kakashi and Sasuke in it. What assholes, not only were they late, but they had to make a big entrance too. Naruto said out loud. Sasuke's curse mark was gone, and he looked ready to go. Alright Sasuke, I'll be watching from the audience, so give me a good fight. Kakashi said. Hi, Sasuke said, staring down Gaara, who started walking down the stairs towards the arena. Kakashi then shunshined right next to Naruto. Mind if I sit here? He asked. I don't mind, wouldn't want you to miss Gaara killing your student because you were late. Naruto replied. I'm sure he'll be fine, but if you want to talk about being late, where's your student? Kakashi said, sending Naruto's blow right back at him. I have no idea. Naruto said angrily. The fight between Sasuke and Gaara was heated right for the get-go. Sasuke could now move fast enough to avoid Gaara's sand. This was a big blow to Gaara, since up-close combat was his weakest point. To stop Sasuke from getting past his sand, Gaara surrounded himself in it. Sasuke used a move that Naruto hadn't seen before. He basically made a blade of lighting around his hand, and he was able to move at a very fast speed. Apparently that jutsu was no joke either, because it pierced right through Gaara's sand, and that's when all hell broke loose. At first it was quiet. Nothing made a sound. Then a scream that sounded like the scream of a wounded animal came from the arena. Then a very large hand that looked to be made of sand shot out from the dome. Sasuke avoided it, but the trouble was just beginning. White feathers started raining from the sky, and at the same time a purple barrier was erected, trapping the cage box inside. Naruto knew what was going on, had used his vectors to disturb his chakra, so he wouldn't be caught in the genjutsu. As the civilians and the less skilled ninja in the audience were collapsing, a giant snake broke through the village walls and let in a swarm of sand and sound ninja. Along with them, sound ninja, who were hiding in the audience, started attacking the leaf ninja who had broken the genjutsu. Kakashi stood up, took out a kunai and turned to Accelerator, knowing that he was part of the invasion. Accelerator gave him a smile that should have belonged to a serial killer. Before Kakashi even tried to attack, Accelerator stomped his foot on the ground, and what happened next both amazed and terrified Kakashi. Multiple cracks started tearing through the ground. It only took a second for Kakashi to realize what was going on. He jumped away from Accelerator right before that entire section of the arena collapsed. Once the dust settled, Kakashi looked around for Accelerator, but it was no use, he was nowhere to be found, and sound ninja were already starting to make their way into the arena. It was only now that Kakashi noticed that Gaara and Sasuke had disappeared just like Accelerator. Kakashi wanted to look for him, but he knew that he had to stay here and protect the people that hadn't been killed by Accelerator's attack. Kakashi just defeated 2 sound nin when Minima ran up to him. Minima, where is Naruto? Kakashi asked. She followed Sasuke, who ran off to chase Gaara, but what's going on, who's attacking us? Minima replied. That's just great. Kakashi said, thinking what trouble Naruto would get herself into. Judging from the giant snake they're using, I'm guessing the sound nin are actually Orochimaru's soldiers. Minima suddenly seemed to snap to attention at the thought of fighting Orochimaru's minions. What do you want me to do? Minima asked. Go escort the villagers to the bunkers inside the Hokage mountain and then take shelter there yourself. Kakashi replied as more sound nin started coming towards him. But I can fight too. I want to help. Minima begged. That's not your job. As a genin you need to help the villagers. Kakashi said hastily as he ran to meet the sound ninja. Minima was infuriated. Here were a bunch of people who could know where Naruto was, and yet Kakashi tells her to hide instead of forcing them to tell her. Well, if he thought that was going to happen, then he was dead wrong. Sasuke followed Gaara all the way into the forest. He almost had to fight Kankuro, but Shino had shown up to fight him. Now Sasuke was facing Gaara, who had created a second sand arm. He had hit Temari into a tree, knocking her out, so it was just the two of them. Sasuke was surprised by how fast Gaara was now. Sasuke was barely dodging Gaara's attacks. The fight was becoming more and more draining on Sasuke. He eventually decided that the only way he could win was to use his Chidori a second time. He managed to cut one of Gaara's arms off, and Sasuke thought he had finally done some serious damage, but this was proven incorrect as the arm reattached itself, and it only seemed to make Gaara angrier. He grew a sand tail and came rushing at Sasuke. Sasuke had already used his max of 2 Churderus and didn't have the strength left to dodge. Gaara used his tail to hit Sasuke and Sasuke was sent through a few trees before hitting the ground. Gaara walked up to him with a murderous look in his eyes. Sasuke was sure that Gaara was going to kill him, but right before he smashed his giant hand on Sasuke he heard someone screamed. Rasengan. Gaara turned to look at Naruto who had just jumped out of the trees. He had been caught off guard and now Naruto's Rasengan was just a few centimeters from his face. When it did hit, Gaara was set flying into the trees just like Sasuke did, however, he was sent way farther than Sasuke was. I guess it's a good thing that I came to help or you'd be dead right now. Naruto said to Sasuke. Whatever. Sasuke said. Their conversation was interrupted however, when a roar came from where Naruto sent Gaara flying. A huge creature made entirely of sand rose from the forest, and if you looked closely you could see Gaara stinking out of the head sleeping. Crap, this isn't good. Naruto yelled. She and Sasuke ran away as the creature tried to step on them, but instead of stomping them something else happened to the creature. Multiple explosions went off right next to his head causing it to step back. Then a giant fireball was shot at its head, blinding it in smoke. Who is that? Naruto said. I know you it is. Sasuke said although he didn't seem happy. Then someone landed in front of them. You know I can take care of myself, Itachi. Itachi turned to look at Naruto and Sasuke with his Sharingan already activated. I know but you're facing the one tail with little Chakralette so I thought I should help. Besides you shouldn't run off. Sasuke didn't look happy. Naruto frowned at him before facing Itachi. Forget about him, I'm actually glad you came to help us, so what should we do? Itachi pointed to the Shukaku's head which was finally become visibly as the smoke was clearing. We need to wake up Gaara, then the Shukaku personality should be suppressed. And how are we going to do that? Naruto asked. I'll take you up there and let you punch him. Itachi said. How are you going to get me up there? Naruto asked. A few seconds later Naruto was riding piggyback on Itachi. It was very odd to see Itachi, someone who was usually so stoic and calm, to be carrying a Naruto like a little kid. It was especially shocking to Sasuke who had never seen Itachi do anything even close to this. You ready? Itachi asked. Naruto had a slight blush being in this embarrassing position with Itachi, but replied that she was. Itachi ran towards the one tail who had regained its senses after Itachi's attack and was now spitting giant balls of wind at them, but Itachi dodged expertly and got to the Shukaku's leg before starting to run up it. The Shukaku tried desperately to swat them off, but Itachi was just too fast. He climbed all the way to his head, where he dropped Naruto off. It's up to you now. Itachi said before doing a backflip in front of the Shukaku's eyes. He sent 2 fireballs at the one tail's eyes, blinding him again and giving Naruto the chance to punch Gaara without the Shukaku's interference, and that's just what Naruto did. One good hard punch to the face shook Gaara awake and the one tail was forced back in Gaara, leaving Gaara to fall to the ground below. Naruto landed gracefully on her feet and turned to look at the beaten form of Gaara. How did I lose? Gaara asked seemingly to himself, but Naruto had a feeling he was actually asking her. Gaara, do you know what I see when I look at you? Naruto asked. Gaara didn't respond, but Naruto knew that he was listening. I see what I could have become. I was so close to being what you are now, but then I lost something important to me, and I realized that if I kept going down that path, I would keep losing the things I held precious. The truth is, Gaara, if it was just me then I would have lost, but it wasn't. I had Sasuke and Itachi to help me. Naruto pointed to where Temari was lying. There's a person that wanted to help, but you refused and now look, you lost. I can't live your life for you, but I will tell you that you can change too, and when you do I hope we can have a rematch. Naruto didn't know this at the time, but her words really did get through to Gaara. Naruto was walking down the streets of Konoha, occasionally having to step over a body. Naruto predication had been right, they were losing the battle. The sound and sand ninja were being wiped out by the leaf nin. The snake they had used to break down the wall had been killed by Jiraiya, and the barrier that Orochimaru had put up to fight the Hokage was no longer there. Naruto wondered if Orochimaru was dead. Probably not, since Minato would try to keep him alive to get information about his lost son, and since Minato or his Anbu hadn't come after him, yet Naruto would assume that Orochimaru escaped. Naruto hadn't really been fighting in the invasion. He would just calmly walk down the city streets, and if a leaf nin engaged him then Naruto would kill him, but other than that Naruto didn't fight. If it wasn't for the sound headband he was wearing you would be hard pressed to actually realize he was an invading ninja. Naruto was an invading ninja, however, so it was probably time to leave and head back to the land of frost. Naruto started making his way to the gate when a golden chain swung at him from the side. Naruto assumed the attacker had planned for the chain to wrap around him and capture him, but instead it bounced off Naruto harmlessly. Naruto turned around to look at his attacker, although he already had a pretty good idea of who it was. You know you have some guts to be attacking a jounin. Minima was standing in the street, her chain coming out of the palm of her hand. Her eyes had the fire of anger in them, along with the confusion of why her chain didn't hit Accelerator. I attacked you because I knew you were one of Orochimaru's high ranks, so I want to know something. Where the hell is my brother? Minima screamed. I don't feel like answering that question. Naruto said as he pulled his pebble from his side pocket and threw it at Minima. Minima was shocked to see that the pebble was going so fast, but she was able to use her chain and block it. That was pretty good. Most of the time people are too stunned to see that I'm using a pebble as a weapon, but just because you blocked one doesn't mean anything. Naruto reached into his pocket again and this time pulled out a handful of pebbles. Let's see you block this. Accelerator threw all the pebbles at once and they were all going just as fast as the first one, something that should have been impossible. Minima dodged along with blocking them with her chain to avoid getting hit. How was he able to throw them all so fast? He didn't even wind up his shot. Minima thought. Accelerator kept throwing pebbles until he finally reached into his pocket and found out that he had used all of them. Minima sighed in relief, she could finally take the offensive. Just give up, you out of ammo, so just tell me where my brother is and I promise not to hurt you. Accelerator tilted his head to the side and gave Minima a look that made it seem like she just suggested the stupidest thing in the world. You really think just because I'm out of pebbles you've won? Well, I got news for you, I can throw other things than just pebbles. Accelerator reached into his back pocket this time and pulled a gray-colored ball that was about the size of Accelerator hand and looked to be made of rubber. You know you have the strangest weapons. Minima said, not sure if she should be laughing or not. Accelerator gave her a psychotic grin and said, you know it might not look like much, but this ball is going to make you wish I hadn't run out of pebbles. Then Accelerator threw the ball like a baseball. It was going mildly faster than the pebbles, but it didn't matter. Minima didn't even have to move. The ball sailed right past Minima's head. You were saying something about that ball giving me some trouble. Minima said, taking a step forward. Will I show you some trouble? Minima screamed as she felt something drilling into her back. She could feel it tearing through her clothes and it was burning her skin, but just as quickly as the object came it went away. The pain did not, however. Minima turned around to see what had hit her and saw the ball that Accelerator had thrown bouncing off a wall behind her. When it bounced off the wall, Minima could see a mark on the wall where she assumed it hit the first time. The ball bounced at an angle, so instead of going back to Minima, it went back to Accelerator, who caught it. It was still going pretty fast when it was heading towards him, but right when it touched his hand, it was like all the speed was lost. You know, the only thing I had for most of my childhood was books and this ball. I threw this ball every day for years and I learned every angle it would bounce and every way that I could throw it to make to bounce at that angle. Accelerator said. Minima was slumped down because her back hurt so bad. It was like someone had dipped a drill in magma and used it on her back. I won't lose to you. Minima said. That's a pretty bold claim considering that you haven't hit me once and I've barely been trying. But since you're so determined, I'll show you one of my real moves. Accelerator held his hand with the ball out and his palm facing down. Then he dropped the ball, but it was going so fast that it seemed like he threw it. The ball hit the ground and bounced back up to Accelerator's hand, but when it hit his hand it was forced back down like he threw again, and this kept happening. Every time it went faster, and not too long after he started, a crater started to form on the ground and it got bigger every time the ball hit the ground with more speed than it had the previous time. Eventually it got so fast that it just looked like a gray blur. Then Accelerator suddenly pulled his hand back and slapped it. Minima had no chance at all. The ball hit her before she could even register that Accelerator had hit it. It hit Minima's chest and she felt pain like she had never felt before. She was sure a couple of her ribs were broken on impact, but that wasn't the worst part. The ball was spinning so fast that it was actually causing her clothes to smoke. That was before it torn through and hit her skin. It felt like what had happened her back, but 100 times worse. After what felt like a lifetime of pain, the ball bounced off Minima and back to Accelerator, and just like before he caught the fast-moving object as if he was just playing catch with a friend. Minima collapsed to her knees and Accelerator put the ball back in his back pocket. I'm done with you, he said before starting to walk off. Minima was in pain and probably needed medical attention immediately, but she just couldn't let him get away. She painfully got to her feet and formed a Rasengan. It took every ounce of strength she had, but she forced herself to run at Accelerator. She could see him looking at her from the corner of his eyes, but he didn't do anything to stop her. She was almost there when suddenly she came to a halt. The Rasengan was so close to Accelerator that it was just a few inches away from his hair. Man, that was a close one. A voice said from behind Minima. Minima shifted her eyes as best she could to see who had stopped her. She was surprised to see Shikamaru with his Shadow Passion Jutsu active, and that when she realized that he had used it on her. Shikamaru, why the hell would you stop me? Minima yelled. Haven't you been paying attention? At the beginning of the fight your chain bounced off him like it was nothing, and he wasn't even looking. If I hadn't have stopped you then who knows what would have happened to your arm. But you've been here the whole time, why didn't you help me? Minima said, although she did realize that she owned Shikamaru for stopping her. I knew there was no way I could beat him, and I hoped you would figure that out too, but apparently not. Shikamaru said. Naruto watched them argue back and forth. It seemed like they had completely forgotten about him. Naruto didn't really care, but it seemed like a good way to get yourself killed. These leaf ninja were too laid back even in the event of an invasion. You two can sit here and chat all day, but I've got to go. Naruto said as he walked off. What, come back here you bastard, you still haven't told me where my brother is. Minima yelled and ended up coughing up blood. Let him go, Minima. We can't fight him and you really need to go to a hospital. Shikamaru said, releasing his jutsu. It was only now that Minima looked down to see how bad the damage was, and she almost lost her lunch when she did. Her clothes were burned right through and her chest was scarred black. The blood was crusted up on the sides of the wound. Blood was running down her stomach and pooling on the ground. Minima could only assume her back was in a similar state, just not as bad. Yeah, I think you're right, let's go. Minato was in his office with Jiraiya after the invasion. Damn it, I can't believe I let Orochimaru get away. Minato cursed. There was nothing that you could have done. Orochimaru got the jump on us. We should just be glad that not too many people were killed. Jiraiya said. By the way, how is Minima doing? Minato signed. Tsunade said she'd be alright, although the injury is defiantly going to leave a scar and Minima will have to spend a while in the hospital. Kushina and Naruto are with her now, but Kami Jiraiya, did you see what Accelerator did to her? Yeah, I saw, and I bet Kushina want to get her hands on Accelerator, especially since he has links to Orochimaru. Jiraiya said. Yeah, about that, has your spies been able to locate Orochimaru or any of his men? Minato said. Well, apparently Accelerator really does live in the land of frost, but it's been hard to get information on him since I have so little spies there. I never sent more in because it was never a priority, but now I've more than tripled the amount of spies in the village he lives in, so if he comes back I'll know. Jiraiya said. What are the odds he'll return? Minato asked. Well, even with all the bounty hunters after his B-class rank he never moved, so I'm thinking it's pretty good. Jiraiya said. Just then a knock came from the door. Come in, Minato said. Shikamaru walked through the door. Hello, what are you here for? Hello Hokage, I've come to talk to you about Accelerator. Shikamaru said. Jiraiya and Minato both leaned forward eager to hear what he had to say. I saw the entire battle between Minima and him, and I think I have a pretty good grasp on his skills along with how to beat them. Minato was awed. Well, come on, tell me. Before I say anything, I think you should know that the bingo book is wrong. Accelerator isn't a B rank. From what I saw he's a high A rank, probably even an S rank, since I didn't see him try very hard. Shikamaru said. The room descended into silence. Was Accelerator really that strong? A week later, Land of Frost. Naruto was finally back. It took him forever, since he had to sneak out of the Land of Fire, but he made it. He opened the door to his house and was blasted with a stream of water. It was reflected of course, but it still blocked Naruto's sight. When he could finally see, he saw Hanabi standing in front of him with a very proud look on her face. Hitomi and Mito were standing beside her looking equally proud. I'm guessing you got a hold of your elements. Naruto said. You bet we did. Mito said. That's great, now where's Sujetsu? Naruto said, walking past the men into the living room. Hey, we haven't seen you for almost 2 months, and you're more concerned about him than us. Hitomi complied, following Naruto into the living room along with the other girls. Sujetsu was spread out of the couch looking at his sword, and to Naruto's surprise he wasn't the only one there. Kai's was also in the room sitting in a chair. Accelerator, you're finally back. Kai said, getting up for his seat. We've got a problem. Jiraiya increased his spies tenfold and they're looking for you, and I don't have the people to keep them off you. Naruto cursed himself. There was no way they didn't see him walking through the streets so costly and into his house. They haven't found out about the girls yet, have they? Naruto asked. No, they haven't been targeting this house, and I told you girls not to leave, but since you back it's going to be almost impossible to get them out without Jiraiya's spies noticing. Kai said. Damn, that bites, I'll have to think of something. Naruto said to himself. But that's for later. Sujetsu, I see the girls already got your sword, so there's nothing else for you to do, so you're free to leave. Actually, I think I'll be staying with you. Sujetsu said, getting off the couch. You see, I've decided I'm going to teach the brats Kenjutsu so they can become the new generation of swordsmen, if that's okay with you of course. Naruto raised an eye, not expecting Sujetsu wanting to stay, but it didn't matter to him. It's fine if you want to stay, but just remember that my problems are your problems, which includes the one we're having right now. That's fine. Sujetsu replied. All right, now to fix the problem at hand. Naruto said, but just then they all heard the front door being opened. Everyone got into fighting position except for Naruto. They wouldn't launch an attack this soon, would they? Naruto thought. Everyone waited to see who would come through the living room and was surprised to see an old man with a torn traveling clock on. Although they knew something wasn't right. "Hey, why don't you take your henge off?" Hanabi said with her Byakugan active. "The Hyuga impressive," the man said before he disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Now standing there was a tall man with orange hair wearing cloaks that Naruto recognized. They were the same cloaks Orochimaru used to wear, but that wasn't what shocked Naruto the most, it was his eyes. They were like nothing Naruto had ever seen before. "Just who are you?" Naruto asked. "I'm Pain, the leader of an organization called the Akatsuki, and I would like to speak to you, Accelerator, or should I say Naruto Namikaze." Eyes looked at Naruto, then to Pain, then back to Naruto. "What are you really, Naruto?" Kai said, his mouth moving like a fish. "The only one in this room who wasn't aware of that fact was you," Sujetsu said, sounding like a smart ass. "But that means you're the Hokage's son, and you two are sibling," Kai said, pointing to Mito. "Why didn't you say anything? I mean, if I would have known you were the Hokage's son, then my guys would have never attacked you." "Kai, shut up," Naruto said, getting annoyed by Kai's sudden change of attitude towards him. "But I want to know how you know my name and why you came here," Naruto said, glaring at Pain, wanting to be attacked by him at any moment. "As you probably know, Orochimaru was once part of my organization," Pain said, sounding like a lawyer giving his opening statement. "He betrayed me, however, so I sent one of my associates to take care of him. Orochimaru was unfortunately able to escape when my associate invaded his base. We were able to collect all sorts of data from his base that he was unable to take with him or destroy. This information had all of his ongoing experiments in them, which includes you, Naruto Namikaze, who has the unique power to control vectors." Naruto's eyes darted to the side so Pain would catch his frustrated look. Pain really did have his number. "So why did you come here to talk to me?" "I'm sure Orochimaru had a number of other test subjects with unique skills. That may be true, but none of them seemed as promising as you. What I came here for is to offer you a membership into the Akatsuki, a group of S-rank missing nins," Pain said. "Well, I'm not an S-rank, so wouldn't that be a problem?" Naruto said. "You are an S-rank in everything but title. I have spies everywhere, so I know about your part in the Konoha invasion, and I also know that you are under watch by the Leaf, and your counter system is all but useless to you now," Pain said. "What about the brats and Sujetsu over there? They're not S-class, so will I have to leave them behind?" Naruto asked, trying to find out more about this guy. "What about me?" Kai said. No one paid him any mind. "Even if they won't be full-fledged members of the Akatsuki, they can still come with you and help out the Akatsuki in other ways," Pain said, like he expected the question, which made Naruto even more concerned of how much he knew about them. "Let's say I do decide to join. I doubt you putting together a group of S-class ninjas to start a book club. What is your goal?" Naruto asked. "Right now the Akatsuki won't be making any big moves, but our goal is to capture all the Jinchuriki and extracted their tailed beasts," Pain said. Silence. Naruto didn't know what to say. The truth was that Naruto wouldn't have a problem joining the Akatsuki. He was basically being handed the answer to his current problem, and if all he had to do was take down Jinchuriki, then he should be fine, even if they were the strongest weapons of the shinobi world. The problem was that Naruto was a Jinchuriki and Naruto wasn't sure if his brats would be able to join an organization that's goal was to hunt them down, especially Mito. It was strange for Naruto to think of Mito's well-being over his own reason, but as much as he hated to admit it, he had grown attached to the brats. "Well, Mito, what do you think? If we join them, then you likely have to kill Leaf Ninja, and after that there won't be any way for you to return to the Leaf." Mito looked at her brother and at Pain, trying to make a decision. It was true that Naruto treated her horribly, but Mito knew that extracting a tailed beast meant death, and Mito didn't know if Shud could really help kill her sister. It was true Kushina survived the extraction, but that was a miracle that couldn't be expected to happen again. Mito looked into Naruto's red eyes. Would he be mad if they didn't join? Mito didn't think so, but one thing was for sure, if they didn't join it was going to cause Naruto tons of problems, since he would have to think of something to get them out of the land of frost undetected. Mito probably stood there for a good 2 minutes trying to decide it, but no one rushed her, not even Pain. Mito took a deep breath and made her decision. "My old family drove me away. I found a new one," Mito said, looking at Naruto and Sujetsu, her two insane older brothers, and Hanabi and Hitomi, her two sisters. "We'll join." "I'm pleased to hear that," Pain said, turning to Naruto. "I already have a base set up for you. There is no way they'll find you once you're there. Once you arrive, you'll be briefed on what to do." "You're not coming with?" Kai said, as if it hadn't occurred to him that he wasn't invited. "No, I'm a busy man, there is already someone here to guide you," Pain said, answering his question. Then the strangest thing happened, something that Naruto could only describe as a Venus flytrap emerged from the floor, only to open up to reveal a person inside. At least Naruto thought it was a person. One side of his body was completely black and the other part was completely white. "Hello, where's Estu?" The plant said in two different voices at the same time. "I'm guessing you're the one who's taking us," Naruto said calmly, although he was a little creeped out. "That's righty," the white side said, even though Naruto only knew this because his mouth moved on the white side where on the black side it seemed to be missing. "Alright then brats, get ready, you'll be tagging along with Zestu for a while. Sugetsu, make a water clone to make sure nothing goes wrong," Naruto said. "Wait, you're not coming with us?" Hanabi said. "No, I don't want Jinya's spies to trail us, and if just you three leave the house under the cover of a henge a little, after I wander around the village then they won't follow you," Naruto said. "But I though we're joining, because it would let us get away from Jiraiya," Hitomi said. "And that's exactly what we're doing, but we just met these guys, and I don't have too much trust in them, so once I'm informed you've been safely dropped off at the base then I'll come," Naruto said. "But if you don't trust them why are you leaving us with a?" Mito said. "We have nothing to gain from killing you. It would only set back our plans if Naruto didn't join," Pain said. "Although it's highly likely you'll be attacked if you stay here, Naruto." "I didn't know you cared," Naruto said. "I don't, but it would be problematic if you were to be killed," Pain said. "Just come with us," Hanabi said. "I don't want to be left alone with that thing. I don't appreciate being referred to as a thing," Black Zestu said. "I'm sure you'll be fine, besides you'll also have Sugetsu's water clone with you," Naruto said, pointing to the clone Sugetsu had already made and hinged to look like some random person. "I assume this arrangement will be fine?" Naruto asked Zestu. "We'll come tell you when the girls have been dropped off along with proof we didn't eat them," Zestu said. "Then it's all set," Naruto said, pretending not to notice that Zestu said eat instead of kill. The girls did notice, however, and you could feel the nervousness radiating off them. They knew that Naruto had already made his decisions to stay and there was nothing they could do about it. They went up to go pack their bags, and during this time Pain left under a very powerful genjutsu as not to be seen by the spies. Once the girls were packed and hinged, Zestu also transformed into another person. "Alright, I'll leave the house and draw the attention of the spies away from the house and then you'll follow Zestu to the base. Sugetsu, you'll stay in the house since they don't know about you and there's no reason for you to leave," Naruto said. "Why are you having me make a clone instead of going with them?" Sugetsu asked. "Because I'm almost certain we'll be attacked by the leaf before the brats make it and I want you to surprise them," Naruto said. Sugetsu smiled at the thought of an upcoming battle. The girls, however, wished that Naruto would come with them even more now. "Hey, what about me?" Kai said, getting really irritated. "We can't have any loose ends," Naruto said darkly. "Sugetsu, kill him." Sugetsu didn't waste a second, picking up his sword and lobbing off Kai's head. The girl stifled a scream at the gruesome display. Zestu was licking his lips. "Mind him, I take the body I could as a snack for the road." "Do what you want," Naruto said, walking out the door. Once Naruto was outside he could feel them. Every eye looking at him, following his every move. When he took a step he could feel the eyes shift a little, and it was exactly what Naruto wanted. He walked down the street never seeing a soul, but knew they were all around him. During this time the brats, Zestu and Sugetsu's clones, snuck out of the house. Minato and Jiraiya watched Shikamaru leave the room. If Shikamaru's evaluation of Accelerator's skills is correct then he's not going to be an easy enemy to beat, Jiraiya said. "I know, but his plan also gives you the most chance of success," Minato said. "Yeah, who are you going to assemble to go after him?" Jiraiya asked. "Well, Shikamaru is a requirement along with Time Guy, who's a big part of the plan, and I know that Naruto will want to fight too," Minato said, giving Jiraiya a smile. "Are you crazy, Minato? Naruto is a genin and you going on an A-rank mission should be killed," Jiraiya yelled, slamming his hands on Minato's desk. "It's not like she not going to be protected because I'm going to," Minato said, instantly putting an end to Jiraiya's outburst. "I see who else," Jiraiya said. "Kakashi, Itachi, and since his brother and most of his team will already be going Sasuke too, along with a handful of Anbu," Minato said. "I'd also like you to come as well." "Sorry, no can do, Minato," Jiraiya said. "Well, you're chasing after Accelerator. I'm going to investigate the village hidden in the sound, so if it turns out Accelerator doesn't know where Naruto is, then Itagakure should give us some information." "I see, well, I trust your decision. Now if you excuse me, I'm going to the hospital to see how Mina's doing," Minato said. "Tell her I said hi," Jiraiya said. "Will do," Minato replied. When Minato entered the hospital he saw Kushina and Naruto sitting by Mina's bed. She had an IV attached to her arm which was supplying her with painkiller which she desperately needed. There were bandages wrapped around her torso and chest. "Hey Minima, how you doing?" Minato asked as he took a seat on the other side of the bed across from Naruto and Kushina. I'm feeling a lot better. Tsunade really helped me out. Minima replied. Well, she did manage to patch Lee up good as new, which should be considered a miracle after what Gaara did to him, but I have even better news for you three. Minato said. Thanks to you Minima we found out a lot about Accelerator's power and came up with a plan to beat him, and that means we'll finally get to see Naruto again. The girls and Kushina shoot up. Really, I'm going to get to see my baby boy. Kushina said. That's the plan. Minato said. I'm making a task force right now to go after if, and guess what Naruto, you get to be on it. Really? Naruto said, her eyes lighting up. When do we leave? Hold on Naruto. We don't even know where Accelerator is yet, but Jiraiya suspects he going to spot it in the Land of Frost very soon. Minato said. Plus it's going to take a little bit to get ready because we have to wait for some people to learn a special skill to beat him. Okay, then I'll train twice as hard. Naruto said. She wanted to do this so badly it hurt. She was responsible for one of her sibling running away, so bring one back could at least somewhat make up for what she did. As the days passed, the task force trained hard to prepare for the upcoming battle with Accelerator, who was confirmed to be in the Land of Frost. They went over the plan again and again until they could do it in their sleep. Everyone wanted to bring Naruto back, and the only way to that was to beat the information out of Accelerator. So when the day finally came to leave for the Land of Frost, everyone was ready. Minato, Team Guy, Shikamaru, Kakashi, Itachi, Naruto, Sasuke, and 4 Anbu were assembled at the village gate. In terms of power and people, the task force was far beyond the norm, and all to capture one ninja who could be anywhere from B rank to S rank. Alright, our mission is to capture and interrogate the B rank ninja Accelerator. Minato said. Hi. The task force yelled. Let's move out. Minato said, and the group ran full speed towards the Land of Frost. Naruto and Suigetsu were playing cards in the living room. It had been a couple days since the girls left and they should be at the base soon. They were alright since Suigetsu could apparently communicate with water, and since his clone was made for water he could tell it was still fine, and if anything happened to the girls it would and disappear, letting Suigetsu know. They're here. Suigetsu said in the middle of the card game. And there's a lot of them. The water tell you? Naruto asked. Yeah, Suigetsu said. I'm still not sure how you can talk to water, but if you say they're here then I guess I'll believe you. Get into position. Naruto said as he got up and left the house. Suigetsu had a crazy look on his face as he sealed his sword in a scroll so it could become liquefied too. Then he liquefied himself and started leaking through the floorboards. Naruto walked around the city for a bit and it didn't take him too long to pick up some friends. There were 2 of them following him. They were on either side, and they were good. If Naruto hadn't been looking for them, he would have never spotted them, so they must be Anbu. However, if the Leaf thought that tricks like this would be enough to bring him down, then they had another thing coming. Naruto had his hands in his pockets ever since he left the house, and they were filled with pebbles. Naruto took a step forward like he normally would, but right when his heel touched the ground, he used his vectors to launch himself off his heel and went flying backwards. It took no time at all for him to be positioned behind the guards. Naruto took his hands out of his pocket and threw a pebble at each one of their heads. One was quick enough to dodge, but the other one was caught off guard with Naruto's sudden change in direction, and a pebble was sent through his brain. Naruto went flying back a little farther before he put his feet on the ground and stopped himself. All the people that were currently in the street ran away in a panic, just leaving Naruto and the Anbu. Naruto didn't have time to engage, though his kunes rained down on him from every direction. Naruto didn't even move, and the kunes were sent back to sender. Naruto didn't hear any fleshing being hit, however, so the attacker must have moved out of the way. Speaking of attackers, the Anbu had fled, and Naruto couldn't see anyone in sight. That was until Naruto heard someone screaming above him. It was Guy, who looked like he was about to drop kick Naruto, but inside he missed and kicked the ground in front of Naruto. The kick was so powerful that it reduced the road to gravel, and Naruto realized he was trying to make him lose his footing. Naruto pushed himself off the ground and high into the air. It felt nice being so high above everyone. They were so much smaller, so much easier to crush. Naruto's happiness was short-lived as 2 Anbu jumped off building on either side of him. Both of them were doing hand signs, thinking that Naruto wouldn't be able to move in midair. How wrong they were. Naruto repelled the air behind him, which allowed him to shoot towards the Anbu. Naruto wrapped his hand around the Anbu's mask and threw him back down to earth. The impact wasn't enough to kill him, but Naruto produced 2 cyclones from his back and gridded the Anbu up in a blood-red tornado. Naruto went back to earth too, but his descent was a lot more graceful and a lot less deadly than the Anbu's. Naruto turned around to look for his next opponent, only to find himself eye-to-eye with Itachi Uchiha. Itachi cast a genjutsu on Naruto that made him seem like he was made out of paper. Naruto suspected there was more to it, but he didn't get to see as he made his chakra go haywire to break the genjutsu. Naruto tried to punch Itachi right when he broke free, but Itachi was too fast and dodged out of sight. Naruto was frustrated that he got away, but was distracted when hear someone popping their knuckles behind him. Naruto turned around to see Rock Lee behind if. Naruto wanted to burst at laughing. Why would they send a guy who could only do taijutsu to fight him? They must know by now that he can reflect anything. Naruto looked around to find his real opponent, but no, it was only Lee. Everyone else had vanished. Lee ran at Naruto, getting ready to punch him in the face. Fine, whatever, come over here and break your wrist. It going to be such a shame after all, you just got your arm healed after Gaara's attack. Lee was close to Naruto and threw his punch. Naruto just waited to hear the snapping sound, but that didn't happen. Instead, Lee's fist collided with Naruto's face. Naruto didn't lose his footing, but went sliding back quite a ways. Naruto could feel blood running from his mouth and down his lip. Naruto could feel the pain, but his mind was in overdrive, so it didn't really sink in. How did Lee get past his reflection? Could the leaf have found a way around his reflection? No, that couldn't be right, because if they had, Guy or Itachi would have hit him too, so what made it so this guy could hit him? Naruto knew something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what. There was only one thing for sure: Lee was able to hit him, and that made him dangerous. Naruto would have to kill him. He got ready to charge Lee, only to discover he couldn't move. Naruto looked around to see what was stopping him, only to see the horrible truth. Lee had pushed him into the shadow of a nearby building, and Shikamaru had his shadow connected to that shadow. In other words, Naruto had been caught. Shikamaru was crouched in an alley with a smirk on his face. It was true that Accelerator's ability to move in the air and created cyclones had caught him off ground, but his plan was going great. All his predictions had been correct. Shikamaru thought back to his talk with Minato and Jiraiya. So what's this plan to beat Accelerator? Minato asked. Let me start out with his skills. Shikamaru said. At the start of his fight with Minami, she used one of her chains to try and hit him, but instead it bounced off him without dealing any damage. He wasn't paying any attention to her at the time, so the only conclusion is that he has some sort of shield active at all times. So the question is what the properties of his shield are and how can we break it or get through it. I looked for this solution the rest of the fight, and I think I figured it out. You see, the move he used to give Minami her injury was him slamming a rubber ball into the ground, and it would bounce back up and hit his hand, then go back down with more force than it had before. You could say it was accelerated, so his shield has the ability to repel objects. This would make him seem untouchable if it wasn't for one thing. When he threw the ball the first time, it bounced off a wall and he caught it. If his shield repels objects, how did he caught the ball? Minato and Jiraiya were leaned in so far that Shikamaru thought they were going to fall over. I guess he could have turned it off for that moment when he wanted to catch the ball, but if that was the case, then the ball should have injured his hand. Instead it slowed down. Shikamaru continued. But not the only thing. If his shield repels objects, how can he walk? Shouldn't he repel the ground under him? And how can he pick things up? Shouldn't those objects be repelled as well? There's only one answer. He can modify his shield. This gives us the reason why he doesn't repel the ground, he only repels moving things. Now this might have been the end of it, but it doesn't explain how he was able to catch the ball. This is where I have to start hypothesizing, but I believe his shield works on a system of calculations. This means he tells his shield to send everything away from him unless he tells it otherwise, like for example, to let a rubber ball through, but slow it down. This would explain his ability to throw rocks so fast without having to wind up his shots. Minato and Jiraiya were shocked that Shikamaru had been able to figure all that out for just one fight, but Shikamaru, how does that help? Use all you told uses that is impossible to touch him? Minato asked. Because his shield's greatest power is also its greatest weakness. Shikamaru said with that smirk that let you know he was really on a roll. You see, he might be able to change the calculations to let certain things through, but that means the regular repeal calculations are always the same. You see, you can't use calculations to just say go away. If that was the case, he would have to tell it to change the calculation every time he changed position or a new object came at him from a different angular speed or was a different substance. He obviously can't do that since it would take forever and he would have to know what the object was and where it was coming from beforehand, so how does he do it? By not telling it to move away from him. No, he has it set so that anything that comes at him is just reflected instead of repelled. Shikamaru was grinning like he had just given them the answer, but Minato and Jiraiya were still confused. But Shikamaru isn't repelling and reflection the same thing? Jiraiya asked. Not even close. Shikamaru said, sounding offended. You see, repelling would be if anything that came at him would be sent away, but reflection would be that anything he touches gets reverses, not sent away. So let's say something was touching him but going away from him, what would happen? Minato's eyes lit up. He would reflect it and it come towards him. Minato said, jumping up from his seat. That's right, Shikamaru said. So if we have someone like Lee or Guy pulls their punch right before they hit Accelerator, then he'll reflect it and end up basically hitting himself, and if that happens then that opens up all sorts possibilities. Like the punch being strong enough to push him back into my shadow jutsu. Normally it wouldn't work because the shadow would be reflected, but if Accelerator's the one moving into it then his shield won't reflect it. Shikamaru, you're a genius. Tell Guy and Lee to start patriating pulling their punches and I want to hear from them right when they're done. Minato said. The plan had worked with only one hiccup. Lee was the only one who could pull his punches at the right time. Everyone else either wasn't good enough at Taijutsu to do it or the ones that were had been using their own style for so long that it was incredibly difficult to punch, then pull back in such an unnatural way, but Lee was good enough and hadn't fully devolved his style, yet so he was able to do. It was a dangerous punch to pull off. If he pulled too late his wrist would be broken. If he pulled too early nothing would happen. But now after all that preparation and planning Accelerator was trapped and he was still looking at Lee, trying to figure out how he hit him. There was something odd however. Accelerator didn't even seem to be paying Shikamaru much attention, even though he had stopped him from moving. Shikamaru was trying to figure out the reason for this when out of the corner of his eye, he saw a large blade swinging towards him. It would have lobed off his head if it hadn't been for Kakashi. Kakashi had seen Shikamaru almost get decapitated. The sword was already too close for Kakashi to step in and block, so he did the only thing he could. He ran towards Shikamaru and grabbed him before jumping on top of a nearby building. Once Shikamaru was safe Kakashi looked back at the assailant. He had somehow gotten a hold of Zabuza's sword and was using it quite effectively and he seemed to come from nowhere. Sasuke and Naruto jumped up beside Kakashi. We're sorry sensei we didn't have any gaps in our lookout, but somehow he still got through. Naruto said. It's alright I didn't see him either. We'll just have to take him out. Kakashi said although it didn't change the fact that Shikamaru was forced to drop his jutsu because that guy was able to attack him. Let's get him. Kakashi said and the three of them jumped to engage the new enemy while Shikamaru stayed on the roof to monitor the situation. Naruto could move again thanks to Sujutsu, but there was a more urgent matter at hand. Lee was able to hit him and he still had no idea how and Lee was running at him. Naruto wasn't going to let him get close enough to hit him again. He grabbed some pebbles from his pockets and started throwing them at Lee like a machine gun. Lee was doing a very good job at dodging them and he was getting closer. Naruto hissed it looks like it was time to get serious he reached into his back pocket to get his ball, but before he could Lee rushed him with an incredible amount of speed. Lee again punched Naruto and sent him tumbling towards the guard. Naruto was trying to get up blood now running from his nose. Naruto was in trouble and he knew it. Lee punches hurt and since Naruto wasn't used to getting hurt he was already starting to feel it. It only got worse as Lee came at him when Naruto was getting to his feet and punched him in the stomach. Naruto choked up blood but managed to stay on his feet. He took a swing at Lee his vectors enhance his speed and strength but Lee was fast and dodged. Naruto was already breathing heavily. This was the first time he had used so much energy in a fight and along with the pain he was feeling it really looked like he might lose this battle. If only he could figure out how Lee was hitting him then he could turn the fight around. He wasn't giving very much time to think though as Lee was coming at him again. Naruto knew that he couldn't let Lee hit him another time, so right before Lee landed his punch Naruto pushed off the ground and jumped onto the rooftops, and that's when he saw Lee's arm was going backwards, he was pulling his punches. It all clicked why only Lee could hit him while Lee hadn't been kicking him, since a kick was a lot harder to pull back than a punch. Naruto smiled the secret was out. Naruto had to admit it was clever, and if he hadn't figured it out, it could have done some real damage, but now he knew just how to defend against it. All he had to do was change his reflection to an acceleration. So anything coming towards Naruto would not be reflected but gain speed. Normally this would be a bad thing, but since Lee was pulling his punches, it would accelerate his arm backwards with enough force to dislocate his shoulder. There was also no outside sign to show that he changed the properties of his shield, so Lee wouldn't know, and once Lee's shoulder was dislocated, Naruto would change it back to reflection and continue the fight. Naruto changed it just as Lee was jumping up on the roof and was winding up for another punch. Naruto still acted like Lee would hit him so he wouldn't get suspicious. Come just a little closer. Naruto thought, but just before it looked like Naruto's plan was going to work the worst possible thing happened. Minato teleported in front of with a Rasengan in his hand that when Naruto saw the seal on Lee's back that he hadn't noticed before, but that was hardly of any matter now as Naruto's head was racing. What the hell? Why was there a seal on Lee and why did Minato teleport at this exact moment? He couldn't have known my reflection was off, could he? Wait just a moment Hokage that's not all there is to my plan. Shikamaru spoke to Minato and Jiraiya in Minato's office. What else could there be? Minato asked. You see if Accelerator's as smart as I think he is then he's likely to figure out what's going on, but we can use that to our advantage. Shikamaru explained. "Go on," Minato said as he settled back down in his seat. "Very well. You see, when Accelerator realizes what's going on, he'll probably adjust his shield accordingly," Shikamaru said. "If it was me, I would switch the shield so it acts with a force that would push the force, so when Lee or Guy pulls their punch their arms would be shooting back. This is the easiest way to solve the problem, and all it would take is reversing his already existing reflection." "So what you're saying is Accelerator has a counter for your plan," Jiraiya said. "That's exactly what I'm saying, but what he doesn't know is that we want that to happen," Shikamaru said. "The shield is something physically, and not just an act of Accelerator's will, but we can't see it, so it means that he can make changes to it without us knowing. We do have a way to know when he makes changes, however, and it all thanks to what his shield is made of, the thing all ninja use for all ninjutsu, chakra. We also just happen to have a certain wide-eyed clan who are made for seeing chakra. So what you're saying is we attack him when Niji, who just so happens to be on Lee's team, see it change," Minato said. "That right, Accelerator's shield has to flare at the very least for him to change it, and when that happens you can teleport while his defenses is down and really make it hurt," Shikamaru said, proud of himself for coming up with a plan like this. And it worked beautifully. The truth was that Naruto probably did have enough time to switch back to his reflection, but he didn't, all because he looked into his father's eyes. They were filled with the fire the anger Minato had for Accelerator. He had hurt his daughter, mocked Kushina about her missing kids, and withheld information about Naruto. Then he left the village with a smirk on his face and blood on his hands, and because of that Naruto hesitated for just a moment and the Rasengan was slammed into his stomach. Naruto felt his stomach twist into a knot and his insides seemed to explode. Naruto puked up more blood than he knew had in him before he was sent spiraling through the air. He didn't know how far he went, but it was quite a ways. He would have gone even farther if he hadn't hit the wall of a building. Maybe hit wasn't the right word, it was more like crashed through it and tumbling on the hardwood floor before coming to a stop. Naruto laid there on the floor spitting up blood and his stomach on fire. It was a stronger Rasengan than it normally would have been because Naruto helped accelerate the damn thing. It was the worst pain Naruto had felt in his either life, and since pain wasn't something he was accustomed to, it was a miracle he didn't black out. But it was the only thing he could focus on. He couldn't even think of the right calculation to change his reflection back to normal. Every time he tried he would go back to the pain and forget. Naruto was a sitting duck, and he knew it. He couldn't think of calculations and the Leaf Nin were probably coming after him right now. It looks like he should have gone with the girls after all. Just when Naruto had accepted his fate he heard a familiar. "How does it feel to get your ass handed to you?" Sujetsu said. Naruto looked up at him with a great deal of pain. "How do you get away from your fight so fast?" "Liquefied myself and went into the sewers just like how I got past them in the first place," Sujetsu said. "Whatever, we just need to get out of here before the Hokage finds us," Naruto said, trying to get to his feet but falling on his butt. "You'll have to help we walk." "I can't, your reflection will just send me away," Sujetsu said. "It not working, you'll be able to touch me," Naruto said, coughing up some more blood. "Alright then," Sujetsu said, picking him up bridal style. Normally Naruto would have killed him for that, but he was in way too much pain to care. Sujetsu left the house and started darting through the alleyways. But as they went on they realized that they weren't going to escape. The Leaf Nin were looking everywhere for them, and Sujetsu, who wasn't known for having the greatest stamina anyways, was even slower thanks to him having to carry Naruto around, who may have just be a rock for all the good he was doing. When it finally looked like they were going to get caught, a miracle happened. "Well, it looks like we made it just in time," White Zestu said, who was stinking out of the alley wall. "You two have gotten in some trouble," Black Zestu said. "Whatever, just get us out of here," Sujetsu said. "How you suggest we do that?" Zestu said. "You can warp through wall, can't you do that with us too?" Sujetsu asked. "I can only do one person at a time, and it takes a lot out of me, which is the reason we didn't do it with the girls," Zestu said. "Sujetsu, liquefy yourself into your water bottles, then he can take both of us," Naruto said. "Are you kidding? Do you really think I can fit in there?" Sujetsu said. "Well, you better, or you're getting left behind," Naruto yelled. Sujetsu managed to squeeze himself into his 2 water bottles, and Naruto grabbed them, allowing Zestu to grab Naruto and take them to the base in record time. Once Zestu dropped them off at the base, Naruto opened the water bottles, letting Sujetsu out before coughing up more blood and collapsing to the floor. The girls heard this and ran out at seeing Naruto lying on the ground in his own blood. "Kami, what happened to you?" Mito screamed, running up to her brother. "Doesn't matter," Naruto said weakly, "just get me to a bed, I need to sleep." Sujetsu picked him up, much to the girls' surprise, and carried him to one on the many beds they had in the base. Once Naruto was in, the pain was finally too much and he blacked out. When Naruto finally came to, he was still in pain, but not nearly as much as he had been in before. Naruto looked around to see where he was, having forgotten he was in one of the Akatsuki's bases, but there was something else that caught Naruto's eye. Hanabi was sitting on a stool right next to his bed. She had dark circles under her eyes and was looking out onto space. "Are you alright?" Naruto asked. This seemed to bring Hanabi back to reality as her eyes snapped to Naruto. "Thank Kami you're alright," Hanabi said as she jumped onto Naruto and hugged him, completely forgetting that this would normal result in her getting sent flying back. Thanks Naruto reflection. "Hey, get off me," Naruto said, only to notice that Hanabi had fallen asleep in that position. "What the hell, Hanabi, don't go to sleep," Naruto yelled. Just then Sujetsu walked into the roof drinking his water bottle. "Well, isn't that cute?" he said. "Shut up," Naruto said, although he was still in pain so it didn't sound like a threat. "Why are you going to do? Get out of that bed and kill me?" Sujetsu mocked. Naruto knew that he couldn't and just settled with asking Sujetsu how long he had been out. 2 days. The girls yelled at me when you went under. Yelling at me saying why I didn't protect you or what happened. So to get them to shut up I told them that you got the crap beat out of you by the Hokage. After that the girls just went to being sad and waiting for you to wake up. Hanabi there waited by your bed for the entire 2 days, never leaving or sleeping." Naruto looked down at the sleeping girl on his chest. "What an idiot," Naruto said, but he didn't really mean it. "By the way, Zestu said that he would give you the finer detail about the Akatsuki. Should I call him and tell him you're up?" Sujetsu asked. "No, I'm still really tired. I'm going back to sleep here in a minute," Naruto said, and it was the truth. It was amazing that just being awake for a few minutes could take so much out of him. "Suit yourself," Sujetsu said, leaving the room. Now that he was gone, looked down at the sleeping Hanabi trying to figure out what to do. He tried pushing her off, but he was too weak and Hanabi's grip was too strong. It also didn't look like he would be able to wake her up. Naruto pain had subsided enough out that he could switch back to reflection and force her off, but he de-iced that would be a pain in the ass and just laid down with Hanabi on top of him. At least he told himself it would be a pain in the ass. The truth was it was actually kind of nice. The task force walked back into Konoha, not with smiles of success, but frowns of disappointment. The mission had been a failure. Accelerator and his partner, who had been identified as the missing Mist Nin Sujetsu, had disappeared. Minato was furious with himself for sending Accelerator so far. If only he hadn't been so angry, then he could have kept him in sight. There was nothing that could be done now though. They searched everywhere, but there was no trace of Accelerator. When they got in the village, no one in the task force said anything and just wandered off to their own homes. "How are we going to explain this to Ka-san and Minima?" Naruto asked. "I don't know," Minato said. "We lost our lead and 2 Anbu on that mission." Those were the only words they said to each other the entire way back. When they walked in the house, Kushina and a recovered Minima were waiting for them. "Welcome back," Kushina said. "How'd it go?" Minima asked, although by the looks on their faces she already knew it didn't go well. "Accelerator escaped," was all Minato said before heading up to his room. "Minato, wait," Kushina said, following him up there, leaving Naruto and Minima alone. "So I see you all better," Naruto said just to say something. "Yeah, but I got a pretty bad scar," Minima said, lifting up her shirt to reveal a circular scar just under her breasts. "I guess I should count myself luckily my back healed up without one, and it's not like anyone will be able to see this one." "Yeah, at least that's good," Naruto said quietly. "Naruto, what happened? Did it really go that bad?" Minima asked. "Not really, it's not like we had a huge amount of deaths and most of us knew going into it that it was highly likely that Accelerator would escape once he found out Lee could hit him," Naruto said, tears starting to form in her eyes. "But for me it wasn't even a fight. I didn't even get close to Accelerator because if I had he would have killed me in 2 seconds. Naruto yelled, really starting to cry now. "He's our age, but he took out 2 Anbu like it was nothing. Even his partner was our age, and he was a monster. Sasuke and Kakashi all fought him, but he held his ground against all of us. It was like Sasuke and I weren't even there. Sujetsu was really only fighting Kakashi, and we were just some bystanders." Naruto rolled up her sleeve to reveal bandages wrapped around her forearm. "He cut me with his sword, and he wasn't even looking in my direction," Naruto said, tears running down her face and onto the floor. "I was so weak there was no point in me even going." Minima ran towards Naruto and embraced her. "It's okay, Naruto. We're both weak right now, but we'll get stronger. Strong enough so when it truly counts we'll be able to beat Accelerator," Minima said, leaking tears of her own. "Things will get better." Too bad they would not. It all started when Jiraiya got back a few days later. He immediately had a meeting with Minato, who then held a family meeting inside the mansion. "What's this all about?" Kushina asked Minima. "I don't know, Jiraiya wouldn't tell me. He just said he needed to talk to all of us," Minato replied. Just then Jiraiya walked in the room and took a seat on the couch across from Minato, Kushina, Naruto and Minima. "I could have sent this by Toad, but I thought you needed to hear it from me." Jiraiya said. I infiltrated a Togakure and I found out where Naruto is. The Namikaze sat there stunned after losing Accelerator Jiraiya had pulled through. Minato didn't believe Jiraiya would find anything since Orochimaru would have fled a Togakure, but it looks like he was wrong. Well then tell us where he is. Kushina shouted standing up. Jiraiya signed. You already know where he is. In fact you've all met him just recently, but you know him by Accelerator. That can't be true. Minato yelled also standing up. Well it is. Jiraiya said. How do you know? Minato yelled. Because the snake told me himself. Jiraiya yelled. Minato stopped what he was about to say next and noticed that Jiraiya was slumped down on the couch. He looked exhausted. When I got to a Togakure it was abandoned, except for one person, Orochimaru. Now this wasn't the real Orochimaru, just a shadow clone, but he told me that Naruto did know who his parents were and how he escaped when the base was attacked and sometime after that changed his name to Accelerator. How do you know he wasn't lying? Minato asked, finding it hard to believe that Hai-Sun was the psychopathic monster known as Accelerator. I guess he could have been, but Naruto being Accelerator explains so many things. Jiraiya said. Why he came to the village when he was a kid. Why he killed the guards when we were going to ask them questions. But why didn't he want us to know it was him? Minima asked, unconsciously touching the scare Naruto gave her. He must have wanted to come back when he escaped from Orochimaru since he came to the Leaf, but since Anbu were called on him, when he came he must have thought he wasn't wanted. Jiraiya said. That can't be. Kushina said, her eyes dilating. Are you saying we forced Naruto away? Jiraiya didn't say anything, but they all knew that it was true. Kushina broke down in tears and fell to her knees. Kushina, it's alright, I'm sure, if we apologize to him then he'll understand and come back. Minato stopped. He just remembered that he had slammed a Rasengan into his son's stomach. How could he ever apologize for that? That's not the only bad news I've come to talk about. Jiraiya said, looking deeply troubled. Orochimaru also gave me some information about the group known as the Akatsuki. Minato managed to somewhat calm down, but only to hear what this other issue was. I thought Orochimaru was part of the Akatsuki. Why would he leak information on them? He left the Akatsuki some time ago. In fact they were the ones that attacked his base allowing Naruto to escape. Jiraiya said. So I'm guessing Orochimaru is hoping we'll kill each other off because the Akatsuki's goal is to capture all the tailed beasts, which puts Naruto in danger. Why do they want the tailed beasts? Minima asked. Who knows, but it can't be good. Jiraiya said. What else do we know about the Akatsuki? Minato asked. Jiraiya sighed. That's about it. Orochimaru only told me about their goals, nothing about their members or skills. I think he just wanted us to know about them, but not have a huge advantage over them. That way we'll lose more ninja if we have to face them, and if Orochimaru is telling the truth it looks like we'll have to. So what are we going to do about them? Naruto asked, very afraid of this new organization. The truth is, Naruto, I believe it would be best to take you out of the village for 3 years and train you so you can be better prepared to fight the Akatsuki. Jiraiya said. Wait just a minute, Jiraiya. Are you saying you want to take another one of my kids away from me? Kushina yelled. Only temporarily, Jiraiya said, trying to calm Kushina's anger. Minato, you can't let him do this. We can train Naruto and Minima in the village and Naruto will be better protected. Kushina pleaded. Minato was rubbing his forehead. He had a terrible headache. Just wait, I need to think. This is just all so much. Naruto, Mito, the Akatsuki, and what should we do with Naruto? I just can't answer these questions all at once. Plus, does Naruto want to go? Minato asked. Everyone looked at Naruto like they were expecting an answer. I don't know. Naruto said, because for her too it was a lot to handle. Well, I'll give you time to think about it. Until then I try to find out more about the Akatsuki and where Naruto disappeared to. Jiraiya said, leaving the house. I got to go work on some things. Minato said, also leaving the house. The girl sat there in awkward silence until Naruto couldn't take it anymore. I'm going out. She said. Once outside she felt like she could breathe. She decided to take a walk around town to clear her mind. There were just so many things that had gone wrong and most of them were her fault. If only she had been nicer to Mito, then she wouldn't have run away. If only C had trained harder, then she could have fought Suigetsu on his level, then maybe they would have captured Naruto. Naruto was thinking about all these things when she spotted someone she hadn't seen in a very long time sitting on a bench. Hey Hinata, Naruto said, taking a seat beside her. Oh hey Naruto, Hinata said, sounding detached. I haven't seen you in a while, what have you been up to? Naruto asked, trying to start some sort of conversation to get her mind off everything. No much, just a lot of training since I'm the one who is going to have to lead the clan. Hinata sighed. Naruto looked at Hinata with sad eyes. She had forgotten that Mito hadn't been the only one to run off. Hinata's sister was also one of the escapees. Hinata must feel just as guilty about it as Naruto is about Mito. Hey Hinata, Naruto said. Hinata looked at Naruto for the first time since she sat down. Yes, Naruto. Don't worry, we may have screwed up as sisters, but I'm sure once we see them again we'll be able to make it up to them. So just keep trying, and get even stronger. Naruto said, giving Hinata the thumbs up. Hinata actually smiled for the first time in a long time. Here was someone who knew what she was going through and probably had it even worse than she did, yet she could still smile and believe she could fix things, so why couldn't Hinata? You're right, Naruto, let's work hard to bring our sisters back. Mito and Hitomi were grinning like idiots when Naruto woke up. What are you two grinning about? Naruto asked with no sense of humor in his voice. Oh, nothing, just thinking that you two would make a good couple. Mito said, giggling to herself. Naruto realized what they were looking at and turned to see that Hanabi was still sleeping soundly on his chest. Sometime during the night Hanabi had worked her way up, so her arms were now wrapped around his neck and her head was resting just under his chin. Naruto just sighed, dealing with the brats was getting tiresome. Naruto tapped the back Hanabi's head with his knuckles. Hanabi slowly opened her eyes. Well, good morning Hanabi, did you sleep comfortably? Naruto asked with the sweatiest smile he could pull off. It was nice. Hanabi said, her mind still fogged from just wakening up. That's nice, Naruto said, his smile slowly turning into a look that promised pain. Now would you please get off me? Hanabi finally realized that she was on Naruto's chest and at a speed that would put the Hokage to shame. She got off Naruto, head into line with the rest of the girls. Her face was so red that she was sure it would be tinted that way forever. I'm sore, why nah, Accelerator? How are you feeling? Hanabi said, tapping her fingers like her sister had always done. I actually feel a lot better. Naruto said, getting out of bed. There was still a little pain, but it was more of an irritation than an actually problem, and since he felt fine there was one thing he needed to do. He changed his refection back to normal. Now since I've been out for a couple of days I'm pretty hungry, so why don't you make me something to eat, Hanabi? After all, you made sure to keep me warm while I was sleeping too, you must be concerned about my well-being. This about sent Hanabi over the edge as it looked she would die from embarrassment and probably would have if Mito and Hitomi hadn't garbed onto each of her arms and dragged her off to where Naruto assumed the kitchen was, giggling all the way. Stupid brats, Naruto said. He decided to take the time he had alone to explore the base. The walls were all made of stone and each room was connected with a dimly lit tunnel. Naruto assumed they were either underground or craved into the side of a mountain. The base was pretty well suited for everything and anything a missing nin might need. There were plenty of bedrooms, a large area for training, which by the looks of it, Suigetsu had been using since there were cut-up training dummies everywhere. There was a small medical bay that Naruto probably should have gone to instead of just sleeping or a Sengen off. There was a library with books on just about everything, a dining room, the kitchen which Naruto could hear racket coming from, so he didn't bother to go in, and some kind of meeting room. Naruto assumed he would get all his assessments there. Naruto took a seat in the dining room and waited for the girls to bring out his food and thought about his new position with the Akatsuki. He would need to make the girls stronger since he was sure they would also be getting missions from the Akatsuki, and although it was unlikely they would been sent out on S-rank mission like Naruto was likely to be seen on, he doubted the missions they got were going to be simple escort missions. He would also have to get stronger. His fight with a leaf had shown him that he had been too dependent on his refection. While he was thinking of some new tricks, the girls brought his food. Hope you enjoy. Hitomi said, setting the food in front of him. Naruto eyed each of the girls to see how they felt about joining the Akatsuki. They seemed happy. Hanabi seemed to have gotten over herself as her blush was gone, but the way Mito and Hitomi were eyeing her made Naruto think that a serious girl conversation had gone down in the kitchen. They would probably never tell him what they talked about, but Naruto had a theory he wanted to test. This is pretty good, Naruto said, taking a bite of his food. But I feel like it just isn't enough. Were there any maid costumes back there you three could wear? Mito put her hand over her mouth, trying not to giggle, having guessed what Naruto was doing. Hitomi was looking at Naruto like he was the biggest pervert since Jiraiya, and poor little Hanabi's face was so red that Naruto was sure that if you touched it, you'd burn your hand. Naruto chuckled as he took some more bites of his food, but then Zestu had to come and ruin his fun. That's cruel of you, Zestu said, emerging from the floor beside Naruto. The black side seemed annoyed at the white said for making such a comment and decided they needed to get down to business. Follow us, we need to discuss your position within the Akatsuki. Naruto got up and followed Zestu to the meeting room. The girls tried to follow, but Zestu took them. Only official Akatsuki members were allowed. Once they entered the room, a number of seals appeared on the wall that Naruto assumed were there to keep anyone from listening in. First things first, welcome to the Akatsuki. Zestu said, handing Naruto the Akatsuki cloak and a red ring with the kanji for Shu on it. Put the ring on your right middle finger. Naruto did, along with putting on the cloak. The ring will allow you to use Pain's magic lantern body technique, which you'll need to help with the sealing of the Jinchuriki. That's great on all, Naruto said, admiring his new ring. But could you just tell me what I have to do? This one's impatient. Maybe we should pair him with Sasori. Don't be stupid, Sasori already has a partner. Zestu said to himself. Hold on, what's this about a partner? Naruto said. Akatsuki working pairs of two. Lucky for you, or unlucky, Kisame, the man who was supposed to be your partner, was assigned to another member due to a rather bloody accident, so as of right now we don't have a partner for you. So until we can find another person that meets the Akatsuki's requirements, you be supporting the girls on bounty hunting missions. I see, so basically I'm doing what I've already been doing, except I'm giving the money to the Akatsuki, Naruto said. If you want to think about it that way then sure. Zestu said. Can I pick my own targets? Naruto asked. As long as their bounty is worth the time and they aren't someone who will get the Akatsuki a lot of attention for taking out, so stink to missing nins. Zestu said. Well, if that's it then I better start finding some bounties. Naruto said, leaving the room. When he got out the girls were waiting for him, no doubt having tried to listen in on them. That looks good on you. Mito said, eyeing the cloak. Maybe one day you'll get one, but for now you three have training to do. Naruto said. Go to the library and find an elemental jutsu you think you can learn, then go to the training room and learn it. I've got to talk to Sujetsu about what bounty we're going to go for. Hi, the girl said as they rushed off to the library. Now to find Sujetsu. Naruto said. Naruto and Sujetsu spent the rest of the day looking through the bingo book, secreting for an acceptable missing to hunt down that was in Mito's, Hanabi's, and Hitomi's skill range. Unfortunately for the girls, they found someone way out of their skill range, but too good to pass up. Raiga Kurisuke, one of the 7 swordsmen and currently missing nin. This is pretty brutal for their first mission. I mean, look, this guy's Anbu level. Naruto said. Hey, if the brats want to become the new generation of the 7 swordsmen then they'll have to get their hands on the 7 swords. Sujetsu said, eyeing the Kiba blade with a lustful look in his eye. Besides, your sister's Genin team had to face Abusa on their first mission and they lived. I guess Uraidi has a nice bounty and getting that sword will boost their strength, but I want to let them finish learning the new elemental jutsus I assigned before heading out. Naruto said. But what if someone else gets to him before we do? Sujetsu said nervously. It will be fine, Naruto said. It didn't seem to calm Sujetsu down, however. If you're so worried about it then go in there and help Hanabi with her water jutsu. Naruto had never seen Sujetsu move so fast. It only took 2 days for the girls to learn their jutsus thanks to Sujetsu's help. Then the group headed off to find Raiga. Naruto found out they were craved into the side of a mountain when they left the base. The girls were excited and nervous to be fighting someone of such high level. Naruto had promised them that if it looked like they were going to be killed then he'd step in, but other than that he wasn't going to help them at all, so the entire journey the girls spent discussing strategies and asking Sujetsu for information about Raiga and his skills. Once they finally made it to the small mining town that Raiga was in, the girls had a pretty good plan. Asking around the village, and although the villagers were hesitant to talk to Naruto due to his appearance, when the girls asked they revealed that Raiga had a small following called the Kurisuke family. Apparently they buried people alive. Well, that sucks. Come on Sujetsu, let's take out the grunts. Naruto said. I thought you said we weren't going to help them fight. Sujetsu said, but followed Naruto nonetheless. I didn't know he had a following. I don't want the girls getting tried out because they had to fight the cannon fodder. The group made their way towards Raiga's base on top of a mountain. Naruto and Sujetsu took out the Kurisuke family with little effort. Once they made it to the top, Raiga was waiting for them with a Kiba blade in hand. Although it was 2 separate blades, so he actually had one in each hand. He also had some sort of backpack on. Well, what do you know if it isn't Sujetsu? Are you here to take my head? Raiga asked. Yes and no. We are here to kill you, but I won't be one taking your head. Sujetsu said. Really, so I'm going to have to bury your friend here? Raiga said, looking at Naruto. Wrong on that too, you'll be fighting them. Sujetsu said as he and Naruto stepped to the side to show the 3 girls behind them. They'll be the ones killing you. Raiga looked at the girls who were staring at him intensely. Come on, do you really think 3 girls is enough to beat me? The girls looked annoyed before they each disappeared, then reappeared in the air on all sides of Raiga, prepared to attack. Don't take us lightly. Mito said. And you need to take me more seriously. Lightning Dragon Tornado. Raiga yelled as he put his swords above his head and started spinning. The result was a tornado of lighting that looked like a dragon. The girls were in the air and couldn't dodge, so they were all hit by the attack. It didn't do too much damage, but it did send them to the ground in a rather painful landing. Raiga stooped his jutsus facing Naruto and Sujetsu. Now how about you two give me a real fight? Raiga said and sent a lightning bolt from the tip of one of his swords. Naruto put his hand out and let the lightning hit his palm before sending it in a random direction. Although putting his hand out wasn't necessary, it just made a greater effect than him just standing there. Why don't you focus on your own fight? Naruto said as Raiga was quickly forced to dodge a great fireball from Hitomi. Hanabi came up behind him and it looked like she was going to hit a few of his chakra points, but he somehow knew exactly where she was. He turned around and gave her a nice slash on her cheek. She was forced to pull back to avoid getting seriously hurt. How did he know I was behind him? I didn't make a sound. Hanabi thought. Hanabi would have to put that thought on the back burner for now. Water bullet. She shouted as she sent a stream of water from her mouth and onto the ground under Raiga. Come on, it's going to take more than a little water to beat me. Raiga teased. Lightning bolt. Mito yelled as she shot a strand of lightning from her fingers at the water that Hanabi had laid down. Raiga stuck his swords into the water and they acted like upside-down lighting rods and absorbed all the lighting Mito had shot. Did you really think you would get me with a lightning jutsu like that? I show you a real lightning jutsu. Raiga said as he pulled his swords out of the ground and lifted them into the air. Fangs of lightning. He shouted as two huge bolts of lightning were sent into the cloud. The girls only had a second to realize what was going on before lightning bolts rained from the sky and barely missed them. They had to run around trying their best to not get hit by the endless number of blots. Hanabi used palm rotation to block the bolts, but Mito and Hitomi weren't as lucky. They tried to run behind Raiga, but somehow he still knew exactly where they were and they were hit. The pain was unbelievable, it felt like their entire bodies were being roasted inside out. Smoke escaped from their mouths as the lightning heated their organs. They both collapsed to the ground as the Raiga stopped his jutsu. Hanabi was horrified to see her friends in so much pain, but as Naruto hadn't stepped in she knew they at least were alive. There was one other thing. Hanabi had noticed something that she hadn't been able to see when fighting up close. The pack on Raiga's back was giving off its own chakra signature. There was someone inside it and Hanabi bet whoever it was the reason that Raiga knew where they were even if they weren't in his line of sight. Hitomi. Mito. Aim for his backpack. Hanabi yelled even if she didn't know if they could respond or even continue fighting for that matter. Raiga showed the briefest expression of panic when Hanabi said that, however, so she knew she was on the right track. Raiga did not find Hanabi's plan as helpful as she did, so he rushed her. Hanabi was forced to dodge the expert swordplay of Raiga. This pretty much put her on the defensive as any attack she tried would likely get her chopped into pieces. Not that she was doing a great job of keeping up with Raiga anyways. His attacks were just too fast and Hanabi too slow. She managed to avoid being hit anywhere vital, but the cut down her arms and stomach were beginning to get very painful. Meanwhile, on the other side of the mountain, Hitomi and Mito were trying to get to their feet, which was a surprisingly hard task to accomplish. Every muscle they moved sent a shock of pain throughout their entire body, but seeing Hanabi fight so hard finally gave them the strength to get up. They would have to believe in Hanabi and trust that attacking Raiga's backpack would somehow give them an advantage. He seemed distracted fighting Hanabi, but since he seemed to know where they were at all times, if they tried to rush him, he'd turn his attention back to them. Mito, I have a plan. Hitomi said. It's more than I have. Mito replied. Hanabi was getting hit more and more often as the battle dragged on. She knew she was in a bad situation as she had seen Naruto getting ready to intervene on more than one occasion during one of Raiga's attacks that would hit one of Hanabi's vitals, but she would always just manage to dodge. It looked like they had lost and it would be up to Naruto to take out Raiga, but there was one more thing the girls were going to try. Hanabi saw Hitomi running up behind Raiga with a kunai in hand. Raiga noticed her and looked over his shoulder to keep an eye on Hitomi. When he did, Hitomi threw her kunai, which had an explosive tag on it. Raiga just held up one of his swords to hit it out of the way, but before he could, Mito shot lightning at the kunai, causing the tag to go off prematurely, covering Raiga in smoke. Raiga, having suddenly lost sight of Hitomi, started talking to his bag to try and find out where she was. Hitomi had already pulled out another kunai and was getting close to Raiga. Something was off though, for Hitomi it seemed like the world was moving slower and sharper than ever before, so when she finally got close enough to Raiga to strike, she could see the swings of his swords and dodged then. Raiga could tell that he wasn't going to be able to hit Hitomi in time, so he stepped back as Hitomi made her swing. Hitomi didn't make contact with him, but she did cut the strap on his backpack, causing it fall off. Raiga made a desperate grab for the bag, losing all focus on the girls. This allowed Hanabi to get in close and block a number of his chakra points on his arm. He dropped one of the swords while his other hand was holding onto the bat and a sword. It was amazing how just one attack had changed the whole battle. Raiga was outnumbered, and with only one hand holding two things, he was in trouble. The girls quickly realized that targeting the bag would cause Raiga to let himself be hit if he couldn't block or dodge, instead of letting the weapons pierce the bag. Raiga was still an Anbu and hard to hit, but since his offensive weapons weren't very effective with only one arm, he was slowly going down. As the girls continued to land hit after hit, a voice coming from inside the bag made itself more apparent. pleading with Raiga to leave him and run, but Raiga stood his ground up until the very end, and even with all the attacks, Raiga never let a single one hit the bag. Once Raiga collapsed, the girl did the same. They were bloody and out of breath, but they had taken down one of the 7 swordsmen all by themselves. "Hitomi, your eyes." Mito gasped. "What about them?" Hitomi asked. "Why don't you take a look?" Sujetsu said, holding the flat of his sword to Hitomi's face so she could see the reflection. Hitomi gasped. She had awoken her Sharingan. Each of her eyes had 2 tomos in them. After Hitomi had some time to take it in, Sujetsu followed Naruto to Raiga body, or more specially the bag. The bag was making a soft crying noise as Naruto and Sujetsu looked at it. "Who do you think's in there?" Sujetsu asked. "It doesn't matter, he's just another one of Raiga's grunts," Naruto said. "He seemed to actually care for this one though," Sujetsu said. "Just because he did doesn't mean we should," Naruto said. "Yes, you're right," Sujetsu said, making his hand into a finger gun and firing water bullets at the bag. The crying stooped as blood seeped through the newly created holes. Naruto went around and collected the swords as Sujetsu cut off Raiga head so they could get the bounty. "These are yours now," Naruto said, handing the 2 blades to Mito. "You have lighting nature, so it only makes sense that you should get the kiba." "Thank you," Mito said, accepting the swords. "That's great," Sujetsu said, sounding really excited. "Now I can train you in Kenjutsu, but first you'll have to follow the old tradition of the 7 swordsmen, getting your teeth sharpened," Sujetsu said, showing off his own sharpened teeth. "What, I don't want my teeth sharpened," Mito yelled. "Hey, every one of the swordsmen did it," Sujetsu stated. "Raiga didn't have his teeth sharpened," Mito said. "Let me tell you a secret. The swordsman's power comes from 2 things, their swords and their teeth. Raiga lost because he didn't have the second thing," Sujetsu said. "That sounds like a load of crap. Come on, Accelerator, you can't let him sharpen my teeth," Mito pleaded. "My hands are tied. If Sujetsu won't teach you Kenjutsu unless your teeth get sharpened, then it looks like you don't have a choice," Naruto said with his own dark smile that Mito suddenly thought would look good if his own teeth were sharpened. Back in Konoha, Minato had called Kushina and Jiraiya to his office. "What's this about?" Kushina asked. Minato sighed. He knew Kushina wasn't going to like what he had in mind. "I've decided what to do about Naruto. I'm going to put him in the bingo book as an S rank under his real name." "Minato, you can't do that. Naruto will be killed," Kushina yelled. "He's already in the bingo book," Minato yelled back. "Besides, I'm putting in additional information that I want him to be brought back to Konoha alive for a huge reward. This should make any bounty hunter that wants to kill Naruto for Kumogakure's bounty think twice, and since he'll be under his real name, I think people will get why I want him alive." "But what about all the people who want him dead because he's related to you?" Jiraiya questioned. "I'll just have to trust their greed for money is higher than their anger for revenge," Minato said. Kushina still didn't want her son to be a target for the whole world, but if it was the best chance to get their son back, them, she would just have to hope for the best. So the next day, Accelerator's bingo book profile was updated to now say Naruto Namikaze, Accelerator, S rank. Sujetsu's sword clashed against Mito's, and Mito was sent to the floor drooping both of her swords. Sujetsu sighed as he stuck his sword in the ground. "Come on, brat, you should be able to stop that. I didn't even swing that hard." "I'm still learning," Mito said, getting up and picking up her swords. They had come back to the base after defeating Raiga. Sujetsu had immediately started training Mito in Kenjutsu. Now Mito had been slowly catching up to Sujetsu in Taijutsu, but in Kenjutsu Sujetsu was miles ahead. One of the biggest problems Mito was having was holding 2 swords at the same time. Mito heavily favored her right hand, so her coordination with the 2 swords were way off. Most of the time she would only swing her right sword while her left sword hung at her side. She wasn't the only one training. Hanabi and Hitomi had been sparring. Hanabi was trying to work on her gentle fists, while Hitomi was working on her Sharingan by trying to predict Hanabi's moves. Naruto was also training, but his was a lot different than anyone else's. Naruto was reading an advanced mathematic book that gave Mito had headache just from looking at the page-long equations. Mito had assumed that Naruto was looking for a way to fix the weakness in his reflection, but when she asked him about it, he said that his reflection couldn't get any better when it came to reflecting Taijutsu, so he would just have lived with that weakness. Mito still didn't really understanding Naruto's powers, just accepted Naruto's answer. Mito knew, however, that Naruto wouldn't just ignore the weakness. If his reflection couldn't be modified to stop Lee's punches, then he would do something else that could. This training continued for a couple days until Zestu came to give Naruto a mission. Naruto walked back in the meeting room with Zestu. "Got something you need me and the brats to do?" Naruto asked. "No, this is an actually Akatsuki mission," Zestu said. "I thought I could only do bounty hunting mission with the brats until I got a partner." "Oh shit," Naruto said, thinking about it. Don't panic yet, we still haven't found you a partner, but you won't be going alone, say hello to your new temporary partner. Zestu said with a creepy, but somehow childish smile. Naruto looked around the room hoping someone other than Zestu would pop into existence. No such luck. What's our mission? Naruto sighed. Don't sound too disappointed, we're going someplace where you can get something you want, like one of the 7 swords. Zestu said. Kurigakure, I guess I could get the brats a souvenir. Naruto said. Before we go I think you need to have a look at this. Zestu said, handing Naruto a bingo book. Naruto saw what page Zestu was open to and received a slight shock. So how did they find out? Naruto asked, seeing his real name on the page. Don't know, but it's here. Zestu said. Naruto put the book down and sighed. His secret was out and he was sure more ninja were after him than ever before. It wouldn't be so bad, but damn, that bounty Minato placed on him for bringing him back alive was fucking huge. Naruto wouldn't be surprised if he had the largest active bounty in the bingo book right now. That sucks, but there's nothing I can do about it, so what's the mission? Naruto was trying to cut a leaf with her chakra and so far no luck. It was so frustrating. Why did chakra natures have to be so hard? At least she wasn't the only one having problems. Minima wasn't having much success on her chakra nature either. The girls have been training ever since they found out Naruto was Accelerator. Naruto still hadn't decided if she wanted to take Jiraiya up on his offer, so until she could make a decision she would be training with Minima under Minato and Kushina. First lesson, chakra nature. Naruto had wind and Minima had lightning. Kushina told Naruto that wind was rare to have, something that Naruto took great pride in. Both Minato and Kushina had lighting nature, so it was no surprise that Minima also had it. This wasn't a bad thing for Minima, however, as Kushina could teach her a lot faster than she could with Naruto. With Naruto and Minima taking lessons from their parents, Team 7 had been disbanded, with Sasuke now taking lessons from Itachi. Kakashi was doing whatever Kakashi did in his free time. Naruto opened her hand again to check up on the leaf and was surprised to see she had actually made a small cut. Normally she would have jumped for joy at her progress, but she just didn't feel like she had gotten anywhere. The ability to cut a leaf wouldn't do her any good against Naruto, who just made S rank and who knows how powerful the Akatsuki is. Naruto guessed she only had herself to blame. If only she had taken being a ninja seriously back in the academy, then maybe her brother wouldn't have such a head start on her in terms of skill. She was sure Orochimaru didn't let Naruto slack off like her parents let Naruto do. Naruto sighed thinking about her brother and went back to cutting her leaf. The next couple of days went incredibly slowly. It seemed like everyone in the leaf was just waiting for information. Information about Mito, information about the Akatsuki, but mainly information about Naruto. The leaf was tense to say the least. By now everyone knew that the Hokage had listed Naruto in the bingo book, and it seemed like the whole ninja population, not just in Konoha, but everywhere, were ready to mobilize at just a clue to Naruto's location. I was a race to see who could get to him first. Would it be the bounty hunters looking to capture Naruto for the money? Would it be the Leaf who wanted to bring Naruto home, or would it be Minato's enemies who were ready to kill him? These questions would plague the Namikaze family every night. However, there was one village that didn't care about the Namikaze's lost son. Kurigakure. No one could really blame them, they did just finished up a bloody civil war that has led to the rule of the 5th Mizukage, and fixing a ninja village hardly left time for concern about other ninja villages. So it just happened to be the perfect place for Naruto to turn up. Naruto was standing on a mountain overlooking the village hidden in the mist. Naruto was wearing a straw hat to avoid being identified. The village looked like absolute crap. Buildings were in disrepair, some of them looking about ready to fall over. From what Naruto could see, the streets were littered with beggars and prostitutes. It looked even worse with the cloud-covered sky that was blocking all the moonlight from the night sky. While Naruto was admiring the city, Zestu emerged up through the gourd next to him. "You know, for a partner you don't stick around for too long, Naruto," Naruto said. Since once they left the base and Zestu explained the mission to Naruto, he had immediately merged through the gourd and left Naruto to walk all the way by himself. "I think he missed us. Do you remember the mission?" Zestu said. "Of course I remember the mission," Naruto said. "But then we wouldn't need to talk till the mission is complete. Make sure you don't get killed," Zestu said before submerging back into the ground. "It was nice talking to you too," Naruto said to himself. The mission Zestu had given him was beyond weird. Naruto had to kill a bunch of seemingly random prisoners that had been captured in the civil war, and Zestu's job was to destroy some document from the 4th Mizukage. Naruto didn't know why the Akatsuki wanted these guys dead, but Naruto didn't think the Akatsuki would send them out here for no reason, so it must be important. The problem was that this was a stealth mission, and Naruto wasn't exactly a stealthy person to begin with. Add a huge bounty combined with a village that could really use the money, then you have the worst mission ever. Naruto didn't have time to curse his luck, however, because he had a mission to do. Naruto created 4 tornadoes coming from his back, his cloak swung wildly around him, and Naruto had to hold onto his hat to keep it from falling off. Once Naruto had adjusted his tornado slightly, he felt confident to us his new technique. He had never used it before, but all his calculations said it would work, and as long as the calculations said it would work, then Naruto was confident he could do it first try. Naruto pushed off the ground and started flying. It worked just how Naruto calculated it would. By moving his tornadoes in different direction, Naruto was able to push himself in any direction and hover in midair if he wanted. It was a little awkward at first since Naruto had to do all the calculations for the wind speed, but once he got that down, he was flying as if he had been doing it for years. Naruto flew high into the skies above Kurigakure, staying in the clouds to keep out of sight. It was a good thing Kurigakure was so disorganized since normally it'd be impossible to land in a major ninja village without getting spotted, but right now there was a bunch of abandoned area in the village that made for a perfect landing zone. Once Naruto landed, he stopped his tornadoes and made his way to one of the slums. Naruto expected to stand out a little more in his Akatsuki cloak, but pretty everyone in the slums were wearing some kind of strange outfit, probably because it was the only things they could find. It didn't take long for Naruto to find the prison, since it was one of the few buildings that was in somewhat decent shape. Naruto spent the next hour scooping out the place, learning the guards' movement and forming his plan of attack. The guards seemed to be anywhere from mid-chunin to high jounin, and they were all especially tense. The building was a medium-sized structure that was made entirely out on concrete. There were no windows and only 2 doors, one in the front and one in the back. Naruto assumed that the cells would be in the basement of the building. Now the question was how to get inside. It would be so much easier if Naruto could just kill them all, but no, this was a stealth mission. Naruto sighed. It looked like he was going to have to use the oldest trick in the book. He walked over to a nearby building that looked like it would collapse at a moment's notice. This would be perfect. Naruto could use vectors to make the building fall, and everyone would just think it fell naturally, and that's just what Naruto did. The building fell and a bunch of the guards ran over to check the damage and to see if anyone needed help. While this was going on, Naruto walked through the back door. "What idiots," Naruto said to himself as he walked down the dark hallways and down the stairs. "Hey, who are yo?" was all the guard could say before Naruto sent a pebble through his head. "Man, one guard stayed behind to watch the prisons. This village is worse off than I thought," Naruto said, getting the attention of the prisoners. "Hey, are you here to free us?" one of the prisoners said. "Well, I'm not freeing you, but I am getting you out of here," Naruto said, sending a pebble through the bars. This caused the other prisoners to panic and move as far back in their cells as they could. It didn't help, as Naruto went around killing everyone that was on his list. Once that was done, Naruto left the prison just as easily as he had entered. The guards were still helping the people that were hurt in the collapse, so it would be a little bit before they would discover the bodies. This gave Naruto time to head to the armory. The armory was way better guarded than the prison, and Naruto had no idea where the swords could be. He was looking for one specific sword, and finding it without knowing where to go would be a problem. Likely for Naruto, help arrived in the form of a plant. "How'd it go?" Zestu asked. "It was way too easy. They only left one person to guard the prisoners after my distraction," Naruto replied. "Ours was equally as easy. It seems like this new Mizukage isn't so great on defense. Give her a break, she only been in office for a week," Zestu said. "I don't care about that, I just want to get in there," Naruto said, pointing to the armory. "So you're really going to steal a sword?" Zestu asked. "Sure I am," Naruto replied. "Which one? We can get it a lot easier than you can," Zestu said. "An Abari," Naruto said. "Wait here," Zestu said, submerging into the ground. Naruto, now not having to go get the sword himself, waited for Zestu to come back. When he did, he gave Naruto the sword, and they left the village just as the prisoners' bodies were being discovered. Naruto could hear sword clashing as he entered the base. He quietly walked into the training room so he could see what was going on. Mito was sparring with Suigetsu, and Naruto could already see improvements in her Kenjutsu. She was using both swords now, although she was still favoring her right hand, and his sword play looked shaper. This wasn't enough to get Suigetsu to really try, but it was good progress. Hitomi was reading a book, and Hanabi looked like she was practicing a water jutsu. They were all too busy to notice that Naruto had returned. "Hey, heads up," Naruto yelled. Hanabi turned to see a long needle speeding towards her. She barely had time to dodge before the needle embedded itself in the wall behind her. "What the hell? You almost killed me," Hanabi screamed. "What are you talking about? I was just giving you your present," Naruto said, chuckling to himself. "But if you don't want it, then I'm sure Hitomi will be glad to take it." Hanabi puffed out her cheeks and walked over to dislodge the needle. Hanabi knew exactly what it was since she had to listen to Suigetsu's lecture about the swords along with Mito and Hitomi. "So you went to Kurigakure on your mission?" Hanabi asked. "Yeah," Naruto replied. How was my home village looking? Sujetsu asked. Like crap, Naruto said. Buildings were falling down and the ninja were so bad that I was able to complete my mission in no time at all and get that sword without even being detected. One of the 5 major ninja villages, my ass. So why did you get me the Nabari? Hanabi asked. If you hate it so much then give it to Hitomi, she must be feeling left out being the only one to not have one of the 7 swords. Naruto said sarcastically. That's not what I meant if you know it. Hanabi said with a small blush on her face. I thought it would be the best sword for you given your eyes. Naruto said explain his reasoning. I thought it was strange that the Hyugas could see 360 degrees and farther than most people but used close-range combat. Well, that sword will allow you to take full advance of your eyes by allowing you to attack at long range along with still being usable for short range. Hanabi looked at the Nabari in a new light. She had never even considered using her eyes for long-range attacks, but the more she thought about she wondered why the Hyugas never focused on long range. Probably because the elders thought close-range fighting reflected the Hyugas in a better light than begin cowards who stay away from their enemies. Thank you, Naruto. Hanabi said. If you really want to thank me then show me you have what it takes to use that sword. Naruto said. Hi, Hanabi said energetically as she ran over to Sujetsu to learn how to use the Nabari. Naruto avoided 2 of Minima's chains. Great breakthrough. She yelled as she sent a strong gust of air at Minima. Minima dropped to her stomach as the jutsu flew overhead. Naruto was about to launch another one when she sensed something below her and jumped out of the way just as one of Minima's chains ripped through the ground. While Naruto was in midair, she threw 2 kunes at Minima, who had to roll out of the way and stand back up. Minima retaliated with her own kunes, but these were lightning charged and were going much faster than Naruto's. Naruto was just barely able to avoid them as one even nicked her arm. Okay, that's enough. Minato said standing up to stop the match. But I haven't even got you use my ace. Minima complained. That may be so, but you 2 have been training all day and a long spar just wouldn't be good for you. I mean just look at yourselves. Kushina said, who had also been watching the match along with Uraya. It was only now Minima realized that her clothes were stinking to her skin thanks to all the sweat she had produced. Naruto was in a similar state. Why don't you 2 wash up and I'll go make dinner? Kushina said. Hi, the girls said starting to walk off to their bathrooms. Jiraiya also stood up and for some reason started following them. Jiraiya, if you try to sneak a peek at my daughters there'll be hell to pay. Kushina said, her hair rising with a deadly aura. That's not what I was doing, I swear. Jiraiya said, holding his hand out in front of him. Minima and Naruto didn't get to hear what happened to Jiraiya as they had already left the room. Naruto felt the warm water hit her face and run down her body. It was so nice to be able to relax a little. Naruto's days had been non-stop training, she wasn't complaining, it was nice to be able to get stronger, but it could just be a little much. Hey Naruto, I've been meaning to ask you. Have you decided if you're going to train with Jiraiya? Minima said from the other side of the wall. Although Naruto and Minima had separate bathrooms they were only separated by one wall and it just so happened that the showers shared that wall. So they could have conversations with each other if one of them didn't turn the water on too loud. No, I haven't, would you ask? Naruto said. I think you should. Minima said. What, if I left for 3 years it would just be you, Tusan and Kasan, wouldn't you be lonely? Naruto asked. Probably, but we've all experienced Naruto's power and at the rate we're going, we're never going to catch up to him. Minima said, and somehow Naruto knew Minima was touching her scar. The only thing that I can think of to beat him is get power the same way he did. Under a Sannin. I don't think Jiraiya will give me the same kind of power Orochimaru gave Naruto. Naruto said, trying to laugh at her own joke. That may be so, but he managed to make Tusan strong enough to be Hokage. So even if you only return from your training trip a minuscule stronger than you would have been if you stayed, then it just puts you a little bit closer to Naruto. And don't think I'm not going to be busting my ass while you're away, because I'm not going to let you get that far ahead of me. Minima said. Naruto thought about it for a long time as the water ran down her body like a cloak of water. Do you really think I should? Naruto asked. Definitely. Dinner was nice. Kushina had made a great meal just like always, and everyone seemed happy, but no one was saying anything. There was no conversation about anything good or bad. Naruto felt like they somehow knew that tonight she was going to say something important and they didn't want their talking to interfere with hers. Naruto sighed. I've made my decision, I want to train with Jiraiya. Naruto said. No one asked why she had decided so suddenly, but Minima looked happy, Jiraiya was smiling like he had just peeked in the bathhouse, Minato and Kushina looked sad, but they seemed to know this was the right decision. That's when Naruto realized. You knew I was going to make my decision tonight. Yeah, Minima told us how she was going to try and talk you into it. Kushina said. I can't say I'm happy to see you go, but I know you'll come back stronger than ever. Minato said. Well, it looks like you get to spend 3 years with your hero. I'm sure you're excited. Jiraiya said. Naruto looked at all the smiling faces at the table and felt better than she had felt in a long time. I promise I'll make you proud. Naruto said. The next day Naruto and Jiraiya left. Only Minato, Kushina and Minima knew they were leaving. The rest of the village would find out soon enough, but Naruto didn't want them to know when they were leaving because she didn't want them to think this was goodbye because it wasn't. It was a promise that in 3 years all the problems that had built up over the last 12 years Naruto would finally be strong enough to fix them and the village would be too. The Nabi's and Mito's Kenjutsu was coming along well. They were both sparing against Suigetsu, and although they weren't nearly strong enough to give Suigetsu any trouble he actually had to try now. Naruto was half watching the spar when something unexpected happened. The Nabi used some tricky footwork and managed to get behind Suigetsu. She stabbed her Nabari through Suigetsu's head, making it explode in water. Naruto sighed as he used his vectors to force his chakra to go insane. The Genjutsu that was on him broke, revealing that Hanabi had never hit Suigetsu. You're going to have to do better than that. Naruto said to Hitomi. Hitomi had been training her Genjutsu, and her goal was to cast a Genjutsu on Naruto without him noticing, but so far that hadn't worked. How did you know? She asked. There is no way Hanabi would be able to hit Suigetsu with just Genjutsu at the stage she's at. Naruto said. If you wanted to do something more relivable you should have had Suigetsu seriously injure Hanabi. One day I'll get you. Hitomi said. I'm sure, Naruto said sarcastically. I see you are in high spirits, Zestu said, emerging from the wall Naruto had been leaning on. You always show up at the most inconvenient times. Naruto said. We found your new partner, sucks for you, so get ready, we're going to the land of hot water. Zestu said. Fine, let's get going, I just hope I can keeping myself from killing him. Naruto said. You brats better not wreck the place while I'm gone. Hi, the girl said. I don't think killing him will be a problem. Zestu said. Naruto was in the land of hot water looking for his future partner with Zestu walking besides him. Yes, walking besides him, something Naruto thought Zestu incapable of doing until now. So who is this guy? Naruto asked. A ninja by the name of Hyde in his village was turned into a tourist spot, he didn't like that, so he killed as many people as he could before he fled. Zestu said. I see. You know you never told me what happened that caused Kisame to be paired with someone else. Naruto said. The Kazu killed his third partner and Pain was getting fed up with replace them, so he matched him up with Kisame, who is calm and strong enough to not make Kakazu mad and end up getting killed. Zestu said, sounding somewhat entertained by the idea of all those killings. Well, Kakazu sounds like a swell guy, can't wait to meet him. Naruto said, and not for the first time thought about what kind of crazy organization he had joined. We have to meet Hyden first. Zestu said. That great, but who knows how long we'll have to wait before we find him. Naruto said. Turns out not long since, just as Naruto said that, a guy holding a triple-bladed scythe jumped from a tree and tried to skewer them. Naruto and Zestu dodged to the side just as the weapon priced the ground. I'm guessing you're Hyden. Naruto said. Who the fuck wants to know? Hyden said, pulling his scythe out of the ground. We're part of an organization called the Akatsuki and we would like for you to join us. Zestu said. Why the hell would I join a shitty organization? All I want to do is kill people and please Jashin. Hyden said. I must insist. Zestu said, not sounding too friendly. I told you I'm not joining your organization. Hyden yelled. That's a shame, it looks like we'll be doing this the hard way. Naruto, if you would. Zestu said, looking towards Naruto. Naruto sighed. I was hoping it wouldn't have to go this way, but it looks like I'm going to have to force you to joining. You're going to force me? What are you, like 10? Hyden laughed. I'm more than old engaged to beat you. Naruto sighed as he pushed off the ground towards Hyden. Hyden was surprised how fast this kid was and was barely able to block his fist with his scythe. Dashin will savor your blood. Hyden said as swiped his scythe down on Naruto's head. Naruto pushed himself backwards, so Hyden's scythe hit nothing but ground. Naruto wasn't going to be so reliant on his reflection anymore, so if he could dodge he would, even if the chances of Hyden getting through were next to zero. Better safe than a scythe through your head. Naruto reached into his pocket and took out his ball and threw it to the side, so it bounced off the trees. Then Naruto stared, firing his pebbles at Hyden. He used his scythe to block the pebbles, but he forgot about the ball which hit him in the side. The ball bounced off Hyden before bouncing off some trees and making its way back to Naruto. Damn, that hurt. Hyden complained. Just join the Akatsuki, it will be easier. Naruto said. I fucking told you that my not joining. Hyden yelled as he charged Naruto. Naruto in reaction threw a pebble which he expected Hyden to block, but he didn't. Instead the pebble went right through where his heart. Damn, I killed him, Naruto thought. But that wasn't the case, Hyden was still charging him. Naruto was so shocked that a man who was supposed to be dead was still running at him that Naruto didn't dodge. He would have been killed if it wasn't for his reflection. Hayden's side hit it and the force of the impact was enough to make Hayden fall to the ground. "Hey, what the hell, why didn't I hit you?" Hayden yelled. "Sorry, but thanks to my powers you can't hit me, but what I want to know is how you're still alive," Naruto said. "I'm immortal," Hayden replied. "Then it looks like we're at a stalemate. You can't hit me, and I can't kill you, so it looks like you'll be joining the Akatsuki," Naruto said. "What makes you think I'll join the Akatsuki? You just said it was stalemate," Hayden said. "It may be true that I can't kill you, but I can rip you into tiny pieces, then shoot those pieces all over the elemental nation, and if that happens, you won't be able to please Jashin," Naruto said. Hayden scoured, probably trying to weigh his options. He knew that if he couldn't hit Naruto then there was no way he could win. Eventually Hayden's reason got the better of him. "Fine, I guess I'll join your shitty Akatsuki." "I'm glad you accepted," Zestu said, handing Hayden an Akatsuki cloak and an orange ring which Zestu instructed Hayden to put on his left index finger. "Let's get going, partner," Naruto said. Naruto and Hayden walked back to the base with Hayden complaining the entire way. When they finally did reach the base they were met by an odd sight. Sujetsu had Hanabi on the ground and Sujetsu was holding some kind of chisel. Once Hanabi saw Naruto she started screaming. "Naruto, help me, Sujetsu trying to sharpen my teeth." "Who the fuck are these people?" Hayden yelled. Naruto sighed, he had a lot of explain to do. Mito couldn't believe how much power was in this one room. It was so much that she was sweating and by the looks of it Hanabi and Hitomi weren't doing too much better. Sujetsu looked okay, but he kept eyeing this guy who looked like a shark. The reason they were here is because about a week after Naruto came back with his new partner Zestu, told them that for the first time in a long time all Akatsuki members were meeting, and that include non-official members, so they headed out to the meeting's location. Mito didn't really know what to think of Hayden. He obviously didn't like them, and he didn't appear to like Naruto either, but he was strong. He spared with Sujetsu once and Sujetsu would have surely died if he wasn't made out of water. Other than that Hayden kept to himself and didn't really come out of his room. He also did these weird rituals. Mito thought he was just a freak to join the Akatsuki, but after arriving to this meeting, Mito realized Hayden was the norm. "Now that we're all here I'll begin," Pain said. "The Akatsuki will soon be making it moves to capture the nine-tailed beasts, but until we're ready, we will not be doing any more missions, instead we are going to lay low and train for 3 years. "Are you fucking kidding me? I just joined and you're telling me I have to do nothing for 3 years?" Hayden said. "Hayden, shut up," Naruto said, releasing some killing instinct that didn't affect Hayden. "As I was saying, after those 3 years are up you'll each be hunting one of the tailed beasts, and as a secondary goal Orochimaru, although who will take him out will be assigned later," Pain said. "As for who will be hunting each beast it will be assigned by lottery." The woman standing besides Pain produced a bunch of papers and put them in a basket. "You'll each choose one and the 2 that are left over we be giving to me and Conan. Also the location of the 3 tails is unknown, so Zestu will be giving that one and find out where it is. Once he does it will be determined which team will take it down." The basket was passed around and every member took one. It was a childish way of doing things, but it was the easiest way to assign the tailed beasts without people fighting over them, and with the already tense atmosphere in the room, a fight wasn't too hard to imagine. "Please read off your number." "The number is the number of tails the beast that you're hunting has," Pain said. 1, Deidara said. 5, his partner Sasori said. 4, Kisame said. 8, Kakazu said. 2, Hayden said. 7, Naruto said. "That gives me and Conan 6 and 9. Pain said. "Now that you have all been assigned a tailed beast, return to your base and be ready because in 3 years the Akatsuki is going to shake up the world." "Back home at last," Naruko said as she saw Konoha on the horizon. It had been 3 years since she had seen it. She was curious to see how everyone had changed. She herself hadn't changed too much. She had gotten taller and her boobs had gotten bigger, much to Naruko's and Jiraiya's joy. "We're finally back. I thought I was going to die if I didn't see a girl soon," Jiraiya said all too dramatically. "You do realize that I'm a girl?" Naruko said. "You're too undeveloped to interest me," Jiraiya said. "That wasn't what you thought when you tried to peek on me bathing," Naruko said with a slight tick mark. "You must have imagined it," Jiraiya replied. Naruko said no more as they entered the village, and there Naruko saw 3 very important people. Minato and Kushina hadn't changed at all, but Minima had. She was just as tall as Naruko, and her boobs had grown too. But not as much as she had. Naruko thought in delight. Minima's hair had also turned a few shades darker than Kushina's hair, but other than that Minima was just as Naruko remembered her. "Hey guys, great to see you," Naruko said happily. "Jiraiya didn't do anything perverted to you, right?" Kushina said with the utmost seriousness. "What, it's been 3 years and the first thing you ask is if I raped her?" Jiraiya yelled. "Do you really think I would do something like that?" "Yes," Kushina replied. "What?" Jiraiya yelled, looking very offended. As Kushina and Jiraiya started their shouting match, Minato and Minima walked to the side to talk with Naruto. "I'm glad you're back," Minato said. "Me too," Naruto said. Has anything happened since I was gone, like information about Naruto or Mito?" Minato looked down at her sadly. "No, Naruto disappeared off the face of the earth and no one even seen the girls since they ran away." "I see," Naruto said, sounding disappointed. "How's everyone else doing?" "Naruto, you have no idea," Minima said. "When you left, the whole village was told about the Akatsuki and everyone started training even harder than before just to make sure they're strong enough to help you." "Seriously?" Naruto asked. "Yeah, the ninja from our class especially worked really hard," Minima said. "That's amazing. So did anything else happen that I should know about?" Naruto asked. "Well, you know that guy Gaara you fought in the Chunin exams? Well, he's become a Kage," Minima said. "That's pretty cool, but wait, he's a Jinchuriki too. Shouldn't we warn him about the Akatsuki? He might have been a little insane when I meet him, but if he's became a Kage he must be better," Naruto said. "Yeah, about that," Minato said. "I tried to schedule a meeting with all the villages that currently have Jinchuriki, but it fell through. The sand and the mist were too busy rebuilding the village after the death of their previous Kage, and we're still on shaky terms with the rock and lighting, so they refused to come. The Waterfall village still refuses to admit they have a Jinchuriki, even though everyone already knows they do." Naruto looked disappointed. She didn't want any of the Jinchuriki to be captured. It was wired, but after Mito ran away, Naruto felt like it was her duty to try and help as many people as possible. It didn't make any sense, but Naruto felt that some way somehow Mito would know that she was actually doing good things now instead of putting them down. "Anyways, let's go see everyone," Minima said, grabbing Naruto's arm. "They'll be happy to see you and I can't wait for you to see how everyone's changed." Naruto and Minima ran off, with Minima more or less dragging her sister. "I see she hasn't lost her energy," Kakashi said, suddenly formed behind Minato. "Yeah, I'm happy that the threat of the Akatsuki hasn't dampened her mood, but you don't think that will last long?" Kakashi said. "I don't. You see, the truth is I thought I would have to call Naruto and Jiraiya back before the 3 years were up, but the Akatsuki didn't make any move," Minato said, concerned. "Well, they weren't active before Naruto left. In fact, if it wasn't for Orochimaru we wouldn't know of their existence. So they might not even be close to making their move," Kakashi said. "That's what the other Kages believed too when I approached them about the meeting, but something's just not right," Minato said. "What do you mean?" Kakashi asked, wondering what Minato was so concerned about. "That not just the Akatsuki who haven't made a move, but the whole world has come to a standstill. There hasn't been any major fighting since Naruto left. The Kurigakure civil war ended and everything's going well. Gaara has won acceptance in his village and there's been no major disputes with other villages," Minato said. "Isn't that a good thing?" Kakashi asked. "Normally it would be, but it's strange that after so much violence, especially in Kurigakure, that it would just end." "Kakashi, do you know what happened in Kurigakure right before Naruto left?" Minato asked. "Weren't some prisons assassinated and documents concerning the 4th Mizukage destroyed and one of the 7 swords stolen?" Kakashi said. "That's exactly what happened. After that incident everything just came to a stop. I have a feeling that those prisons knew something that no one else should know and that their deaths were just the last part of cleanup, but it's been 3 years since then and I'm positive that things are going to start getting messy," Minato said, looking up at the sky where dark clouds were rolling in. "How do you know?" Kakashi asked. I just have a feeling that the piece has been stacked up like wood and that someone is going to light a match and turn that piece into an inferno of chaos," Minato said. "Then we better be prepared," Kakashi said. "I don't know how prepared we can be for something like this," Minato said. Minima led Naruto to a nearby Baroque restaurant where Minima had told everyone from their graduating class to meet. "Hey Naruto, it's been a while," Ino said as they entered. "Sorry about Choji, he already started eating without you." "Don't worry about it," Naruto said as she took her seat. "So how did your training go?" Choji said while he was chewing his food. "It went well, I feel like I've gotten a lot stronger," Naruto said, kind of embarrassed. "Well, don't think we've been slacking," Sakura yelled. "I've been training under Tsunade as a medical nin and Sasuke has his full Sharingan now." "Really, Sasuke?" Naruto asked. "Yeah, I did, but I never would have gotten anywhere if my brother hadn't helped me," Sasuke said casually. "Don't say that, Sasuke, your brother doesn't have anything on you," Sakura said as if Itachi helping Sasuke was a personal insult. "Could you be any louder?" Shikamaru said in his laid-back tone. "I'm going to beat the crap out of you," Sakura yelled. "Please don't fight," Hinata said, trying to calm Sakura down. That's when everyone stopped what they were doing to look at Naruto, who was laughing like a madman. "Naruto, are you alright?" Minima asked, concerned. "I'm fine," Naruto said, getting a hold of herself and wiping the water from her eyes. It's just when I came back I thought everyone would be so different, but it's like nothing changed. I'm glad for that. Hey, we've changed. Do you know how strong I've gotten? Kiba said, sounding offended. She meant personality-wise, not strength-wise, you idiot. Sasuke said. Oh, I knew that. Kiba said, a light blush forming on his face. Sure you did, Ino said. We didn't come here to argue with each other. Hinata said, which caused everyone to go silent. Oh yeah, Sakura said, looking at Naruto. What it is? Naruto asked, getting a little uncomfortable with everyone's eyes on her. We came here to tell you not to worry. Hinata said. We've all decided that we are going to help you. We all worked hard over that last 3 years to make sure we could beat Naruto and bring him back. Hinata said with a bright smile. Naruto was touched by her friend's kind words, but, Hinata, are you sure your sisters is still missing? Don't worry about that, Hinata said. Because we also going to find Mito, Hitomi, and Hanabi. We're going to make it up to them, and everyone's here to help. Hi. The group said. I don't know what to say, Naruto said, feeling her heart warm up. Then don't, because actions speak louder than words. Sasuke said. Naruto took Sasuke's suggestion and sat down to have a fun meal with her friends just as it started to rain. Naruto watched the girls spar against Haiden. Naruto was impressed with their progress over the past 3 years. Sujetsu couldn't even handle the 3 of them anymore in a fight, that's why they had switched over to Haiden. Now Haiden wasn't allowed to use his little blood technique, since then he would surely win along with killing the girls, but even without that he was a force to be reckoned. His scythe skills and taijutsu were extremely good, and the odd way his scythe moved made it hard to dodge, but that didn't stop the girls from winning from time to time. The rules of the spar were easy. If the girls managed to land a blow that would be fatal on a normal person, then they won, but if Haiden managed to get a decently good strike on all 3 of the girls, then he won. Out of the total spars, Haiden won about 60% of the time. It was impressive that the girls could hold their own against an S-class, but everyone knew that Haiden wasn't S-class for his skill. It was only because of his immortality and blood-killing jutsu that made him S-class, and if it was a fight to the death, Haiden would wipe the floor with the girls. Most of the girls' wins came when Hitomi would manage to trap Haiden in a Jinjutsu with her now fully active Sharingan. Honestly, it was just sad at how bad Haiden was at Jinjutsu. It could take him an upward of 5 minutes to break a simple Jinjutsu, more than enough time for the girls to kill him. The other times the girls won is when they would be able to stop his scythe by either cutting the wire that kept Haiden's scythe attached to him or keeping him in a parry long enough for one of the girls to get behind him. This spar was one of the latter. Mito was currently fighting close range with Kiba. Hanabi was throwing her Nabari at Haiden trying to land a hit, and Hitomi was launching some fireballs from afar. Haiden was dodging pretty well, but with Mito constantly on him, he couldn't use his scythe to block the income projectiles. Mito had guts, she was covered in cuts, but none were serious enough for Naruto to take her out of the spar. All the hard work paid off in the end, as Hanabi was finally able to price Haiden in the heart. Yes, we did it. Hanabi yelled. This is the first time that we've won without any of us getting taken out. Hitomi said. Hey, you're right, Mito said. Yeah, hooray for you. Haiden said angrily as he pulled Hanabi's sword out of his chest. I'm going to my room. Good work as always. Naruto said as he walked by. Shut up, you fucker. Haiden said before he left. I see he's in a good mood as always. Sujetsu said. He's just mad that he hasn't been able to go on any massacres in the last 3 years. Naruto said. It's hard to believe it's been 3 years. Mito said, thinking about how she and her friends had grown these past 3 years. They were all wearing a dark red cloak that basically showed they were part of the Akatsuki, but not main members. The 3 of they had been working hard over the last 3 years, and it showed. The rest of the Akatsuki no longer thought of them as the condition for Naruto to join, but as an asset to the organization, although they were still the lowest tier, having nowhere near as much power as the other. The girls had met each member of the Akatsuki at least once when they came to the hideout for one reason or another. There was Sasori, a puppeteer from Suna, and his partner Dodara, a crazy bomber from Iwa. He was actually kind of helpful, however, as he taught Mito how to make your paper tags more dangerous. Then there was Kakazu, a bounty hunter who the entire time he was with them just started at Naruto like he was some huge piece of meat, and his partner Kisame, who was one of 7 swordsmen. Konan was probably the nicest of the Akatsuki members. Pain and Zestu, who they already knew, and then there was Tobi. Tobi was maybe the only person weaker than the girls in the Akatsuki. He was an idiot with no real power. Mito had no idea how he even got into the Akatsuki. He was also technically Zestu's partner, which was even stranger, but Mito didn't want to hurt her head thinking about the ninja known as Tobi. The day was also the last they were going to be stuck in the hideout because it was the day they left to start hunting Jinchuriki. Well, Haiden and Naruto were anyways. Sujetsu and the girls would be a backup squad as Zestu called it, but Naruto title was much accurate. They were the Akatsuki's errand girls. Their job was to do anything and everything the Akatsuki told them to do. Any team could contract Zestu to request them for a mission that didn't involve capturing a Jinchuriki, and when they weren't doing that they were hunting bounties. Mito wasn't complaining, but it just seemed like all the members were too prideful to call in some girls for help, so they would be spending most their time getting money for the Akatsuki. Mito also knew that Hanabi would miss being around a certain someone. Hanabi had a huge crush on Naruto and was trying her best to get him to return her feeling without being a fangirl, but with Naruto personality it was kind of hard to figure out how to do that. It didn't stop Hanabi, however. She had cut her hair shorter and tried her best to look as good as possible when in front of Naruto. She also wore a pair of fingerless gloves, which Naruto had given her religiously since she was burning herself by holding the Nabari's wire when she threw it. However, all Hanabi's progress was almost lost one day when Suigetsu finally managed to pin Hanabi down and sharpen her teeth. He managed to do 3 on the left side of her mouth before she broke free. Suigetsu felt pretty good after that day, but Hanabi spent the next week in her room crying about it. She only came out when she heard Naruto talking to Suigetsu outside her room. He casually mentioned how he thought Hanabi looked cute like that. Mito didn't want to tell Hanabi that he probably said that to get her out of her room because Hanabi seemed happy again. Besides, her teeth didn't make her look too bad. Mito didn't know if they made her look cuter, but they certainly made her look stronger. Mito was even thinking about finally letting Suigetsu sharpen her teeth. "Well, I'm glad to see you 3 have grown into strong ninjas these past 3 years," Naruto said, breaking Mito out of her thought. "But just remember, you're not invincible, and no matter how weak an enemy seems, fight them like it's going to be your hardest battle." The girls smiled. They hadn't been the only ones to change these last 3 years. After Naruto's defeat by the Leaf Ninja, he stopped being so cocky and trained just as hard as any of the girls, even if reading books didn't seem like hard work. Now Naruto was still pretty full of himself, and the girls knew he wouldn't be taking his own advice on fighting weak enemies. The girls would be taking his advice, however, since they knew they weren't invincible. At the level they were at now, they wouldn't be able to beat Naruto when they first meet him, and Naruto had become way stronger since then. The girls didn't think it would be possible when they first met him, but now the girls were truly afraid for whoever had to fight him now. "Don't worry, we'll be careful," Hitomi said. Naruto looked at the girls with a smile, not one of his insane killer smile, a soft smile that actually made Naruto seem like a caring older brother, and this made the girls happy. Naruto seemed to realize what he was doing by the girl's face and suddenly returned back to his normal scowl. "As if I would worry about you brats," Naruto said. "Keep telling yourself the," Mito said. Naruto sighed, knowing that the girls had caught him in his lie, but he'd never admit that he cared for them. "Good luck on your missions. I'm getting hidden and we're leaving. Try not to get yourself killed." "Goodbye, Naruto," Hanabi said softly, knowing that they weren't going to see him for a while. "Goodbye, brats," Naruto said as he got hidden and left the hideout. After Naruto left, it suddenly felt very empty, and that's when the girls finally realized that Naruto had left them on their own. Of course, Suigetsu would still be with them, and the girls had grown just as attached to him as they had with Naruto, but he just wasn't the person they risk Leaf Hunter Nins to meet. "I guess we better start looking for bounties," Hitomi suggested. "Yeah, it is our job now," Mito said. "I don't care who we go after as long as we can get out of this cave," Suigetsu said. Leaving the sand was the best decision Nastu had ever made. By stealing Suna's secrets, he had not only made a bunch of money, but he had also become somewhat famous. He was now an A-rank missing nin. Nastu really hoped that he caused a lot of trouble for that monster who was now leading his former village. Nastu was planning on heading to a nearby village and get some whores with his newfound money, but on his way he met a girl. If Nastu was to guess, he'd say she was about 17. She had long black hair and beautiful green eyes. She was looking at a map, hopelessly lost. "Maybe I won't have to get a whore after all," Nastu thought. "Hey missy, do you need some help?" The girl jumped at Nastu's words but looked at eager to talk to him. "Thank Kami you're here, I thought I was going to be lost out here forever. Can you tell me which direction this town is in?" the girl asked, handing Nastu the map. "I can, but I need some sort of payment," Nastu said. "Really, how much do you want?" the girl said. "I don't need any money but something else," Nastu said with a creepy smile. The girl seemed to get what Nastu was implying and blushed deeply. "Well, I guess I could give you a little something, but could you look at that map first?" "Of course I can," Nastu said, looking down at the map, only to see it wasn't a map anymore. It was an explosives tag about ready to go off. Jinjutsu, Nastu thought before trying to let go of the paper. Too little too late, however, as the tag exploded in his hands. Nastu held back his screams of pain as the explosion burned his hands black. "Why you bitch, I'm going to gut you," Nastu screamed at her as he threw a kunai at the girl who was still standing there, only to realize she was a Jinjutsu too as the kunai went right through her. Nastu started looking around to try and find who casted the genjutsu, knowing they couldn't be far. Then suddenly a weapon that looked like a needle priced thought a tree in front of Nastu and got him though the stomach. Nastu couldn't stop the screams this time, and before he could even complete his fit of agony, a string connecting the needle to whoever threw it started reeling back in with Nastu on it. He was pulled into the tree that the needle had priced though to get him. Nastu was now stuck up against a tree, not able to move and barely able to look around. He was in trouble and he knew it. There must be some pretty good bounty hunters around here, so it was time for him. He started doing hand signs for a wind jutsu to knock down the tree, but before he could finish a sword that was charged with lighting chakra cut, though the tree like a knife through butter along with Nastu neck separating his head from the rest of his body. He was an air rank. Mito asked walking around the tree. That's what it said in the bingo book. Hitomi said, not quite believing this guy was air rank either. Did we really get that much stronger? Hanabi said. Yes and no, Sujetsu said from his observation spot. It's true you three have gotten stronger, but it was your planning that made the fight so easy. He might have been an air rank and would have given you three a pretty tough fight, but he was outnumbered and caught off guard. It just goes to show that no matter how strong you are, missing one little trick or underestimating your opponents could mean death. You know, you and Naruto give out the same advice, but neither one of you do a very good job of following it, Mito said. Sujetsu looked at her with irritation in his eyes. That's because I'm made of water and Naruto has his reflection. We don't need to worry as much. Aren't you just making excuses? Hitomi asked. Just pack up the body so we can get our money, Sujetsu said, walking off. Fine, Mito sighed as she started sealing the body. Hey Mito, what do you think Naruto's doing right now? Hanabi asked. I don't know, but I'm more curious on what my sisters have been doing in the leaf. I bet Naruto's still just as mean and stuck up as the day I left, Mito said, sounding a little bitter. Minato, Kushina, Jiraiya, Naruto, Minima, and Kakashi were all sitting in Minato's office. What did you want to talk about? Jiraiya asked Minato. It's about what's been going on this past week. The murder rate has shot up and high-ranking missing nin are dropping like flies, Minato said. While Minato was giving his speech, something was going on far away. Looks like that's all of them, Naruto said, looking at the 20 or so ninja that were nothing more than piles of flesh on the ground. I thought that after 3 years they would forget about my bounty, but no, it only takes one chunin to spot me before a small army runs my way. Finally I got to kill something. Haiden, who was covered in blood, said. Let's just get going, I don't want to spend any more time here, Naruto said. There's been a lot more activity too, Minato said. The 5 great nations have suddenly become more guarded. Hey, wouldn't they send more ninjas after us once they find the bodies? Haiden asked. It's possible, but the ninja war are kind of busy right now with a sudden increase of violence. Besides, Kakazu has done way more killing than we have. It seems like he just can't stop hunting bounties, Naruto said. I'm not sure what happened to cause this, but it can't be good, Minato said. You have to have at least some clue, Kushina said. I have my theory, but it's too early to tell, Minato said. What is it? Minima said with a determined look. That the Akatsuki has started to make its move, Minato said. So all this panic just because the Akatsuki went into action, Haiden said, sounding intrigued. The Akatsuki has 9 of the strongest ninjas alive, although I doubt anyone else knows that yet, Naruto said. But everyone knows something else. That the other ninja villages will be divided into people who accepted that something big is happening and people who try and ignore it, Minato said. But what's happening? Naruto asked. The world is starting to move again, Naruto said. Naruto was laying in her bed looking at the ceiling and had been for the past couple of hours. After the meeting with her dad, her brain went into overload, and this was the only way she knew how to clear it. If Minato was right about the Akatsuki and Naruto was sure he was, then the world would go from slowly starting up aging to moving faster than light. It was a troubling thought, and Naruto knew she'd be right in the middle of it. If no, when the Akatsuki came after her, would she be strong enough? Would they be just as stronger than Naruto? Even though her friends promised to help her, how many of them would have to die before one of the Akatsuki members were taken down? They got lucky when fighting Naruto. If it wasn't for Shikamaru's plan and Minima's sacrifice to provide the information for that plan, then Naruto would have killed a lot more of them than just 2 Anbu. So many questions, so many problems. Naruto wished she could just go back to being an academy student and let everyone else handle things, but that wasn't an option. There was no choice but to keep on keeping on. In the days to come, Minato would be proving right in the fact that the peace was ending. There was a 20 ninja massacre by 2 unknown ninjas. Anbu sent to investigate them never came back, and the first real confirmation of the Akatsuki arrived, and it couldn't have been a worse wake call for the world. The first Jinchuriki was captured. Gaara, the Kazekage of the Sand. He was even captured in his own village, which really showed the world how powerful the Akatsuki was. Suna contacted Minato almost immediately after it happened, asking for help. Minato, who thought that doing this would help his relationship with the sand, but more importantly to get more information on the Akatsuki, decided to help. Minato was just going to send Guy's team and Kakashi's team minus Naruto, since Minato would not hand the Akatsuki his daughter. To replace Naruto, he would have sent Itachi, but this plan fell though. Itachi was not in the village, instead he was on a highly important mission, and Naruto complained how badly she wanted to go, so the final lineup was Team Guy, Team Kakashi and Kushina to make sure Naruto was safe. You all understand the mission, right? Minato said. To Suna, find out what's going on then, trail the Akatsuki to find Gaara. Minima said. Good, but remember, if it gets too dangerous you leave. Minato said with that strict down to business tone. Got it, Kushina said. Then you better be on your way. Minato said. Naruto and Hayden were walking through the mountains on their way to Kumo. Why is it so fucking cold? Hayden yelled. Now Naruto prided himself on being calm and collective, but Hayden had been complaining ever since they left the base, and that had been a while ago. That combined with the bounty hunters that tried to kill them and Hayden having them stop every half hour to do his ritual was really getting to him. Because we're in the mountains where it's cold, and maybe you wouldn't be so cold if you put a shirt on. Naruto yelled. There was silence for a brief moment. I don't want to. Hayden said. This caused Naruto punch the rock wall to the side of him in anger. His enhanced punch was so strong that the rock wall was sent crumbling down. And you say I have anger issues? Hayden said. Let's just get going. Naruto said, trying his best not to rip Hayden limb from limb. Actually, it's time for my ritual. Hayden said. That was the last straw for Naruto. He got into an attacking position, prepared to rip Hayden's head off. He would have done it too if Pain hadn't started communicating with them at that exact moment. Sasori and Deidara caught the one tail, we'll be sealing it soon, so get ready. Naruto sighed, it looks like he wouldn't be killing Hayden today. You heard him, let's find a spot to meditate. Naruto said. What in the fucking cold? Hayden yelled. Naruto, choosing to ignore him, jumped up the side of the mountain, so he was off the path. Hayden followed him shortly after, and when they got mildly comfortable they sent their thought to the ceiling statue. Naruto and Hayden appeared on one of the fingers of the statue, looking like some kind of rainbow hologram. Everyone else was already there in their holographic form, with the exception of Deidara and Sasori, who were already in the room. Gaara was laid out on the floor in front of them. Now that we're all here we can begin. Pain said. All the Akatsuki members did the required hand sign, and a strange aura came from the statue's mouth. Hey, how long is this going to take? Hayden said, becoming bored just after a couple seconds of this. 3 days, Pain said. 3 days. Are you fucking kidding me? We'll be here forever. Hayden said. Hayden, you do long rituals all the time, so why is this a problem? Naruto asked. Because this doesn't have anything to do with Jashin. Hayden said like it was common knowledge. I hate you, was all Naruto said in reply. Stop your bickering. The longer this takes us the more time the ninja have to find us. Pain said. So the sand ninja are going to try and crash the party. Kisame said. Actually then enlisted the leaf nin for help. They'll be at Suna in a day, Zestu said. Who's coming? Kakazu asked. Almost all of Naruto's family along with some other troublesome foes. In fact 3 days might be too long if we don't do something to stall their progress. Zestu said. I'm guessing you have a plan to stall them then. Sasori said. We called in Sujetsu, the girls and Toby to fight them if they get too close, it's going to be a family reunion. Zestu said. Are they strong enough to beat them, and since they used to be Leaf Nin will they even fight them? Kakazu asked what every other Akatsuki was thinking. Well, Naruto, are they? Pain asked. They're probably not strong enough to beat those odds, but they should defiantly be able to buy us enough time. Naruto said. That's not the problem, it's if the girls will fight their home village. After all, your sisters are on both sides. Kisame said. They're loyal to me. Naruto said plainly. They better be, because if they betray the Akatsuki I will kill them. Pain said. The girls, Sujetsu, Toby and a white Zestu clone were set up a couple miles away from the sealing site going over the plan of attack. Wow, this is exciting, going up against these strong foes. Of course they'll be no match for me. Toby said, doing some kind of fighting pose. Toby, can you stop messing around and get over here? Mito yelled. Now that's not very nice, maybe if you said please then maybe I'll. Toby screamed as Sujetsu started shooting water bullets at him. Thank you, Hitomi said. Anyways, back to the plan, they'll want to get to Gaara as fast as possible, so once they find Gaara's scent they probably make a straight shot from the sand, so we should set up traps on this path. Hitomi said, dragging her finger along the map. But won't they be expecting traps? Hanabi asked. We'll just have to make them well hidden. We'll also be able to track their progress thanks to our second set of eyes. Hitomi said, pointing to the white Zestu clone. We'll also have Sujetsu in a nearby pond for an ambush. Hopefully they actually come over there. It's a little out of the way. Sujetsu said. Yeah, but there's a good chance that they'll decide to water walk over the pond instead of taking their time going through the tress. Hitomi said. What about me? What do I get to do? Toby said. Hitomi turned to Toby and gave him the brightest smile she could. Toby, you get the most important job of them all. You have to guard the area right by the cave and make sure no one gets in if they get past us. Wow, that is important, but never fear, Toby won't let any of those ninja scums get past him. Toby said as he went running off. I thought there were already measures taken to defend the cave. Mito asked. There is, but at least this way Toby can't screw anything up. I hope. Hitomi said. The Leaf Ninja arrived at the Suna about a day later, and things were not looking good. Kankuro, who had went out to chase after the Akatsuki, was near death because he had been poisoned. Chio, a very old lady who was apparently Suna's poison expert, couldn't cure it, so the other huge problem was the sandstorm that was raging outside. They couldn't risk traveling because due to the fact that they had to track the Akatsuki, and with all that sand, it would be way too easy to get lost. Is there anything we can do to help? Tenten asked Granny Chio. Not unless you know more about poisons than me, and no one does. Chio said. Actually, that's not true, the Slug Queen might be able to do it. She said after thinking about it a little more. Tsunade, this would be right up her alley. Minima said. But there's no way we could get her here in time. Kakashi said. Well, we can't just give up on him. Lee shouted, looking at Kankuro, who looked to be in a lot of pain. Well, the only way he's going to get better is if we have an antidote, but since I can't make one, the only option is to force the man who poisoned him to give us one. Chio said. Who would that be? Kushina asked. Chio avoided looking Kushina in the eyes. Kankuro said it was Sasori of the Red Sand, which would be my grandson. The whole room was silent, trying to take that in. Eventually it got too much for Naruko, and she decided to leave. Once out in the hall, she saw Tamari sitting on one of the many benches scattered around the hospital. She looked like she had been crying, and Naruko suddenly realized how hard this must be for her. One of her brothers have been kidnapped by the Akatsuki, and her other one was dying in the room next door. She reminded Naruko of herself and the two siblings, that she couldn't do anything to help. Naruko felt for Tamari, because if Kankuro and Gaara died, then she'd be all alone. No parent, no siblings, no one. Naruko couldn't even imagine, even when Mito ran away she had Minima, Ka-san and Tusan, and even after she told them how horrible she had been to Mito, they still loved her. Naruko would need to thank them for that. Hey, are you alright? Naruko said, taking a seat next to Tamari. Not really, things were going so well for the village a week ago and now this. Tamari said, a few tears running down her face. Don't worry, we'll rescue Gaara and save Kankuro, and you'll be right beside us. Naruko said. Actually, I'm not going. Tamari said. Naruko was shocked. She couldn't believe that Tamari wasn't going. What, why don't you want to save your brothers? Of course I do. Tamari yelled, tears streaming down her face. But the council isn't letting me, in fact they're not letting anyone go. They think Gaara is a lost cause. Why do you think we called you for help? I didn't think about that. Naruko said quietly. Still, I'm glad you came after what we did to you during the Chunin exams. You should be glad that Gaara got captured. Tamari said. I would never let the Akatsuki keep Gaara, and not just because we're both Jinchuriki, but because we're friends. Naruko said. Thanks, Tamari replied. After one full day filled with worry, the sandstorm finally lifted. The Leaf Ninja were ready to go the moment they could, because every second that they weren't looking was another second that the Akatsuki had with Gaara, the less chance Kankuro had. They weren't the only ones going. Chio was coming to help too. She wasn't a ninja anymore, so the council couldn't stop her. Alright, let's move out. Kakashi said, who had packed tracing Sasori, thanks to a piece of cloth Kankuro managed to get. They ran as fast as they could and were making pretty good time as the sun started to set. They even managed to reach the forest before long. It felt like they were going to make it within the day, but unknown to them they were being watched. After the white Zestu marked the ninja progress, he went back to the girls and told them their location and who was in the group. So my mom and sister are here. Mito said. Mito, are you sure you'll be able to fight them? They are your family. Hitomi said. Of course I'll fight them. Have you forgotten how my family threw me to the side? Well, I haven't. Naruto's my only family now. Mito yelled, not happy with the question. It was just a question. Hitomi said, surprised by Mito's sudden outburst. Could she still hate her family that much after all these years? Hitomi guesses she shouldn't be talking, after all she still hated Itachi. Anyways, they should be hitting the trap soon, so we should get set up. Yes, Sujetsu already in position and we don't want to cause Naruto any problems just because we couldn't stop them. Hanabi said. How long till the sealing done? Hitomi asked white Zestu. A little less than a day. He said. Then that's how long we'll have to keep them at bay. Hitomi said. Let's get going, Hanabi said, leading them to the ambush point. Kakashi saw the tripwire dead ahead. It was well hidden and would have gotten any regular ninja but not Kakashi. Looks like they planted traps. There's a tripwire dead ahead, just avoid it, we don't want to waste time by dismantling it. Hi, the group said as they jumped over the wire. This was the start of a long track, though dozens of traps. Unlike the wire, the next traps couldn't simply be jumped over. They ranged from hidden holes to explosive tags set to go off when someone got too close. The team was good enough not set any of them off, but they had to waste time finding a way around them or dismantling them. This slowed their progress to a crawl. There shouldn't be this many traps. Tenten said. What are you talking about? Naruto said. I'm saying that if it's taking use this long to make it past the traps, it must have taken them just as long to set them up. Now maybe they could have set up a couple here and there, but the traps are everywhere. Do you really think that the people who kidnapped Gaara would stop and waste all this time? That is strange. They must have had someone come and plant the traps after the fact, Kushina said. Why would they do that? What's the point? Minima asked. The whole group thought about it. Well, let's see, you would only plant tarps to kill someone or keep someone from you. These traps aren't strong enough to kill us. But what's the point in setting them if your time could be better spent putting more distance between us and them? The only thing that placing traps would be good for is it hit Kushina like a truck if they can't move for some reason. These traps are just meant to waste our time. Kushina said, looking around the forest. The only reason they wouldn't be able to move is if they were removing the beast from Gaara. Is that even possible? Lee asked. It is, but it takes a lot of strong ninja to even attempt it, and even then it would take forever to complete it. Chio said. Damn, how much time have we wasted because of these traps? Kushina said angrily. Just clam down, it's not like we can get through them any quicker just because we know they're meant to slow us down, so let's just keep going. Guy said. That's just what they did, slowly made their way through the traps. It took the rest of the day before they finally made it past all of them. Alright, we'll rest here for a couple hours. Kushina said. But we can't stop now. We still have to find Gaara. Naruto said. We can't risk going any farther right now. Kushina said. If the traps stop, then that means we close, and we're defiantly going to have to fight if we get there, so we're going to rest and get our strength up. Then we'll head out. Naruto didn't like it, but she understood Kushina's logic, so she couldn't put up too much of an argument. Naruto wandered around for a little bit looking at the scenery. It wasn't too long before Naruto started to get tired. She guessed going through all those traps really took it out of her. Naruto decided that she would take a short nap. She found a nice soft spot on the ground and fell asleep almost immediately. Naruto, wake up. Someone said. Naruto didn't want to. It was so cozy and warm lying in the grass, but Naruto slowly opened her eyes to see Minima standing in front. Naruto thought how pretty her sister looked, sunlight hitting her at the perfect angle, her red hair so way to minute sunlight. Naruto shooed up to look at the sky. The sun wasn't just out, it was high in the sky. Minima, what happened? Naruto asked. Someone cast a genjutsu on us that caused us all to fall asleep. Minima said. But how we have Kakashi and Sasuke, shouldn't they have been able to spot the genjutsu? Naruto asked. Apparently not, but come on, we have to meet up with Kasan to figure out what we're going to do. Minima said. Naruto and Minima walked up to join the other. Every looked frustrated and Sasuke and Kakashi looked ashamed for not spotting the genjutsu. We lost a lot of time, but there's nothing we can do about it, so let's get moving on the double. Kushina said. Hi, the group said as they ran off as fast as they could. The white Zestu clone who had been watching them ever since they fell asleep went to report back to the girls. They've woken up. Zestu said to the girls when he arrived. And at the speed they're going they'll make it, if only barely. Damn, if only they could have slept for a little bit longer. Hitomi cursed. Still, Genjutsu got us a ton of time. Mito said. Yeah, that jutsu is pretty amazing, it's the only genjutsu I ever got Naruto with. Hitomi said. Why didn't you just kill them while they were sleeping? White Zestu asked. Ninja are trained to sense attacks even if they're sleeping. My genjutsu only puts them to sleep, it doesn't keep them asleep, which is the reason why I couldn't predict when they walk up. Hitomi said. If we had tried to attack him, the odds are they would walk up. Then they'd have that much more time, not to mention we'd be completely outnumbered. If only they went over the lake, then Suigetsu would have stalled them for long enough. Hanabi said. Well, that didn't happen and we can't go back and get him, so it looks like we'll be the ones fighting. Hitomi said. I wonder how my family's going to react when they see we've joined the Akatsuki. Mito said. Maybe the shook alone will be enough to stall them. By the way, how long do we have to stall them for? Hitomi asked White Zestu. Not long, 30 minutes at the max. He said. Then we better get moving. Hanabi said as the girls started running to the ambush point. The group was on the move again. With no more traps they were able to leave the forest behind and were now in a valley with trees on either side of them. It was dangerous to travel in the open like this, but they could travel at full speed this way. Their scents are getting stronger, we're almost there. Pakin said. Yes, we're going to make it. Lee yelled. The celebration was cut short however when dark clouds suddenly started to roll in and a lightning bolt came from the sky. The group had to dodge out of the way to avoid being fried. We're beginning attack defensive positions. Guy said. Niji, use you Byakugan and figure out who launched that lightning bolt. I think you mean figure out who's launching lightning bolts. Kakashi said as lightning started to rain down on them. The group was forced to keep dodging the seemingly endless supply of lightning bolts while Niji scanned the area. Found him. Niji said after 2 minutes of searching. In that tree they're using the leaves as cover. Got it, Kushina said as she shot a chain at high speed towards the tree Niji pointed at. They all saw Kushina's chain hit the tree, causing it to splinter into a million pieces, but they also saw a blur holding what looked like 2 swords jumped out of the tree before Kushina's chain hit. Damn, I missed. At least the lightning stopped. Minimus said. Yeah, but if we don't get him then it's just going to start raining lightning again. Chiyo said. Then let's get going, we don't have a lot of time. Tenten said, but before they could make it one step towards their target about 50 small fireballs were launched at them from the other side. Earth wall. Kakashi said, doing a few hand sighs, putting a wall between them and the fire. Looks like there's more than one. Kakashi said. That can't be, I would have noticed. Niji said, looking though the wall with his Byakugan. Something's coming. Niji yelled. Everyone dropped to the floor as a needle priced though the wall Kakashi had made. It would have priced Lee's heart had it not be for Niji's warning. The needle was embedded in the ground for a second before it was pulled back though the wall by a string connected to it. Just as the group was getting back on their feet the lighting started again. It's never ending. Kakashi said as he was forced to dodge another bolt. We've got to do something. Kushina said. I've got an idea. Minimus said. Niji, can you find who's shooting that lighting again? Sure, Niji said as he started scanning the area. Found him, Niji said pointing to another tree. Hasan, can you shoot a chain at the tree again? Minima asked. But he'll just dodge again. Kushina said. Don't worry about that. I've got a plan. Minima said placing her hand on the ground. Alright, Kushina said sending another chain at the tree. Just like last time the tree was destroyed by Kushina's chain and a figure jump off, but this time one of Minima's chains shot from the ground under the figure since Minima knew he would dodge. The figure, unable to move in midair, was caught by Minima's chain wrapping around his leg. Minima then used her chain to throw the figure toward the group. The figure was sent tumbling to the ground just in front of them. They couldn't see who it was due to the dust that had risen due to the impact, but when it cleared they got the shock of a lifetime. Wow, it looks like I underestimated you. Mito said, brushing the dust off her cloak. The whole group couldn't believe what they were seeing, but none were as affected as Kushina. Mito, what are you doing here? Kushina asked, looking at her baby girl. She was holding 2 swords that Kushina knew was the Kiba. I think that's oblivious, I'm trying to stop. Mito said with a cocky smile. That can't be. That would mean you're part of the Akatsuki. Kushina said, tears leaking down her face. That's right, Mito said, seeming like she was having fun torturing them. But why? Kushina yelled. Do you even know what the Akatsuki's trying to do? Kushina said, hoping that they had just fooled her, and when Kushina explained what they were really doing, Mito would come home. The Akatsuki's goal is to capture all the tailed beasts. Mito said matter-of-factly. This broke Kushina's heart. Her own daughter had joined an organization to hunt down Naruto. What could have caused her to do this? Mito, we're your family, why would you do this? Everyone was surprised when Mito started laughing. Family, that's a good one. Tell me, Ka-san, what kind of family ignores their daughter and punishes her when Naruto decided to release some demonic Sharka? This hit Naruto hard as she remembered all the times she would do that just to get Mito in trouble. Mito, I've changed, I promise that I'm not like that anymore. Naruto pleaded. Even if you have, which Mito didn't believe, it's already too late. I've found a new family in the Akatsuki. One that gives me way more respect than you ever did. Mito yelled, releasing some very potent killer instinct. They could all feel it, the hate that Mito felt for her family. It caught them thinking, were they really that bad? Mito, come on, we'll make it up to you. Minima pleaded. Why should I give you the chance? Mito yelled. I don't know what will happen if I go back to the Leaf, but I do know what did happen. When I was in the Leaf I was miserable, but what I found after I left made me happy, so why would I go back? Isn't there anything we can do to make you come back? Kushina said softly. Well, you could beat me and force me to come back as a prisoner since we are enemies now. Mito said, knowing this would really get to Kushina. You can't really mean that. Kushina said in shock. You can't really expect us to fight you? You bet I can. Mito said as she put her 2 swords together and shoot lightning at Kushina. Kushina, still being in shock for seeing her daughter after all this years, didn't even try to dodge, so it was up to Minima to use her own lighting jutsu and meet Mito's jutsu halfway. When they connected, they cancelled each other out. Mito, just look at the position you're in, you can't really expect to beat us, just looked how outnumbered you are. Minima said, trying to make Mito see a reason. I'm not as outnumbered as you think. Mito said as two figures that everyone knew jumped to either side of Mito. Lady Hanabi, Niji said in shock. It's been a long time, hasn't Niji? How's my sister doing? Hanabi said, and everyone noticed the three sharpened teeth and wondered how she got them. Hitomi, Sasuke said without much emotion. Sasuke, Hitomi said exactly the same way. So it looks like all of you have joined the Akatsuki. Kakashi said, noticing their wardrobe. You give us too much credit, Hanabi said. We're not even part of the main force. If that's the case, then it shouldn't be too hard to get past you. Sasuke said, making the Namikaze family look at him with a disgusted look. Sasuke, that's my sister and your cousin. We can't just fight them. Naruto said, quiet enough so the girls couldn't hear. I get what you're saying, but we're on a mission and we can't afford to be wasting time. We have to fight. Sasuke said, activating his Sharingan. He's right, it looks like we only have one choice. Kakashi said, getting into a fighting position. Naruto didn't like what she was hearing, but if Mito wasn't going to come with them willingly, then what other choice did they have? Sasuke launched a huge fireball at the girls. Hitomi saw this and launched her own equally as big fireball to cancel Sasuke's. Naruto did a great breakthrough wind jutsu to increase the power of Sasuke's fireball. It worked, the fireball smashed thought Hitomi's fireball. Water formation wall. Hanabi yelled, creating a huge wall of water putting out the fireball. That wasn't all, however, as the water continued to flow towards the leaf ninja. Crap, it's going to hit us. Naruto said. Don't worry, I got this, Tenten said as she threw a bunch of kunes with explosive tag at the rushing water. The explosion caused the water to collapse in on itself, so instead of a raging wave hitting them, it was a clamp steam like when you let the waves break on your feet at the beach. This moment was short-lived, however, as the leaf ninja saw Mito doing some hand signs with her swords on the ground on either side of her. Everyone jump. Kakashi yelled. Everyone did right before the water was electrocuted thanks to Mito's jutsu. But the girls weren't done yet. Since now all the leaf ninja were in the air, they wouldn't be able to move, giving Hanabi the perfect chance to skewer one of them with her needle, and her target was Sasuke. But the needle flying right towards him, Sasuke knew there was no way he was going to survive, but right before the needle went through his brain, it suddenly turned and flew off in a different direction. Sasuke didn't know what happened, and by the look on Hanabi's face, neither did she. They all landed on the ground away from the water safely. What the heck just happened? Naruto asked Sasuke. I don't know. Sasuke said. Well then I guess it was a good thing I was here or you youngling would be dead. Chiyo said, holding up one of her fingers, and Naruto and Sasuke could now see a chakra string connected to Hanabi's sword. When did you do that? Hanabi said angrily as she brought back her sword to her hand and cut the chakra string. Chiyo chuckled at the girl. Maybe your eyes aren't as good as you thought, she said. I did that when you priced a mud wall. They could have sworn they heard Hanabi growl at the thought of an opponent getting a chakra string past her eyes. There's no need to be mad, I just hid my string behind one of your friends when you threw it. Hanabi wanted to kill her for embarrassing her like that, but she knew that if she rushed in there like an idiot she'd get herself killed or captured. Not like rushing in would have been an option at that point since Kakashi and Guy were rushing towards them. The girls got into a defensive position and a taijutsu battle ensued. The girls assumed that they were only using taijutsu because they didn't want to hurt them too badly, because they still had this idea in their heads that they could get the girls to come back. How wrong they were. Now the girls weren't complaining, since if Kakashi was using ninjutsu, then the girls would probably be beat. That's not to say it was easy to keep two highly skilled jounin off then in a taijutsu battle. They were doing pretty good thanks to all that training with Haiden, so the full fight was the girls trading blows with the jounin, with the exception that Guy would get in a great hit everyone in a while, since he was by the far the best taijutsu user out of all of them. As the fight went on, it was becoming more and more oblivious who was winning as the jounin kept making ground. It was a good thing that the rest of the Leaf Nin didn't join, since against all of them, there was no way the girls would be able to hold their own, but relief finally came. Bud Zestu emerged from the ground behind the Leaf Ninja, so they couldn't see him, but the girls could. He gave them a creepy smile and a thumbs up, which the girls knew meant that they had stalled for long enough. The girls jumped back to put some distance between them and the jounin. Guy and Kakashi were going to go after them, but Mito's words stopped them. Well, it was fun seeing you guys again, but we've got to go. Mito said right before a smoke bomb went off. Wait, don't go. Kushina shouted in a desperate attempt to stop them, but they had already disappeared. Kushina looked heartbroken for losing her daughter again before she made a decision. Kakashi, we're going after them. Kakashi looked at her in shock, not knowing what to say. On one hand, going after them would be basically abandoning the mission. On the other hand, the look of determination in Kushina's eyes made Kakashi a little scared to go against her order. Lucky someone had a little more backbone than Kakashi. No, Chiyo said. I don't care if that is your daughter, the fact is they are the enemy now and going after them will jeopardize the mission, and if you had a brain you would have realized they left because they don't think we can get to Gaara in time. So if we're going to have any chance of saving Gaara we need to live right now. Kushina glared at Chiyo looking like she wanted to kill her, but she wasn't backing down from Kushina's glare. Fine, let's get going. Kushina said looking away from Chiyo. Hi, they all said, although not as energetically as they had before as they headed off to find Gaara. Unfortunately for them, the Akatsuki didn't leave anything to chance, and by the time they made it to the cave and had to deal with the boulder in the way, the last part of the tailed beast was being extracted. Gaara's dead body hit the hard stone floor with an echoing thud. Finally, Haiden said. Please, after all your whining we should be saying that. Kakazu said. Those girls of yours did pretty well. They let us complete the ceiling without any problems. Zestu said to Naruto. Wait, so does that mean the Nine Tails is outside this cave? Deidara asked. Yes, Zestu said. It looks like I get to bag 2 Jinchuriki. Deidara said. What are you talking about, Pain, as the one taking on the Nine Tails? Kisame said. I'm sure he won't mind. Deidara said. Do what you want, just don't get cocky. Pain said in a very threatening voice. Whatever. Hey Naruto, the Nine Tails is your sister, right? What does she look like? Deidara asked. Naruto sighed. Kind of like you. Naruto said before disappearing along with the rest of the Akatsuki. What's that supposed to mean? Deidara said to himself. It doesn't matter now, come on, we have guest coming. Sasori said. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed the episode. If yes, then make sure to drop 3 blue hearts to show your love. Remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next part.